I've seen some people's Jordan collections that are so disgusting because I know them and they're so broke. These are the brokest human beings I know, but
Is
they
that what
got
bird?
every Jordan and are there on day one of every
They got the
Jordan.
lemon pepper steppers.
They got every one, and will be like, I and know when they don't know where a job at, but they definitely know when the next one drop
Where them
in 2
J's
years.
dropping. That shit funny in the hoe.
All
So
right,
you is not lying.
Mujasi, go.
Let's get it.
All right,
Go ahead, Chef.
man, I'm gonna go on lunch break for a second just for this.
Yeah.
So
My brother
DQ.
Chef
So
Ron.
the actual conversation, just for people, we decided to let y'all see this. The actual conversation is someone posted a video about well, somebody else set it up because I'm not really aware of that.
Yeah.
Somebody else set that part up.
Yeah, 'cause Chef walked away. Chef walked away.
No, I'm still here.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead and set your premise of what you're trying to say. Africa needs to be recolonized in the present
I
day. Go
said
ahead.
the
Go ahead and say it.
benefit. I said it could benefit from recolonization. And when I said that,
Excuse me for saying it.
somebody had posted a video
Mm-hmm.
of some type of preacher, white preacher, saying that Africa needs to be colonized with Christianity and through Christianity. So I'm not talking about a one-to-one of what he was saying, but the
Okay.
idea that Africa could benefit from recolonization, and not in the same way that it was recolonized previously by Europe, but in a more equitable manner. I think Africa was colonized and exploited for material resources without those parent countries or colonial countries actually building the infrastructure to actually benefit the Africans. So I think a recolonization would be an improvement in the infrastructure, the mineral extraction, the all of those things that Africa is lacking or need better organization and all of those things. I definitely and if Africa could do it on its own, they had what since 1960 to not they had 60 something years to do it.
Hey.
So that's my premise. Mujasi, take it away. What's your question?
So my question is, now I posted the video. I can't remember where I saw that on Reddit. I think it was on Black People something on Reddit. And this white boy was talking about how Africa experienced some of its best outcomes and best development and best civilized expressions when it was colonized for the roughly estimated 80 years from the various different people that colonized different points. And his perspective, like you described, is that from a Christian perspective, when Africa, if Africa can be recolonized under this Christian advent, this Christian movement where his groups, these European groups, can come in and control the politics, economics, and the structure of how Africa look and be representative of the leadership, it will be extremely and highly beneficial from Africa, right? And so when we think about Africa from Ghana in 1957 to the various different Congos, Kenya and everybody else who unfolded afterwards, Nigeria, everybody got their independency following a certain point, removing the Brits here, removing France here, removing the various different folks. They never really left entirely those countries independent. They never left them to a position where those countries can stand autonomously by themselves. They oftentimes still controlled the bankings. They still controlled a lot of the trade infrastructure. They can still control the currency. They had a deep influence on the educational pieces. And so there was still residual and the remnants of colonization still in existence. Now, if we look at what they now a lot of African leaders call neo-colonization today, how can we justify recolonizing Africa, not in the way that the white boy said it, but in the way that you're trying to frame it, where it can benefit it as if it's not doing it now? Like, how do you make sense of this, what some African leaders call neo-colonization today, and your framework of colonizing or recolonizing? How do those exist? How do you make sense of those two different realities? One being a reality, one being your projection of what you think will benefit Africa.
Okay, so what's the definition of neo-colonialism? If somebody can define that for me.
So my definition in a general sense, and I could be wrong, that neo-colonization is when there's
I
not
got you on the definition if you want me to say it. The straight up
okay.
definition. I put it up for you.
Come behind me after that. Come behind me. I'm gonna give
Yes,
my
sir.
kind of
Pause. That was crazy.
guesstimation, and yeah, you get what I'm saying. Yeah, yeah. So anyway, neo-colonization is when a European group shifts and do not occupy the full governing structure of the space that they once occupied. Let's say we're going to talk about Ghana. So the Brits don't control the full embassy and the full governmental leadership of it, but they work with or influence the politics of the leadership that comes out of the indigenous people of Ghana. So you erect a leader or a politician, and then boom, that person works deeply in tangent or often work for some deep set corporations or politics in the mother country that formerly occupied that country. So under neo-colonization, that mother country or that once governing country still owns a lot of the infrastructures around healthcare, around the currency, around the banking, around the education. And so mostly all of the people in that formerly colonized space still use the same language and currencies and tools of that previous country in order to operate the functions of its current. And so it looks like, the leadership is coming from organically the people that owns the space. It looks like the people who are being elected are coming from and being elected democratically by the people of that place. But in reality, the political parties, or whether they're military or politics, they are still heavily influenced, if not shaped, by the previous occupants of that land. So that's my interpretation of neo-colonization. Go ahead, brother DQ, and let me know what the AI says about it.
You want me to neo-colonization or neo-colonism?
Yeah, both. Yeah, both, because they're going to be connected in some way.
Okay, just want to make sure a bit. Neo-colonism describes how developed, less developed nation, normally independent countries, through indirect rather than direct military or political rule. It perpetuates exploitation via global capitalism, transnational corporations, and international financial institutions, keeping weaker nations economically dependent.
Absolutely. So now, when you hear that definition, Chef, how can Africa benefit from a recolonization in the definition that you're describing it?
All right, so look at the infrastructure of Africa, right? The infrastructure that you see in Africa, was that created by the African before colonization or during colonization?
The infrastructure that we currently see in most countries in Africa, not all, but most, well, a good portion. I must talk about Western, Central, and parts of Southern Africa, was created after colonization. So during
So
independence
during
development.
neo-colonization.
Neo-colonization, yes, sir.
All right, so the cities that's in Africa, the developed cities and the infrastructure that's in Africa, you're saying that was created after 1960. I don't
Yeah,
believe
yeah,
that.
roughly. Yeah. Okay. Keep
No,
going.
no, yeah. So when you look at the capitals of Africa and where Europeans reigned from, and the connections and the roads and all of that stuff, they created that during colonization. Mujasi, that stuff did not exist before colonization.
Mm-hmm.
And then the neo-colonization, right, actually even built on the infrastructure of the colonization, right? So it came hand in hand. I'm saying those things did not exist in Africa before the European colonization and neo-colonization. So then you have to show me Africans building that type of infrastructure um, before colonization or neo-colonization. That's how I can say that Africa can still benefit from colonization and neo-colonization. Just look at the infrastructure and the modern amenities that colonization brought to Africa through colonization and neo-colonization. If you
Okay.
get my drift.
I get where you're going with it. So you're saying that industrial development is the benefactor of colonization. So roads, maybe building architectures, building places, or even residential development, the development of
Mm-hmm.
cities, um, townships getting incorporated. So you're saying that right there is the cost and the benefits of being colonized again. So that if Africa was to recolonize, we would see more advancement of Africa
Yes.
moving into, okay. Now, let's look at the word colonization. Colonization is, for me, in my understanding, is that it's a coming and occupying control. It's a power relationship. It's the position, or whether we want to say it's an economic structure or a political structure, it presumes control over a group of people's resource access, their educational access, their public amenities, everything that constructs the material existence of a group of people. You have control over and domain, and it also dictates a person's ability to participate in labor and market, so jobs and employment. Are you basically making the argument that Africa needs that domination over them in order to advance and move themselves into more industrial development for their countries?
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah.
explain more.
Um because like I said, if they could do it themselves, they would have done it. So I'm just looking at the obvious, right? And then people's lives.
What in the hell?
People's lives shouldn't have to sit around and wait on whether African leadership can do it or not do it. You dig what I'm saying? We're letting whole generations perish, and you dig what I'm saying, without
Mm-hmm.
certain modern things that they could benefit from. You dig what I'm saying? Just hoping that the African or these less, and it's just not Africa, but we're talking about Africa. You know what I mean? But less developed nations, definitely could benefit from the European power was actually going in there and recolonizing them. But so even the infrastructure. So do we agree that they could benefit from infrastructure of the colonized nation? Yeah,
Yeah,
would that be a
listen,
benefit?
listen. See, I think there's a benefit with Africa being in partnership and relationship with other countries, but not
Mhm.
colonized. Because remember, colonization means exploitation. It means control. It's a power dynamic. Like, how do we ignore that colonization means suppression of somebody and exploitation? Like, if we're saying that Africa benefits from being exploited by another European group. How does that work for Africa? Because we didn't. Go ahead, go ahead. Like, how does that work for Africa if we're saying that they need to be exploited?
Simply because those raw minerals that's in the ground, right? The Africans don't have no use for that stuff without those European markets. You dig what I'm saying? Without the European goods and stuff, those those things that the European extracted from Africa is just dirt to the African. You dig what I'm saying? He has no market for it. He has no industry or technology that uses those things. That is all Western. You dig what I'm saying? So it would be crazy to say that the Western powers supposed to just out the goodness of their heart, first off, they devil, right? So out the goodness of their heart, they just supposed to partner with Africans and then give them all of their advanced technology and everything for nothing. That's not even realistic. You dig what I'm saying? And then let's let aside the infrastructure because I think that's a given. We all know that Africa could benefit from the infrastructure of the West, right? Hospitals, roads, technology, electricity, all of those things, having a better stable electrical grid. All of those things we know Africa could benefit from. Shit that y'all enjoy right here and don't even think about, you know what I mean, the difficulties that they have in Africa. You know what I mean? We got that shit, you know what I mean, and we don't even think about it. But for some reason, it's like we think that Africans supposed to suffer without these things just for the sake of saying that I'm not colonized. Like, we're colonized and we enjoy all of the, you dig what I'm saying? We ain't complaining about the amenities of colonization, right? We only complain about not being not having the power that we want. But we're not complaining about the infrastructure that we benefit from. Can we agree on that or disagree on that?
Well, there's an element of that I agree with you on, and there's an element I disagree because, yes, there's a complacency that Africans in America have been able to accept with the benefits of the industrial and corporate development of America. There's no ifs and ands about that. I'm not going to sit up here and say that we kicking and complaining because we're not. But at the same time, that minimizes the long historical struggle that the Africans in America across the Americas have been putting forth for 3 to 4 centuries. And that part of America's colonization and recolonization has been influenced and shaped by the African presence here. And so that power distribution that you're talking about, that's this essential question. That's what Dr. Tommy Curry would say. That's the essential question. That's the fundamental root, is that we're talking about colonization in that sense as a power dynamic that we have to wrestle with. And if we sit up here and make an argument that Africa needs to be recolonized, needs to go back under a power control for Europe in order to benefit from more industrial and corporate and these advances in society and technology, it almost seems like we're saying we need to suspend a need to have our own autonomy and control, or at least be able to have a key important piece in decision-making power over our own governance. It's like there's a piece in this where we're saying Africa can't govern themselves and at the same time advance and develop their society. That we have to do it under European control. Is that what we're saying?
Yes, I think so.
All right.
And the reason why, I know it sounds hard, but I just can't. I think people need certain things. I think every people needs certain other people for different things. You dig what I'm saying? And right now, in the modern context, I'm saying that the West has a lock on this modern civilization. Like it's theirs. All of those things. So it would be great. That's like if I had the technology of skyscrapers, then you got to come to me for that technology. Or if I have the technology of automobiles, right? A less developed nation has to come to me for that technology, right? So I don't know what to tell Africa. You dig what I'm saying? Without pushing them further back than what they already is. You know what I mean? Like it's for namesake. So I want to get away from infrastructure and technology and colonization, right? Because I think I don't want to get to the point where we're getting to the point where we're saying that Africans lack the ability to do something.
Thank you. Okay, because I was just about to ask you on that.
I know. And I was like, here we go. We're about to get into, you know what I mean, some Charles Murray ability.
Africans ain't shit. Africans can't do nothing for themselves unless the white man is there. Go ahead.
So let's just go with organization, right? Organization. Africans can definitely benefit from Western organization, right? By them having so much diversity in ethnic groups, to organize all of that under one state, Africa has seemed to have major problems in that arena. You dig what I'm saying? So Europeans, and it's not like Europeans don't have the same issues, right? With having to pull ethnic groups together. They did also, but they found a way to do it. Mainly under Christianity, right? They was able to link all of these groups together under large organization bodies within their state, like religious and different things, right? That was one of the main things that solidified people that didn't have one national origin story, right? Because when we think about it, we think of say Germany. Like sometimes we think of like Germany as being just always one country of Germany, and all of those people always thought like that. That's not the truth. You dig what I'm saying? Oh. That's not true, right? So it was different things like large organizational bodies, like the church and stuff, and being under one religion that kind of created national solidarity. You dig what I'm saying? You have to have some unifying principles. And I'm saying that Europeans then found ways to have unifying principles across ethnic different ethnic groups, right, to create a nation state, right, that's made up of different nationalities. And I think Africans haven't figured that part out yet, and I think they can benefit from Europeans in that manner also. So,
you mind if I offer a perspective instead of a question, real quick?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. That was my perspective.
Okay. What I find complicated, and I may see it different, is that there's this assumption from your space that you're saying that Africans never move to try to organize a united Africa or to reconcile the political differences and geographic differences that they have with the various different countries, to create some type of uniformed Africa. And since independence, since Africa attempted to break the shackles off of from Europe off them, there's been numerous efforts to try to organize a united Africa. And there's been numerous interceptions by European countries and American intelligence groups to intervene in that. And we can't undermine or minimize that. I mean, we have to look at Congo, 1960, 1961 with Patrice Lumumba. We were just talking about him a few weeks ago. And what happened to him and how they completely undermined and murdered him because part of his politics was like a united Africa. Of course, we could point to Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana in the 1960s and his effort to try to do that. But then we have to ignore Guinea with Sekou Touré. We have to ignore Tanzania with Julius, I think it's Nyerere. Like there's so many brothers, so many organized political fronts. Guinea-Bissau, Mozambique, Burkina Faso, Thomas Sankara, Burkina Faso. Like there's numerous efforts to unite Africa to deal with the conversation of how do we create an African corporation that would allow us to address the developments that we're talking about. And I think there's another presumption that I think we have to, and I know you know this because I've talked to you numerous times on subjects like this, is that we have to look at who was Africa before this time frame. Like, who was Africa? And we have to think about the work of Walter Rodney. And I'm pretty sure you've read his book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa,
Europe
correct?
Underdeveloped Africa. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. We can't ignore the reality that this brother challenged what we understand in terms of African development. I mean, he talked politically and economically, but as a scholarship, he put forth on the table that Africa was not underdeveloped, quote, so to speak, because it failed to develop. It wasn't one of those, like you're saying, that it was static and Africa wasn't moving to develop. But he positioned that Africa was actively underdeveloped through centuries of exploitation by Europeans, and America as well, too. And so he distinguished between the two because he said underdevelopment didn't simply mean just folks were just poor and like broke. You know, it was a historical relationship that developed over time that emphasized exploitation. It was a wealth extraction. It was a complete wealth extraction to prop up other countries. And so many different African nations wasn't just sitting back and choosing not to underdevelop because different kingdoms and chiefs and stuff like that just couldn't figure it out and they wanted their own peace. There was outside external affairs that came in and prevented and created restrictions on Guinea-Bissau, what we now call Guinea-Bissau or Ghana or Mozambique, Nigeria, from moving in the direction of finding their own industrial, infrastructural development, political and development. And so that's, you know, I'm having a hard time wrestling with thinking that Africa needs to go back under a rule of Europeans just to be able to advance themselves with that, instead of thinking about how every other country has done it. I would say first world countries have done it over the last 100 years, where they've found ways to either exploit or collaborate, partner, or trade with other countries and not lose their sovereignty in order to develop themselves. Like, how does that make sense for you, or what I just said?
It goes to either extreme racism, right, or
It goes to what? You said extreme what?
Extreme racism, right? It's either extreme racism or they don't have the ability, right? That's the only, because when you look at other countries, right? So, and you can see other countries, right? Asia and different places, and that was colonized by European nations, right? And was able to come out of it and build decent infrastructures and you know what I mean? So we see this all over Asia, right? So it would have to be either Europeans are dealing with Africans completely different or harsher than they dealt with other groups of people that they colonized, or the African is lacking some type of capacity to do it for himself. Now, which one would it be? Is it the extreme racism, right? Because if you have other groups, other colonized people that then came up out of it and you know, fed pretty good in the modern world, and was able to develop decent infrastructure and political systems and all of that, right? If they're able to do it, right, then either the colony country is dealing with Africa more harsher than they dealt with these other places, right? And there's extreme racism that's going on with Africa on their part, or it's a capability issue of the people. So which one would it?
You know, y'all saying Africa, but these are individual countries, right? And all of them
Right.
have different outcomes. So, like,
Politics. Yep.
yeah,
this country may be underdeveloped or lack infrastructure, right? But this other country may not. You know what I'm saying? So I don't. I think y'all might
And
have to unpack that a little bit and kind of be more
it,
specific on like what are y'all talking about and take some
Name the
examples.
one. Name the one. Name the one that reaches uh uh out of being third world. When you
So
name
well,
that,
we all know that Ghana is not a third world country.
it's not.
No,
There are studies like
Who told
MIT
you
that
that?
lumps in
Ghana is
the
not third
entire
world.
Africa, depending on certain context.
It's a
They
lot
do
of
say,
countries in
right.
Africa that's not third world, chef. You do understand that.
Yeah.
but they have a
And,
correlation as to why they say why is Africa as an entire continent
right.
underdeveloped. Like,
And some of this is
And not
hard to.
only that,
That's why I'm sorry
not
I
just that
use
they
first
different
world.
countries, but multiple entities over the centuries have come at different times to do underdevelopment to them, right? So it's just not
Yeah.
one group of white men, right? This is a wave. You know, you coming in waves. You're dealing with the Dutch, the Portuguese, the Spanish, right? You're dealing with Arabs and shit like that. Like all of these different entities.
Are
Um,
just doing this to Africa.
and again, because the one thing about a black man that he can't escape is his skin, right? I've seen Arabs get a haircut and look like a white man, right? So what I'm saying is easier, and that's why this transatlantic slave trade works.
Can an Asian get their hair cut? Can an East Asian get their hair cut and look like a white man?
Some can, but
The Chinese can cut their hair and look like a
some
white
Not
can,
man.
necessarily.
some can. But what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
we do understand what color their skin is, right? And we may deny it or feel uncomfortable with it, right? But we as black folk, dark skinned people, right? Now, because you can even look at North Africa and see the difference between sub-Saharan Africa and North Africa, right? And the
Hmm. Hmm.
difference is not the geographics, it's the skin color, right? It's the color of the
Hmm.
skin. So that's why the transatlantic slave trade was able to take hold and be so effective, right? Because we don't have to alienate you for your ideas. We can alienate your ass off sight. You see how easy
Right.
that is? That's a lot
Mm.
easier than trying to figure out what's your ideas, right? I can alienate your black ass from how I see you, right? And
That's
that's
a
the
valid point.
uniqueness. That's the uniqueness of sub-Saharan Africa that the rest of the world don't have, right? Of
That's
course, you
right.
can see that a Chinese man is not a white man, right? But you can definitely understand that that Chinese man ain't no nigga, right? And ain't none of you other motherfuckers no niggas. Them Arabs, right? The motherfuckers talk about what the Irish had problems with white. Them motherfuckers is white, right? The Italians, they keep telling me about the Italians. Them motherfuckers can be white, right? Everybody, Mexicans, right?
Look,
A lot of times, all you got to do is, if you are a South American, you fuck two white men. Now your lineage is white folk, right? Black folk don't have that. Black folk gonna be black till black ain't black no more, right? Till it ain't no black no more, right? You gonna be black. So
right.
that's the difference.
Right.
That's the difference, and that's the motivator. Not only is Africa rich in those precious metals and materials, right? Minerals, right? Um, but they have a certain it's a disdain that's developed throughout the world, right? Go to China, right? Your black ass is still a nigga in China. Don't you know that, Sheffer? You think you ain't no nigga in China? You fooling your fucking self. Go to Saudi Arabia. You think you ain't no motherfucking nigga in Saudi Arabia? Right? Go to South America. You think you ain't no nigga out there? Go to Hawaii. right? Wherever you want to go. Go to Alaska. Everywhere your ass gonna be, you gonna be a goddamn nigga. You know what the Alaskans said? Some of them Alaskans, right? They said, because back in World War II or World War I, right? They said, well, the first white men we ever met was black, right? They know, they understand that, yeah, these niggas talk like those people, right? They with them people. But listen, y'all say y'all white, right? But the first ones who talk like y'all and act like y'all and wear the same shirts y'all wear, right? The first ones we met, they was niggas. See? It's in your face. They don't even know how to articulate it. Even when groups of people, when we're so new to a group of people, right? That they don't know how to articulate it, you still a nigga. Like these niggas didn't even, the Eskimos didn't even know how to say it, Sheffred, but you was still a nigga. So that's what I'm saying. Yes, it is extreme racism. You goddamn right. It might sound wild. It might sound conspiracy, right? But it's the truth. Take your ass
No, at
to
least you
China.
said it. It's the answer.
Take
It's
your
the
ass
answer.
to China. Take
Yeah,
your
but
ass to South America, and we're gonna see whether you a nigger or not.
but here's my piece. We can point to, and what Corey just said is 100% valid. You can definitely see the global impact of white supremacy on the continent of Africa and how Europeans created geopolitical trade and exploitation over Africa through the idea and the lens of white supremacy. There's evidence to support that. Even when we shift amongst that, because it's not to say that the Europeans didn't have some form of racism when they moved into India. They didn't have some form of racism when they moved into China, when they moved into Japan, or when they moved into the other areas. There's always that element of ideological restructuring in how the British, or whoever viewed the groups of people that they was attempting to trade, quote unquote, trade, and eventually kind of exploit. That's always there. But there's an assumption that I'm hearing you, Chef, say that when those countries moved out under the control of Europeans, do you believe and think that the African nations moved out of under the control of the Europeans? Are you kind of still in this belief that Africa is operating autonomously by themselves?
That's what we had the independence explosion. So the independence explosion wasn't real, or it just moved into
No, it's
neo-colonialism.
symbolic. It's a
It
symbolic
was
thing.
It
symbolic.
was
I like that
symbolic.
term,
Oh,
symbolic. Yeah, that's why we was talking about neocolonialism earlier. So, do you deny
Neo-colonialism. I like
neocolonialism?
that word. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Do you deny
no,
that? Do you say that?
no, I don't. No, I don't. I
Okay.
don't deny
Okay.
neo-colonialism. Right.
Okay.
So, okay, so the African is not really decolonized. He's just under neo-colonialism now.
Right. Which is a different form of control and occupation, because it looks like, when you look at the Secretary of Treasury, and we look at the Vice President, and you look at the leadership, it looks African. But their interests, their contract, oftentimes their loyalty, and this is not me, this is scholarship going back. It can show you without any doubt and question that there's been a commitment to different interest group that still exist in Europe. Whether some of these groups came by way of being funded politically, or they happen to put machine guns in their hands to make sure that they go in and stage a coup. There's always been some way that Belgium, France, Britain, Germany has attempted to maintain their interests on that country, which is a little different, slightly different than how they've handled politics, geopolitical relationships with other countries. A little different, not entirely the same, but a little different. But here's the key thing that I'm going to go back to Rodney. What happened in the Berlin Conference, and you know this, Chef, and so I'm speaking to another professor, that delayed World War I by 30, 40, 50 years. What happened in 1870, what was it, 72, 76? That delayed the first global contention and global battle by 30, 40 to 50 years, 20, 30, whatever years. Because if that conference wasn't successful, it would have caused Europe to undermine itself by imploding with war, both on the continent of Africa and Europe. And so the dynamic around this is that Africa, in terms of its not only rich resources in the dirt, but the rich resources in the human capital, propped up Europe to be some of the powerhouses that it is to this day. And so I think part of the piece that we have to examine and interrogate with that is that Europe didn't build some of its empires off of controlling China in the same way that it controlled Africa, off of controlling India in the same way that it controlled Africa, off of like it just didn't do that. It Europe would have been an even bigger powerhouse if they would have won the American Revolution. But they lost that because they lost a foothold here. So they had to find enough of space to invest how they can, continue to build their empire without the colonies over here anymore. And so the dynamic around this is that I don't know if we can compare apples to apples when we're saying that other countries who left the control of European occupation seem to develop and kind of prop themselves up and being able to, make it. Whereas Africa different because for one, Africa is not fully autonomous by itself, various different countries. And two, it suffered a different level of exploitation that wasn't entirely comparable to other places that you saw the British, the French, the Dutch, and the Spaniards show up and do what they did. And so my question for you is that I got to go back. Do you think if there wasn't no European excursion into these African countries, do you think Africa would have developed in similar ways that we see the Europeans develop? Do you think Africa would have found, because one of the things already know this is true, they did see value in some of the minerals that was in the mines. We know that, right? We can agree on that, right? Like they understood the value of gold, right?
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay, okay. Do you think Africa would have developed in any way that we see fit, similar or different? Do you think Africa would have developed and advanced themselves in terms of infrastructures, empire creation, health building, politics? Do you think they would have advanced without European influence?
Yeah, they definitely would have. Like
Okay.
I'm not denying that part of the situation, but there were problems, right?
Right.
With these places that we call countries in Africa right now, right? There's geography problems. There's population issues. There's all kind of, large, too many ethnic groups, and all of that stuff created um, problems for the African. Right now, if he could do it, I'm saying, like right now in modern society, if he could do it by himself, it would have been easier to do it in the 1400s than trying to catch up and do it now by yourself. I don't think that's
Mm-hmm.
even possible nowadays.
Right.
But we
Right.
keep talking about history. You would have to go back into history and point out at this point, the Africans would have been able to be on a footing with everybody else. But at this
Mm-hmm.
point, I don't see that. I don't see how
Right.
you can catch up and make those gains in the modern era without the West. Like, nah. I
Let's
don't
be
see that.
clear. Without what
Mhm.
type of relationship with the rest? Are you saying colonization, recolonize, or without what?
It would have to be a form of colonization. Yeah, I think for politically, um, they definitely need the political aspect. You know what I mean?
So you think any
Because with this
European group needs to
organization
move
and
in? They need to move in and control the politics of some of these African. That's what you.
yeah, definitely, definitely.
Okay.
At least as a governing over the it's hard to sit here and act like they don't need that help. You dig what I'm saying? Like I can't think of the scenario where I can say that they, even when we look at Traore,
Mm-hmm.
and them the things that they going through right now, like is
Perfect example.
we can look at Somalia, right? We can look at the Sudan, right? And this stuff has been going on for damn near 20 years now. And you dig what I'm saying? Like, and it's no end in sight. Without the UN and these Western nations stepping in, we're just looking at war-torn areas, further dilapidating infrastructure, the little infrastructure that they have. You dig what I'm saying? Where they're creating large amounts of refugees on the continent of Africa. You dig what I'm saying? Just because it's the organization, I just don't see how they could do it without Western power stepping in. Like they didn't had all the time in the world, and the only thing they didn't. I'm not gonna say that. So it's on you because I'm about to say something.
No, say it. Well, because we recorded, say it.
The only thing they found out how to do was to shoot each other. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
but
and that's what we see.
So,
and then we
but
gonna blame that on
that,
the white man.
But so they see, here we go. Who supplied the guns to him?
Oh my God! They asked
If they're
for the
shooting each
guns.
other, huh?
They asked for the guns. If it wasn't for the guns, they know how to make a goddamn.
So they all they gotta do is ask for the guns, but they can't ask
Just
for
ask for the gun.
they can't ask for the technology to get the nuclear power that they need.
No, hold on, because that's a good question, Corey. But hold on. You saying if Africans, the only thing they're gonna do is that they just right now just shooting each other. They've had a lot of time. Who is supplying the ammunition and the military support for the civil unrest? Who benefits from Somalia fighting each other? Who benefits from Nigeria, northern Nigeria, attacking?
Wait. So they
Nigeria?
don't. Just a quick question. They don't manufacture their own guns and weapons and artillery.
No.
Most people don't.
Oh no.
Most people in the world don't.
Wait
Most people in the whole world don't.
Well, wait a second. That's not a problem.
That's what I'm asking Chef. Because he's saying if only thing that
I'm
asking
like in a modern era, like shouldn't you?
No country does.
What do you mean no country?
Nobody. They all buy it from us in Russia and China. Everybody in the world buys arms and munitions.
Yeah, but if you want autonomy,
that's my point.
but my point is, if
you want autonomy, say about that about the world, though, you'd have to say that about the world.
I am. I'm saying if you want to escape the grasp of neocolonialism and global capitalist markets, I think it would be in your best interest to start producing your own artillery.
Absolutely. But if we see that there's renegade groups in different parts of Africa operating with military guns, the question that you have to ask is not why are they shooting each other? You have to ask, how in the hell did they get the weapons to shoot each other? And who benefits from this
because they're not
you understand why we in the Strait of Hormuz,
I'm saying because they're not pushing. Yes, because they're being provided with the artillery to kill each other from foreign powers. Absolutely.
No. We're in the Strait of Hormuz, though.
But I'm also
because a country decided to go out and start developing their own shit. And guess what? What happened when America saw that a country was finna start going out and developing their own shit. What did we do?
And Corey, how well has that turned out for the U.S.? Not so well, right?
Well, everybody ain't in the geographic location as
I understand that.
Geographic location that gives them and have a certain amenity that gives them the ability to make it sour for America.
I understand that, but Iran, Russia, and China all
they don't make their own munitions either.
They all understand the importance of arming themselves and not letting
absolutely. But Iran doesn't manufacture weapons either, though. You do know that.
I understand.
Okay. So Malcolm, Corey, can I put a pin in that? Because I'm going to ask Chef one last question, and then I'll turn it over to y'all. Yeah, no, you're good. You're good, because that was good, because what y'all did. It drives home a point to my brother Chef, is that everything that you're outlining, Chef, it makes sense when you look at it one-dimensionally. But if you look at it from the three-dimensional political reality that exists, everything that's happening in different parts of Africa isn't happening because the Africans choose not to develop, or they're choosing not to invest in themselves, or they're choosing that it's just to be lazy and they don't have no insight on this. We know this. And they're not just running around shooting each other because of these tribal beliefs. That these are political dynamics that has been exploited by outside groups. And it relates to that infrastructure group, that infrastructural conversation you talked about earlier. Because one of the key things you said is that, hold on. One of the key things that you said, hold on. One of the key things you said,
all these niggas killing each other.
Hold on.
Hey, hold on, Thunder. We're having a different conversation. Hold on.
Different conversation, Thunder. Fall back for a second, son. Chef, you said specifically that under colonization, that roads and railroad tracks and everything was developed under colonized, and ever since then, Africa needs that colonization to continue to advance that. Am I correct with that? Did I misinterpret that?
No, you're right. No, you got it. You got it right.
Okay. So my one question, and I got this from Rodney as well too. Who was that infrastructure created for, and what did it serve?
It was created to extract the resources.
Exactly.
Right, but it still benefited the African.
In what way?
It brought modern roads and hospitals and harbors and all of those things that the African railroad systems, all of the things
they got modern
and used for its own benefit.
Chef, if I never told you that I love you, brother, I love you, brother. You have the ability to make arguments that the most seasoned politicians. You get a question that the most seasoned politician can't get themselves out of, and you will just say it with the straightest face, bro.
No, he's a barber.
Hey, Thunder, I'm staying so far. I'm a deflecticon. I'm staying so far away from this conversation. I don't want none of this on me. Go ahead, Mujasi and Chef, and then we're going to open it up to the panel.
We're going to open it up.
Be patient, Thunder. I want to hear what you got to say.
Because we have to interrogate that piece, Chef, because you're saying that it benefited the African, and the reality of it. Did it benefit the large spectrum? If we look at specifically Ghana, did the developments of the railroad lines and the road connections and how it connected the ports to the inside interior of the different plantations, did it really benefit the Ghanaian or the Nigerian, or did it benefit a certain selector or class of them? How was the entire Nigerian country benefited from this new infrastructural development?
They wasn't. But they should have had the ability to turn that infrastructure into the benefit. So once the colonization left, right? And even during colonization, because colonization didn't just end just abruptly, like they argued for years, right? Over the resources being put back. So it wasn't like that the Europeans said, all right, we ain't gonna do shit for you, They fought, they argued, and they gave, and to the point where Africans said, no, we can do this on our own. You dig what I'm saying? So it wasn't like they wasn't getting nothing. You dig what I'm saying? They were still getting things, and then once they got them, no Mujasi, once they supposedly kicked the white man out, they were supposed to turn that stuff around to benefit themselves. You dig what I'm saying? And so what onus is going to go on the African at some point? We understand that the colonized country, colonizing country exploited them, right? But after a while, right, then you turn that thing around. If they left the railroad system, you're not going to upkeep it. You're not going to turn it into to move the goods towards what your people need and stuff like that. You're not going to maintenance it. You're not going to make it better. You're just going to let it decay and then claim that the white man ain't doing something for you when you told his ass to leave. I don't understand if you don't want to be treated like a child when you're given the reins and then you still want to cry like a child. I don't understand the blame game after a while. It just gets out of hand.
Okay. And so do you see any movements in Africa where there was no blame game, where you see countries that was attempting to develop, attempting to garner resources and funnel their economics to expand the infrastructure that they had under colonization? Do you see any efforts where that came about?
No, I know. Yes, and we can point to some. And I think that Pan-Africanists make more excuses than the Africans. I think a lot of these arguments are Pan-Africanists not liking the way Africa looks, and I think Pan-Africanists make a lot of these arguments. That's just how I see it. I think
there's an element.
Yeah, I think the African has a good grasp on because they blame their own politicians a lot.
Right.
They not sitting around blaming Europeans the way we sitting here blaming Europeans. Them Africans in Africa, they blame their own black politicians. They call them out, and we call Europeans out. So I see two different things happening. You dig what I'm saying?
So, absolutely. And I can say, on the side, speaking from a Pan-Africanist, I can say both existed. There's some Pan-Africanism, that's some Pan-African leaders that completely focus too much on European influence on African politics. But there's a large portion of Malifi Asante, Mama Amza, what's her name?
That's your problem. You be believing anything somebody tells you or put in a
Amza.
book.
I'm a Muzama, that's her name. I'm sorry. I'm a Muzama. Even scholars here, Victoria Bailey, many different Pan-Africanism criticize African leaders and African infrastructures for having these deep set relationships with European groups. There's some of them that are so hyper political and critical against African nations now that they have completely given up on certain countries because they said regardless of who's in position, they don't see no African leadership courageous enough to stand up against their European contracts and European interest groups. And so I see both happening on both ends. And so that's why we can't ignore, different groups and different efforts that came after the independence movement that was attempting to expand on that infrastructure, attempting to garner their economy to supporting their peoplehood and to entertain conversations that talked about political mobility with their neighboring countries. That's what we're seeing right now with Burkina Faso. That's why he's getting so much attention. It's because these things are, attempting to happen with him in that particular place. So I'm gonna land here. I'm done with the interrogation, but I think there's a piece in this, Chef, that I just had to examine. Like, how is you justifying a complete colonization and recontrol over Africa, whereas a top-down, bottom power dynamic as the only way to advance and help Africa move into the 21st century? And I'll land there. I'm done.
All right. Hold on. If you ever go to South Africa, any point of y'all life, matter of fact, you ain't got to go there.
put in YouTube, put in South Africa, right? We know that the Dutch and all the boys went over there 1600s. If you look at South Africa right now, it's probably one of the most ideal places on the continent. And it ain't because of the locals. It's because of those white folks went over there and they decided to build something. You look at those islands. You look at the those islands off of Africa. You look at the Maldives. You look at all these little places that these people done set up. You look at St. Thomas. I mean, you look at a lot of these places. These white folks going over there and they building paradise. They building what we ain't ever built ever. So, I mean, big picture. Mujasa, you asked a question. Hold on, man. Y'all stop, bro. Mujasa asked a question about you know, I know he was kind of making his way to Burkina Faso, but anytime you can name one thing, you probably ain't got a lot to name from. So that to me, that really hurt your argument when you went there with it. No, you don't want to just name one or two places, bro, when you got probably 100 countries in Africa, or however many countries it is. You definitely don't want to do that, in my opinion. But to Chef's point, Chef is correct. And and of course, I think he playing both sides. So I will agree with you on that, Mujasa. I don't see him making this argument. This is more like an argument for me to make compared to him. It just feel, you know what I'm saying? It feel better. It feels
my nigga Chef Zanu, man. My nigga Chef Zanu.
Hold on, man. Stop at it.
Go ahead, Thunder. Go ahead, Thunder.
Video Chef side too.
Y'all
So
stop.
you good.
Y'all stop. It feel better.
I mean, I'm joking. I'm joking here, but it's funny. It's funny the things that get supported. No, I'm not even referring to you, Thunder. It's somebody.
Okay, go ahead.
It's funny the things that get supported, right? It's very telling, right? When I've noticed when certain things get said and certain positions get made, right? It's really like entertaining to Fetty. Like Fetty really enjoys it. Like, right? When you say shit like, yeah, when he heard Thunder say, yeah, you know, in South Africa and white boys,
bro. Like, we about to do
that's
the
my
virtue
point.
signaling.
That's my point.
You be fucking up the fun, bro.
You finna make up. You
about to get up in arms, bro. You about to get up in arms.
You interrupted me. I was just making a point, and you interrupted me. Right?
Well, you interrupted me.
And that's true, but I'm not interrupting.
Virtue signaling like a motherfucker.
I'm definitely for virtue signaling.
All right.
Absolutely.
Black kettle ass.
I'm absolutely virtue signaling.
Fetty.
But my point is, real quick, 2 seconds, 2 seconds, real quick. You can have it, Thunder, right? I just wanted to point out that when Thunder said, yeah, you know, them white boys decided to build something, right? And, you know, everybody started commenting. Fetty immediately came off of mute because that's the type of shit he enjoys.
I just came back in here. I just got back in here.
And you heard that, and you enjoyed
I just said Chef Zanu. See, I just said Chef Zanu. That's all I said.
Hey, Corey.
I'm noticing a pattern. I'm not accusing you of nothing. I'm not accusing you.
Shut your ass up, bro.
I'm not accusing you of anything.
I'm
just saying,
shut up.
I'm noticing a pattern. I appreciate the time.
All right, let me finish up.
I see a pattern with you too, nigga. I see a pattern with you too. Get a box of
let me
tissue,
finish
man.
up. So there's more of an argument, in my opinion, for me to make. So I want to kind of get a feel for what Chef is. I don't feel this from Chef. I think Chef bullshit. But in case you're not, welcome to the club. That's one. But number two, man, the victim blaming, you hear Mujasa. Mujasa is a huge victim. Mujasa been a victim ever since I first heard him on here. He been a huge victim. And it's sad, bro. It's sad to hear. It's sad to hear black people that are just such victims. And it sucks. But I kind of brain my way through it, man. So when white people have been villainized for far too long, and of course most of it is due, right? Most of it is just, most of it is fair, but a lot of they don't get the credit for creating, in my opinion, help creating the greatest country on earth, and also establishing and expanding greatness in Africa and other countries, right? So the level of victimhood that Black people have fallen for is hurting us. It's hurting the folks in Africa, and they actually. You look at South Africa right now. You look at Johannesburg. I was there. You look at Cape Town. There, they are having tribal uprisings trying to get other Black folks out of there, but they want to keep the white folks. They want to keep the Germans. They want to keep the British. They want to keep those people there. All the Europeans. They want them there. Why? Because they are providing jobs and money. They're trying to kick out the Malawians and all them niggas. I can send you videos. If y'all ain't seen it, it's true. Is about as true as what I'm telling you right now, right? So that all that stuff is for a reason, man. Because they know. White folks, yeah, you call them the devil, that's fine. But the white folks are providing a lifestyle, or helping provide a lifestyle that is beneficial. So when you look at the roads and bridges and the malls, you go to South Africa, man. You go to Cape Town. I can show you probably the biggest mall you ever seen in your life. You know, and now did Black people probably help build it? Yes. But I guarantee a white person engineered it, architected it, and had something to do with it. And that's along with everything else, man. All the high rises, all of the living arrangements, bro. The roads, the bridges.
Ain't no niggas did nothing in
It's
South
sad.
Africa.
Powerful
Man.
nigga
Ain't a nigga do nothing in South Africa.
Powerful
Man.
nigga
Nigga said it was.
can't.
That
Bro,
nigga said I bet you was the
I'm just
white
saying. I just
engineer.
want you to know. Hold on, Thunder. I'm just want you to know how you sound right now. I don't know if you
I know,
mean
but
what
let me
you're
wrap
saying.
up, and then you
You
could
gotta
go.
wrap up. I ain't here to cut you off.
Nigga
I'm just
said,
trying to
Go
tell
ahead,
you how you sound
oh
right
shit.
go
now. You
ahead.
sound
Listen
like
like
no nigga
a
has done
Boondocks
nothing
character.
in the
I know.
history of South Africa right now.
No, this is what I'm doing, right? I'm making a case for the anti-white hate to stop, right? That's the case I'm making.
So
I'm
because
making
we're
the
talking
case
about
for.
being
Hold on,
anti-colonialism, we're
Truist. I
anti-white.
Hold
got
on,
you. Let
Malcolm.
me wrap up.
Let him
So
finish. Let him finish.
what I'm doing is making the case for all white people and everything white people doing that's helping society as a whole, helping the community as a whole to be
This
overlooked. In
is
other
non
words,
sequitur. This is
Man,
non
I thought I
sequitur.
love. Hey,
It's
Thunder.
not
I thought I
This is
non-sequitur.
love
non
you
He's saying
sequitur.
that
This is off topic.
hold on. He's saying that he wants to recolonize Africa, right? So I'm guessing he's not talking about a bunch of Black people. He's talking about white people being injected back into it. Is definitely non sequitur. I mean, not non sequitur. Is right on subject. He's talking about injecting white people back into the continent to helping the continent move forward instead of niggas just getting together and tearing that bitch down like what they're doing right
So
now
white
over there
people
in South
equals
Africa.
colonization to you.
Why? Oh, so good. So who are the okay, Chef, who the colonizers you talking about?
You just gave him ammo, Truist. You just gave him ammo.
Malcolm.
Oh my God.
There you go.
Let
Don't be
Thunder
stupid,
land.
Truist.
I'm gonna let him finish.
Oh my
Let him
God.
land.
Please get 2 seconds to at least absorb what you
Hey,
said.
Chef, who these colonizers you were
Damn
talking
sure,
about?
it's damn sure some dictating Negroes in
Wait.
Africa. I ain't gonna
Oh shit.
Oh, we ain't
Thunder,
talking
Can we
about
just
did
get
you
can we
land?
bring it down? Can we just bring it
Yeah.
down for just a half a second?
1 second.
But
Just
I'm
hold on,
asking
Thunder.
Truist.
We just need
chill
a
out,
second.
chill out, chill out. Just
Thunder,
relax.
hold on.
Nigga.
We're not gonna
Let the
get
music
you a
rock.
Truist way. But
Let the
I
music
just
rock.
want to say, right? We decided we wasn't gonna make this a live conversation. I promise whoever is watching this in the future and in perpetuity, we were not going to make this a private. We're gonna make this a private conversation.
Ooh, Lord.
Bro, the levels of we've reached a level in this Discord with some of the shit that's being said. Bro, hold on. And I'm gonna be quick.
Hey,
bro, last about 2 months ago, y'all killed Fetty for posting Zanu. What's his name? Frank Zanu in this chat. And y'all told him he was the second coming of the Antichrist, all this type of shit. Only for less than 3 months later to be parroting exactly what this nigga says.
Yeah,
I love this. This Discord.
Chef, my disciple. That's my
This
disciple.
Discord got to be the fucking Discord in history,
because
bro.
it's
But hey, Mujasi, you got your work cut out for you. I hope you can keep down your lunch with some of the shit that has been said on your lunch break. I'm back out the way. Y'all enjoy, but this is so entertaining.
All right, so who are the colonizers you were talking about, Chef?
Before I go on mute, Thunder,
So,
I got a question
so
for
let
you.
me be straight.
Corey.
Chef is your protege. Do you agree with the shit he's saying, then, right?
Who you get so, bro? This nigga.
Hold on.
No,
y'all. I just gotta clarify one thing for my brother Thunder. Hold on, because Thunder, you had mentioned, were you here earlier when I talked about Congo, Ghana, Guinea, Tanzania? Was you here when I mentioned those and elevated those?
Well, you mentioned in relation. What you talking about? Tell me.
So you had said that when I brought up Burkina Faso and talked about Traore, and you said I only brought up one example. And I'm asking you, were you here when I mentioned the other projects that's similar to that earlier? Were you here at that time?
Oh, good. So name those countries again.
When I talked about the Congo, when I talked about Patrice Lumumba in Congo,
I
talked about Kwame Nkrumah. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. Because I named a few projects. And it's to your point, if you said I only came up with one project, which makes my argument fallible because I only came up with one project. So I'm asking you, were you here earlier when I mentioned the other projects that came after the independence movement? Were you here earlier?
Listen to what I'm trying to ask you, bro.
Okay, you wasn't. All right, let it go. It's done.
I'm asking you, are you saying that those are the countries that you're trying to pattern after Burkina Faso? You think that the Congo is comparable to Burkina Faso? That's what you're saying?
My brother, I'm saying when you come into a conversation, make sure you ask some questions and get some understanding of what was here before you got here.
I just asked you a question now. Are you saying that? Are you comparing Burkina Faso?
Go ahead, Malcolm. You got them now.
And the leadership? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, are you comparing Burkina Faso and the leadership that is undergoing right now, and the steps that it's taking? Are you comparing that to the damn Congo?
Y'all see how ignorant sound when somebody come in.
Okay, good. There you go. That's why I thought. Now you can go back on mute.
Okay,
like Sparky. I told you, you named
protect
one
your body budget, Mujasi. Protect your body budget. You only got so much in 24 hours.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm good with Sparky. I know how he operates. So as long as I protect his white folks, he'll be all right. So I was a little hard on his white folks.
Oh, there you go. They go to big.
But why y'all keep forgetting to put good in front of white folks when y'all talking to those niggas?
No, good clean.
Right.
Yo,
you got to do good and clean.
Good clear. Good clean.
Good clear. When you talking about his white folks.
Please, can we allow Chef? I don't know if you and Chef are done, but can we allow Truist and Thunder to get in the middle of the ring?
The contrarian troll is so 2008.
It's not trolling, bro.
It's so 2008.
Thunder ain't trolling.
That's why I be trying to tell Fetty. That's why I be trying to tell Fetty, like, it's either you on some contrarian troll 2008 shit, or you really feel like it, right? Either way.
Thunder's not trolling, bro.
Way.
Don't trust him.
No, I'm talking about Fetty. I'm talking about Fetty, not Thunder.
Oh, Fetty.
Okay. Why you messing with Fetty? Leave Fetty alone.
Keep bringing my name up, bro. He keep bringing.
Because you're on the
Look,
panel. Because you're on the panel.
Yeah, I know.
This is a public forum,
It's under
right?
be patient. This might take
If I
just a
put
little
my
quick
ass, if I put my black ass face on this
Corey and
goddamn
Freddie is
panel,
just showing themselves.
everybody up here got a right
I
to
don't know
say
what. I
something
don't know
about
why
my
he
black
gets so
ass,
like
right?
offended and butthurt. Like I don't know
I'm
why
not
he gets so.
offended. What I'm offended by is when I'm talking, you start talking. That's what I'm offended by.
But you,
right?
about me,
I can
like
say
what?
any fucking
You
name
talking
I
about
want to
me
say.
though? You talking about me?
And you
Like what?
goddamn
What
right I
Give it a
am.
second, Thunder.
And when you
I'm
shut the fuck up,
I'm just saying why
you
you
talking about
speaking when you like shut your goof ass up, nigga. Get back to work.
Get ready.
and when you shut the fuck up, I'm gonna
You should have
continue
put that
talking
black
about
Nah,
it.
shut your bitch
So
ass up, nigga.
either
Fuck
you
you
quit
talking about.
crying,
Fuck you,
either
nigga.
you quit
Fuck you. You
crying
the nigga
and put
crying.
yourself
You
back
the nigga
on
crying
mute.
though. That's the
Because I
crazy
didn't
part. You
lose.
done brought
I
my
didn't
name
lose.
up.
Listen,
You done brought my
I was
name up 3
talking.
times.
I was
not
talking.
unusual.
I was talking.
Nigga, I know you talking. I know you talking. Fuck
Yes.
you, nigga. I'm gonna keep talking. Fuck you talking about. Goof ass
All right, please, one of y'all humble out, please.
No, I'm
nigga
cool.
goofy,
I'm
bro.
gonna let him
Eric
finish, but
Joe
I
got
just want to be able to say what the fuck I got to say.
You bitch ass up, nigga. You always
See, I
fucking
didn't
crying.
call him a bitch ass nigga. He crying and all this shit. I'm
Here
just
we
trying to
go.
say what the
We're
fuck
doing
I gotta
that again,
say.
bro.
That's all.
Keep my name out your mouth, bro. Why
I
you
can
bringing my
say
name
any
up?
fucking name in this
We
motherfucker.
just did the Will Smith.
Whose name can I not
Flatter.
say? Hey, who are you to tell me not to say your fucking name? And you on this goddamn panel?
Yeah, you're right. I gotta
Like,
let fans
what
be
the fuck
fans.
is
You're right.
wrong with you? Something's got to
I
be
gotta let a
wrong with
fan
you.
be a fan.
If
You're
you
right. I
put
gotta
your
let a fan
ass
be a
up
fan.
on this motherfucking panel and then say, don't say my
Flattery.
goddamn name.
It's flattery. I'm just saying when you bring up another man, when you bring up another man, three different occasions, it's something wrong.
Keep on bringing your motherfucking ass up. I'm just waiting on you to shut the fuck up so I can bring you up again.
What you gonna do? I'm gonna keep talking.
Chat,
What
you
you
gotta
gonna do?
let them sort it out, chat.
I'm gonna keep
We
talking.
won't
What
be
you
able to
gonna do?
get
waiting on
past
you
them
to
until
shut
you
the
sort it
fuck
out.
up
Give it a minute or
so I can bring you up again. Right?
Don't worry about it, 5 Live. We got this.
Nigga expect me to just be quiet and nigga, fuck you, nigga.
Okay, shut the
Hey,
fuck
Freddie,
up,
can you
bro.
hey, hold on, Faye. Can you let them
Shut
just say it
up.
and respond after so we
No,
can get
I'm
to the
gonna keep.
rest?
I wouldn't even have been on that. Listen, I was cordial. I never said
He about to
any
say you
cuss words
believe
to you.
everything. You
No,
believe
I don't
everything.
think he was about to
and
say you in a negative
I wasn't
way,
talking
though.
about your fucking beliefs.
And it's a pattern. It's a pattern.
I don't give a fuck about your beliefs, bro.
It's a pattern. It's a pattern. Shut your bitch ass up, nigga. I see a pattern with you too.
After I'm done, shut the fuck up, and then when I'm done, then cry.
I'm not shutting the
okay?
fuck up, nigga. Fuck you.
When I'm done, then start crying. All right?
Stupid ass nigga, man. I'm tired of your cry.
Let me
All you
pinch
do
your
is cry.
pussy first before you
All you
start
do
crying.
is cry, nigga. You the main, bro. You're the main crybaby in here every day.
Preemptively.
That's what I try to tell y'all.
You preemptively crying right now, and I ain't even pinched your pussy yet. I haven't even pinched your pussy.
That definitely you just topped what you said to Thunder. You literally just topped. I didn't think you paused top what you said to Thunder.
But he's really doing it though, right? Is he not preemptively? He's not preemptively being.
Look, he got to do the political thing. He looking for anything. He looking for any cosign right now.
I'm looking for you to shut the fuck up. So I
I'm looking for you to stop fucking crying. That's what I'm saying. This nigga be scared, bro. He be scared to have a fade with Chef, right? And he be projecting all that shit on. I see what's going on.
Absolutely.
Not what I said. I meant like
I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
You goofy. Right? You goofy, bro. Like, and look, if you about to argue,
I'll let you get yours off on me.
Niggas about to argue. No. I'm gonna address what
you said. I'm goofy and afraid.
You about to
address the point at a bare minimum, so we can go on. We at mute now. Come on, y'all.
He was about to go on this. He was about to go on this long diatribe.
You know what? Go ahead. I can't even say what I gotta say.
I'm just saying, bro. Like, if we arguing again, the pattern I see, right, is that you niggas get outraged over simple shit. The fact that a nigga is saying Africa would benefit based off Western influence, it's like, and now you about to, because I said, you know what, Chef Zanu and all, Fetty, I see a pattern, which it's like, bro, you niggas gotta stop cry fake outrage shit, bro. Like, come on, bro. You fuck up every joke because you get offended. Even yesterday, I'm like, bro, I'm just joking. Chill your bitch ass out. But you want to keep crying. That's all I'm saying. Keep going.
All right, Truist, what you asking me, Truist? What True is that?
I don't know.
Yeah,
True.
I'm enjoying this. Let this shit play out.
Yeah, it is funny. Yeah.
All right. Well, hey Fetty, you got to at least allow Corey to retort before we move on, because I want to see I want to see Thunder and Truist at this point. See where they take the conversation.
All I was saying is the troll contrarian shit is 2008 bullshit. And
what does that mean, though? What does that mean, though?
Contrarian troll, like when you just get on the panel and figure out what they talking about, and then you just take the opposite position just to fucking troll and be a contrarian. Like that was cool that used to be cool back in 2008. But now it's just like, bro, that shit's how long that shit been good? Why don't you just bring some substance to the conversation, right? Because I'll be wanting to know like what Thunder and what Fetty really think, right? What do you really know about these political issues, right? What's your real position? Because that's a real conversation. The 2008 contrarian troll, that's been done already. Like everybody done seen and heard all of the, oh, I can say nigger if I'm a white boy, you know, on YouTube. And then if somebody complained, then I say, well, oh, your pussy's hurt and all of the, you know what I'm saying? Like the whole contrarian troll bullshit, it was cool in 2008. This is 2026, bro.
Ain't nobody trolling though. Like, what are you talking about? Who trolling?
So now we heard him say
nobody trolling. Like, you talking about
Hold
the fuck out of here. If y'all buying that bullshit,
nobody's trolling. Didn't you hear him say that, Brass?
Hold on, Fetty.
Bro, it's a joke. So we're gonna need one isolated joke to act like I'm trolling all day.
I let you go. I went on mute.
That premise don't work, bro. Try again, bro. Try again.
I went on mute when you was talking.
Freddie, we live.
I went on mute when you was talking.
Oh, I didn't even know we was live. My bad. I
we live, brother. We live. Go ahead.
Not only that, even if we wasn't live, I went on mute while you was talking.
I'm saying you was talking for like a minute. I did my shit in like 30 seconds. We ain't about to go on a damn diet, bro.
You just said
it was plain and simple. I mean,
well, I got something to say. So you mad at me? Now you mad because I got something to say.
I'm not mad.
And you didn't.
Gonna wrap it up. Go ahead.
See what I'm saying? Like the shit's wild to me.
Just keep going,
anyway,
bro. Like, come on, bro.
Well, shut the fuck up, bro. I'm trying to.
Hey, this nigga.
Did he get tickled?
Hey, this nigga burned up. How would a nigga bring your name up first?
What is wrong with this guy?
What's wrong with him? Shoot his ass.
Something wrong with me. Like, something wrong with me. Like,
I've been there, bro. Freddie will get you ready to kill him and everybody in his family. As soon as you get to that point,
I'm not even
he will laugh right in your face like job accomplished. Trust me.
I'm just saying, bro. This shit is sad.
I'm just trying to make my point, and this guy keep talking.
Finish up.
Okay. All right. Wrap it up. We ain't got all day.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, I would have been done if you would have shut your fucking mouth.
If you just never would have blown my name up like a whole ass nigga, we would have been
if your bitch ass is on this channel every day. See, now I'm going on 2 weeks on your ass again. Now I'm going on 2 weeks on your motherfucking.
Go ahead, finish your point, bro.
Every day you get your motherfucking ass on here, I'm gonna have something to say about you.
Okay, cool.
Specifically, every day I'm gonna post in the morning about you, and then when we go live, I'm gonna stand up, I'm gonna sit here and talk about your motherfucking ass.
Don't nobody read that bullshit
every day.
Niggas don't give a fuck about what you posting in the morning. The fuck?
Okay.
I just hope your outrage.
If you didn't care, you would have been on mute
is as strong as it is in real life.
If you didn't care,
do something revolutionary in real life.
If you didn't care, Fetty,
you got a workers union to run, nigga. Shut up.
You just shut the fuck up 20 minutes ago.
I'm not tripping.
Obviously, you care, don't you?
I'm not tripping. I'm saying when a nigga bring my name up.
Obviously, you care.
You fanned out. You super fanned out.
I'm super fanned out. I'm super fanned out. Now shut the fuck up and listen to your fan.
Back to the point of
and listen to your pattern,
right?
Shut the fuck up and listen to your fans.
In regards to the point about what Chef was talking about regarding Africa, right? What got you? What got you so?
Fetty,
hold on, I'm trying to speak to
making my point. Now you gonna
bring it back to the.
In the middle. Hold on,
Fetty. You want me to make your point?
In the middle of him making his point.
Go ahead.
What kind of wild shit is that, bro?
Jesus
Now,
Christ.
now my point was that he says, Brass, and I'm asking, did you hear him? He says, nobody's trolling, right? So again, it's back to what I said before, right? It's either you trolling or you really believe the shit you saying, right?
Again, I just said I agree with it regarding Africa, right? Could we have a back and forth, or you were just trying to get
this ain't a back and forth. Y'all can't do that.
All right.
I apologize.
No, I'm cool. That's all. See, it took that long, right? Just for me to say that. I would have been done.
Communication. Oh, I thought you. Okay. All right, go ahead. I was about to respond. Go ahead.
No, I'm done.
I bet.
Okay,
so
good.
again, like it's just either or. You trolling, no, you're not, right? I clearly said I'm trolling at the fact that certain talking points being made that is rooted in logic and rationale niggas get so up in arms about it. That's the part I'm trolling about. But in regards to my opinion, nigga, I'm serious about what I say. So two things can be true. Gotta hit you with that. Like, don't act like I'm always trolling. No, I'm always not. That ain't how it works, my nigga. I troll based off the responses that I hear. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's all good.
I don't even know what the fuck that means. Explain
exactly.
what that
I know
means.
you don't. Okay, you want me to explain
I'm asking
like
you to explain it, though.
Again, right? When I just heard,
wild shit is that? You gonna say, I know you don't.
Let me ask you a question, right?
Fucking
again,
explain.
when I hear Chef say, and other people say there are benefits regarding Western influence when it comes to Africa, certain talking points like that, if you're African American and you're not dealing in some type of realism, it can get you up in arms. But what he's saying at his fundamental core isn't controversial.
He didn't say Western influence. I thought we was having a back and forth.
Hold on.
He didn't say Western influence.
Okay. But the other day we were talking about Western influence, which could be synonymous with quote unquote European people, because that's how y'all think, the white man.
He said colonization. He didn't say Western influence.
I heard, bro, we had the conversation, but we was talking about globalism. I know what he's saying, bro.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Like, when you using the word Western influence in place of colonization, that makes the fucking conversation pretty convoluted, wouldn't you say?
That's why I kept saying non sequitur. They keep bringing in non sequitur.
That's why you kept saying that.
That's why I kept saying non sequitur. We're not talking about anti-whiteness and not wanting white people involved in interaction and trade and business with Africa.
And I just finished. Okay, let me finish my point. Let me finish what I'm saying. I was having a back and forth. Stay out of it, like you told.
Well, I think it's an open panel. Like, his opinion is valid.
I mean, true. Did you not tell me a couple minutes ago? Stay out of it, right? When it came to
I'll stay out of you and Corey.
This ain't a fucking tit for tat.
Right or wrong?
This ain't a tit for tat.
Hey, true. It's right or wrong though. Did you not say that?
And I ain't keeping my word, Lachey. Send me that link for that. Send me the link for that.
Bro. So look though. So again, it's words. It's word. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm noticing in these convos. Like, even I don't even want to bring up the white boy name, but when there's certain talking points that deal with,
go ahead.
Yeah, okay. When it deals with a certain talking point, dealing with any type of responsibility, dealing with culture, or any realism, dealing with, Africans can do, they need some stuff to improve on regarding them having dictators, and it's not all white people that's colonizing them, it's actually their own leaders that's making the situation worse and shit like that. So I'm saying, bro, when certain just regular statements being made, it shouldn't be met with this much hostility, bro.
And you believe Barry Lasser when he said that? You believe Barry Lasser?
Again,
I ain't judging you. I just want to know, did you believe him?
So when it comes to Barry Lasser, little do you know, we was making those same talking points.
I asked a question about him. I asked a question.
I'm answering your question. Listen, bro, I'm saying, in regards to Barry Lasser, yes, I agree that there's a cultural fixing that we need when it comes to crime and how we look at it.
That's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking.
Now that's not what you asking. What are you asking?
I'm asking you when he said, what did you just say that Barry Lasser?
You know what I'm saying? This nigga all over the place. No, I ain't gonna help you.
I'm not all over the place.
I'm not gonna help you.
The point is, well, if you want to have an honest conversation, you would just repeat what you said, right?
I mean, you get tongue tied, bro. You don't even know what you're saying, but go ahead.
No, I'm just making the point that Barry Lasser is talking about it's the fault of the leaders and this and that and the other, right? And that's fine. It may be some part fault of the leaders or whatever, but that you're missing. What's the point if it's lots of other factors to it?
you're missing, again, Barry Latzer acknowledged the fact that there are other factors to it. That's what I'm saying. Niggas don't even get what he's saying. I don't even want to talk about that white boy. I'm just saying, I don't need white people to make the talking points I make. We can have in-house conversations as black people to talk about things we can correct. And every time we
but
do,
all your
niggas attack.
sources is
Damn, why the
some
fuck
white
can't I?
motherfucker.
Yo, come on, my nigga.
Well, I'm just trying to address the
Hold
point.
on, bro. Hold on. Let me land my plane,
And then
though.
when I
I was
say, well,
literally,
what did you say on that point?
I was literally about
Then
to
you be
land my
mad.
plane, bro. Let
Go
me land my
ahead.
plane.
I didn't know
So,
you was doing the
I
soliloquy.
noticed.
I thought you were having a back and forth. Go ahead, land your plane, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, bro. It's clear. Anybody listening, there's a division even within this Discord to where certain people are able to have a more, I think, a broader lens as to how shit work, especially race relations and shit like that. And it seems like when people make just certain points that's obviously true, if you got a certain blackology starter kit, nigga, you gonna be ruffled, my nigga. That's what it is. How many combos do I need to prove this point? Been in this motherfucker for damn near 2 years.
So, is you saying I got some type of blackology starter kit? Is that what you're saying?
Nah, I mean, I don't think yours is as potent as others. You know what I mean? But I think you do get, like, that's what I'm saying. The class guy who wants to go beyond race, when it comes to certain talking points dealing with black culture, even when Chef was having that combo with you on black culture.
That ain't beyond race, though.
Let me finish. Let me
go ahead.
I'm just saying, when it comes to any topic that deals with the accountability of black people, you get kind of ruffled by that.
The people who held the most accountable
That's
in
what
the
I'm
fucking
saying.
world.
You started saying jazz.
See, that's when I get pissed off
Your
when we start
blackology
talking
said that
about
other
the
genres of music
accountability of
isn't as
black
worse as
folk.
hip hop.
Right? Hold on.
That's what it
I just
was.
let you say your point. Why
You
when
just
I start talking, you always start talking, bro?
See, how this nigga do that? How he cut me off?
Bro, listen.
And then
At some point, I got to be able to get a word in, Phil. At some point, right?
Yo, this nigga,
what I'm saying is, I got to be able to respond to something you say, right? Or how many points do you want to make before I get to fucking respond to one of them?
I mean, yeah, bro.
I got to respond to one point at a time. You want to lay 5 of them out at a time.
Yeah, you just did the same thing. You literally did the same.
No, I wasn't. When I was doing what I was doing, I wasn't even talking to you, but you was listening. And that's good.
Talking about me.
Absolutely, I was talking about you. I wasn't talking to you. I was just talking about you. Right? You absolutely right with that. Right? Again, every time this is wild because I'm trying to respond to your points, but it seems like you don't want me to respond.
Go ahead, bro. You done had the flow for like 20 seconds. Go ahead.
It's cool. Go ahead, man. I just wanted
to. Hey, let's just make a segue, bro. This shit ain't going nowhere. Let's go back to the convo dealing with Africa or whatever. Yeah, I think Chef is making some logical points when it comes to regarding infrastructure and certain benefits that we take for granted every day as Americans. We don't realize how other countries may lack certain fundamental things we do every day that they don't have and shit like that. So I think Western influence and the people, whether y'all think they white men or whatever, it brings some benefits to that continent.
Yeah, but again, we talking about colonization.
Western influence
not Western influence.
It doesn't have to come in the package of colonization or neo-colonial. Right. That's the separation, right?
I thought
because Mujasi even suggested, right, that he's not against the idea of these African nations conducting business, trade, and otherwise with European or Western nations, as long as it's beneficial to the African nation and it's not predatory, right? Yes, but at the point where it becomes predatory and not even a net benefit to the majority of West African people, this is when it becomes neo-colonialism.
Yes,
right. It's not that anybody's making. It's not that anyone was making an anti-white argument. That's why I kept saying non sequitur. It's an anti-colonial or anti-neo-colonial argument. It's the idea that these interactions can still take place. And these exchange of ideas and trades can still take place, but it be done in a more equitable way, as opposed to it being predatory. That's the conversation.
That's where the split is right there, right? The split is that mentality, thinking that a group should come there and think of the best interests of those people there versus their intent of extracting whatever. That's utopian in my opinion, to think that they just gonna have this. Well, let's make sure
If I make a deal that's in the best interest for me, that don't necessarily mean I gotta fuck you over, Fetty. Just to make a deal for myself that's in the best interest when me and you negotiate, Fetty, me and you in the negotiation, right? I don't have to fuck you over to come out of the negotiation happy.
What's the spectrum of fucking somebody over? So let's establish the spectrum of what y'all think fucking over people is exactly. Because I wanna deal with some realism here. Like how far are we gonna go with saying something?
We all know what fucking over each other is.
I'm trying to create I'm trying to establish because again when I notice
I don't know. What do you establish as fair?
Hold on. This is what I noticed. Go ahead.
What do you establish as fair?
Saying 4 people, again, what I notice is that 4 people can agree to the same thing, but their idea of what power is or the dynamic of fucking someone over, it's a spectrum of that. You don't agree with that, like how, especially in these conversations, your idea of oppression. Yeah, so it's like I'm trying to establish.
Well, we know it when we see it. It is a spectrum, but it's some of it we can just look at it, right?
I got you. So I'm trying to create like a spectrum of what do you expect these corporations or these other groups of people to come? How far do you what equity or what form of equality do you see to say, okay, these people?
I really wouldn't know because I would have to be in the position to know what's the conditions on the ground, and I'm not in the position to know like what's the conditions on the ground. What are they offering? What do we have to offer? How are we going to benefit this, that, and the other? I don't know all them conditions. All of that come into play when you negotiate.
I feel you. Yeah.
Negotiation is a very complicated thing, right? But we all know that everybody can come out of the negotiation beneficial.
And we
do it all the time. We do it all the time with other countries.
Yeah, I got you. So, but the spectrum I'm talking about is that if a person, right, who's a blackologist that say is colonization, right, the mere fact that another group is extracting resources, even though they were to have a more.
We ain't talking to some
wild. What do you mean? Is this not a reality though? What do you mean? See what I'm saying? See,
no, well, you're not having a conversation with Pan-African James though.
I'm not talking about I'm talking about niggas in here. I'm talking about motherfuckers like Stoop. I'm talking about motherfuckers who look at power dynamics of any group extracting a resource.
You gotta name the straight up person.
And now we acting like these aren't talking points that motherfuckers make in here when it comes to power and the white man ruling and everything, and it don't matter even if they give you money back. He the nigga who's doing you ain't never heard that talking point in here.
No, I ain't heard that.
What? Anybody listening in here? Did anybody hear that talking point regarding power dynamics and the white man running everything? And it don't matter if they give back a little bit, they still run.
No, we talking about a negotiation. We're talking about negotiating a deal where both parties come out smiling.
All right.
That's what we're talking about.
I'm saying when both parties is coming out smiling, in some niggas' minds in here, the fact that the white boy is the one conducting or orchestrating or at the front line of these negotiations and the ones actually, it's still in their mind. They colonize.
If everybody came out smiling, they would have went to the table together, wouldn't they?
Oh man, all right, bro. I got you.
I'm trying to figure out what you're saying here.
My point not being understood, then fine, bro.
The problem is predatory relationship. I don't give a damn if it's
Africans do it.
I don't wait a second. Let me finish, please.
It don't matter if Africans do it. It's predatory when they do it too.
I don't give a damn if it's. I don't give a damn if it's China doing it. I don't care if it's Arab nations doing it. I don't care if it's North African nations doing it. Predatory relationships in West Africa or Central Africa or Sub-Saharan Africa, right? These are the things we're speaking out against. Neocolonialism, predatory capitalism. Arrangements need to be more equitable and fair to the lives of the people living in Central and West Africa.
And it's not about
I
Europeans.
wonder, I need to ask a question though, like to the panel. This ain't necessarily to you, Fetty, but you can answer if you want to, right? Have we gotten to a point where it's a waste of time to be a decent human being? where it's non-beneficial to be. I'm just
Seems
asking.
like
This
it.
ain't
It
this
seems
ain't even
like
a utopian question. Like I'm not asking for the world never. I'm not asking for nobody never to get in a bar fight or no shit like that no more, right? I'm not asking for a nigga to not to get shot, right? Trying to steal some rims or whatever the fuck happens, right? But what I'm saying is, have we come to a point where it's looked down upon, or we can't even fathom the benefits, right, of being decent to one another? Not going
What
out
are
the
you
way.
talking about, man?
You're not even decent to the niggas in this Discord. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm asking a fucking
Can't even do the
question,
shit
bro.
that you asking for. My bad.
I'm not asking for it. I'm asking a question. God damn it, Fetty.
My bad.
Your pussy been so pinched today,
the
bro.
moral. I'm just saying the virtue signal.
You've been preemptively
Better
pussy
human
pinched
beings. Where's
all
our morality?
afternoon, Fetty.
What the
Hey,
fuck?
Corey.
All afternoon you've been preemptively pussy pinched.
Where's our morality, ladies and gents?
Stop, Fetty.
I asked an honest question, and all I get is a pussy pinched motherfucker coming off mute.
I'm literally laughing. I'm not even offended. I'm laughing.
Go ahead.
Corey. That's your question. So
I asked the question though. Answer mine first. Answer mine first.
No, I answer your question,
I'm not
but
gonna
I
answer
don't.
yours. I ain't answering. Don't ask me one.
No, we're not. Okay, look, we are not past.
Somebody else. I'm gonna go on mute. Ask somebody else.
We need to be. I'm answering your question. We're not past the point where we need to be decent human beings. No, I don't believe we're past that. But to be the shit does not make you or whoever else a bad person or a good person or a person. So
hey, Thunder, go out and come back. Thunder, go out and come back.
I'm not talking about good and bad. I'm not talking about good or bad.
Yeah, go out and come back. Go out and come back.
And he's saying something about good and bad. I just want everybody to know I don't give a damn, a good goddamn, about good or fucking bad.
That's
right? What I'm trying to ask is it
Thunder,
are
go
we
out.
past
Hold
the
on, Corey.
point?
Thunder, go out and come back. Your connection's bad. Just go out and just come right back in.
No, I ain't got time. I'm about to boot the nigga.
Yeah, no. But what I'm saying is, are we past the point of being decent human? I don't give a damn if you good or not. We know what the fuck decent is, right? Are we past the point where it's a waste of time, where it's not even valuable no more, right? It's are we to the point where it's counterproductive to be decent to one another? Is we past that point?
Okay, good. Can y'all hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I was asking a question. I would answer your question, Corey, but I was going to ask a question. Maybe DQ. I think y'all are into sneakers, right? Jordans and all that sort of stuff, right? So when we're looking at Jordans, I think there were several times in which people look at how much a pair of Jordans actually cost to make, right? And they're usually around, I don't know, $5-10 or whatever it is to make over there in Korea or the Philippines, wherever they make them at. It's $5-10. But the markup for the little boy that want to be like Mike, the markup is not just 5, 10, 15, 20%, not even 100 or 200%. The markup is roughly 50 times or something like that, right? You're talking about a $10 shoe that we're charging $200 to that little black boy in the hood that want to be like Mike. Now, is that predatory? When we look at the iPhone,
Absolutely.
the iPhone
Absolutely.
costs at this point, costs well, I have a Samsung phone, it's about $2,000, right? So an iPhone is roughly, I'm guessing, $800 to $1,000, somewhere in there. But if you look at the price of an iPhone, it might be $50, $60 to make an iPhone.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
When you look at the $1 trillion company that is Apple right now, is that a predatory company?
Absolutely.
When you look
Absolutely.
at Microsoft, all these predatory, you see what I'm saying? So it's like,
is the sky blue?
Okay, good. So it's the sky blue, right? If you want to do that, you can do that. Hey, you've been the smart ass, but you can do that. But the point is, I think I made my point. When you talking about
I don't think you made your point. Go ahead.
I think I know I did. Matter of fact, when you're talking about what you deem predatory, what is predatory? Now we went through price gouging yesterday, right? And I learned what that actually was. It wasn't just marking up just any time. It was marking up during a crisis or some sort of catastrophe, right?
We're talking about price gouging,
at,
not predatory. That's a different thing.
Right.
Go ahead.
Okay, good. So price gouging, and you're right. That's not predatory.
Yeah, price gouging is a practice of predatory capitalists.
Mm-hmm.
Say it again.
Price gouging is a practice of predatory capitalists.
Mm-hmm. Okay, fine. But when we look at Nike, when we look at Apple, when we look at Samsung, we don't call those guys, well, I guess y'all niggas in here do now, but we didn't used to call them predatory. We called them great Fortune 50 companies that make a product low for a cheap price and sell it for a high price. That's what it's always been. Now it's all of a sudden they're predatory. Now all of a sudden Nike a bad company. Samsung and Apple. All these are evil companies.
I don't think it's
now,
all of a sudden. I think people been talking about predatory. Well, you never. Well, I guess it maybe. Well, that's an argument from ignorance fallacy.
The door when the crimson and cream Jordans come out, I see lines out the door. When the Apple
argument from incredulity.
The Apple Fold come out, I see lines out the door. I don't see nobody protesting in front of an Apple store. I don't see nobody protesting in front of the Foot Locker. So no, I don't agree. I don't think what you're saying is correct. Not even close. People love those companies.
People are informed on economic. Are those people informed on economic ideologies and economic political, theology? Like, are they informed on these subject matter? I wasn't all the time in my life, and that was the time I wouldn't have labeled these things predatory.
Yeah, and yeah, I don't think everybody's informed. But again, I don't know. What was your point again, Thunder? What was the point you were trying to make?
When you're saying predatory, when you're saying these companies,
why did you bring that up?
He doesn't see enough people calling it predatory. All he sees is a bunch of people standing in line buying these products.
No, this is why I brought it up, because you're saying that do I have to fuck you to when we're making a deal? Do I gotta fuck you over to make that deal? What I'm telling you, I don't know how the fuck you can't put it together. I'm being very straightforward. I don't know how you can't put this together, but let's start over.
What does that have to do with me and you being able to negotiate? And we don't have to fuck each other over to negotiate. What does that have to do with that?
When I have a product that costs me $5 to make and I charge you $200 for it, am I fucking you over?
It depends on our negotiation. Like we're in a negotiation here.
If you pay $2,000 for that Samsung That's predatory. They got you, bro. Yeah,
No problem.
That was wild.
And they didn't have to do that. You're acting like
That's
they
why
did.
you low. That's why your influence is low right there, because they, because you're getting it off that
No.
cell phone.
And
No.
on top of that, they're not giving you the best product on a yearly basis.
It's not. But the point is,
Y'all in here got the newest model iPhone.
everybody, all them niggas.
Who got a
Man, how is that? I'm trying to figure out, like,
I just asked the question.
how is that? Because you got an iPhone.
We talk about moral.
It don't matter. I'm trying to figure out something here. How is that? What's going on, right? When you need a piece of technology to function in society, right? And you have that piece of technology that you need to function in society, right? But the people who control that technology or piece of equipment that you need to function in society, right? We can still point out, although we need it to function in society, right? We can still point out the fuckery that's going on at the same time. I don't understand.
I wasn't more so talking about necessity, though.
Hey, Corey.
I wasn't talking about necessity regarding a phone. I'm talking about the newest models and having
to a point where we can't function. We're getting to a point, if we're functioning in society, then we're some type of contradiction. And I'm done, Fetty. But Fetty,
again, I wasn't talking about necessity. You just said you was
done. I'm done now. But I just want to point out to you, every fucking time I start talking, you start talking. And when you say the shit that you say, I'll be quiet.
Gotcha. So in regards to phones and shit, I didn't say that in regards to necessity of having a phone in general. I literally said the newest iPhone for a reason, because I know people in real life who share the same sentiments as y'all, but in real life they're aware of certain things that they don't partake in it regarding being a consumer. So I'm saying, if you're outraged on Discord, and I'm not even talking to you, Corey. I'm saying if anybody is outraged in here,
being concerned about predatory shit,
bro, that's crazy.
Don't mean that you shouldn't participate in fucking society.
You don't even know what I was about to say, my nigga. I'm just saying,
because you're saying outrage.
Let me finish.
It's wild to me. It's either you go live out in the woods.
You just said 2 seconds ago when I talk, you don't talk.
It's either you shut the fuck up or go live out in the woods.
Who said that? I'm just saying, again, if you have the latest up-to-date Jordans and let me finish, you know what I'm saying?
That talking point is so 1998.
Like, that's crazy.
Because you're bringing something from 1998, bro.
Point. It's not even directed to you. Like, why you get so upset, my nigga?
Because for a nigga your age to bring a 1998
I know 2 things
wild
can be true, bro. I know 2 things can be true. I'm not saying nothing profound, my nigga. I'm just saying it goes back to the whole being on the internet with certain outrage. If I don't see that somewhat correlated in real life, and you're a part of the whole capitalism train of getting the most up-to-date materialistic shit, not necessity, but if you getting the latest shoes and you ain't tripping about the price, and I'm just saying that the moral arguments out here kind of fall on its legs.
So people, so let me explain something to you, Fetty. I think because you say this a lot. You say this like once a day, actually, right? And I want to explain something to you about luxury goods and mental health, right? So most of the things that people complain about is not the price of Jordans, right? And luxury goods, right? How much they favorite cigar costs, right? Most people ain't fucking complaining about that. That's not what they complaining about. They complaining about the cost of living, right? They're complaining about the predatory ways that these corporations, right, do wage thefts to the tune of $80 trillion. That's what they complaining about. They're not complaining about a fucking iPhone. So what I'm telling you is, you don't hear, now you might hear some wild nigga, you can point to me, some wild nigga that you had a conversation on, right, that's got an iPhone, but he complained about the fucking price of the fucking iPhone, right? You might can point to me that, right? But I'm talking about Americans here. right? Americans as a whole, when they talking about the price gouging and the predatory loans and shit like that, they're talking about the necessities that it take: groceries, gasoline, home loans and shit like that. So when y'all bring me this 1998 talking point, right, it's fucking ridiculous to me.
Right, I think, yeah, you literally talking past. I think you misinterpreted what I said. Yeah, I think we was more so what I was talking about. He literally brought up Jordans and the moral idea of people working in fucking sweatshops. Hold on, bro. You just talked for 40 seconds,
you and
bro.
Thunder bringing up
You just talked for 40 seconds, bro. You cut me off within 5. Come on, my nigga. All right, so boom. In regards to what he said about Jordans, capitalism, how I'm saying, if you on the internet, I'm not talking about you. You're on the internet, right? Talking about how things are unjust, right? I'm just telling you, in the mind of an American, when they buy Jordans and shit like that, that imagine or that vision of those people working in sweatshops doesn't even come to their mind. So I'm saying, in regards to things we talk about in here.
So you saying the average American understands about sweatshops and shit like that?
Yo,
I thought you was done.
This nigga will talk. You literally cut. What do you mean you thought I was done? I kept talking, my nigga.
Well, you started talking again, but I thought you paused.
I'm not bringing all of the big corporate. I'm not even talking about that, my nigga. I'm just saying, in regards to
talking
morality,
about Jordans and iPhones. I don't know what to say to that. I don't know what to say to Jordans and iPhones. I know that's a 19. I don't even get. He don't even
get.
I will say is that's a 1998 talking point.
Talk too damn much. You don't even understand. Like, we can talk about 1990. Talking.
Yeah, that's a 1998 talking point. Absolutely, from the
Yeah,
Republican Party.
A lot of talking points. You may be archaic as fuck and prove.
That's fine. That's fine. Again,
so I bring it up.
I don't need, if I'm bringing up an old talking point, it's probably still because it's still relevant, right? You talking about the price of Jordans, that shit is so fucking old.
Again, you don't even know.
That shit is so fucking old.
You so lost in the conversation. You don't understand why
you're talking about luxury goods. You're talking about poor people purchasing luxury goods. That's what you're talking about.
This brought up morality. I'm talking about morality. I'm talking about how far
moral can you be if you are poor? If you crying and poor, that's all you're talking about. Is the dynamic between poor people and luxury goods. It's an old fucking 1998.
You still lost in the sauce, but I'm gonna let you keep talking. You louder.
Oh, you lost in the sauce.
You just said you confused. You the nigga who don't understand why these talking points are being made, and you still fucking.
I'm saying you bringing in 1998. I'm gonna let you.
Okay, that's fine.
You bringing in 1998.
Just because it's brought up from 1998 talk don't mean it's bullshit or not. I mean that doesn't bring up that doesn't validate anything you're saying. But
because you're talking about the issues that we bringing up in today, and the issues that we bring up today is not fucking Jordans.
It's about morale. This nigga do not listen. This nigga slow.
You're telling me about morality,
bro.
Listen. What does morality?
Nigga slow, bro. This nigga
don't talking about the child labor. You're talking about child labor.
I'm talking about that's an example of the larger point I was making regarding morality, my nigga.
Damn, boy. Why you can't get
that? Look. I don't know. Y'all went from we was talking about price gouging and predatory shit, right?
No, we were talking about being a decent person. We were talking about, you asked a question, man. You asked a question.
Thunder, you just got done. That was 20 minutes ago, Thunder. You just got done talking about whether Apple was Apple predatory, was this predatory and that predatory. You just got done saying that, Thunder.
We build it off of what you asked. We build it off the question you asked, bro. You don't get that?
No, you said, I answered your question. Now I want to go to another subject. That's what you specifically said.
You said I was gonna ask you a question. You said, no, I ain't gonna answer your question unless you answer my question. Then I said, okay, let me answer your question so I can ask you this question. Right. That's all I was doing.
You went out and we started talking about something else. When you went out, we weren't talking about that no more.
I asked you about you was talking about being a decent human being. Right?
And would you bring? Why
And
did you bring up the price shit? What was you talking about?
Oh, there you go. And so I bought up the price saying, is it a decent? You're saying that you don't have to fuck somebody to make a deal with them, right? I'm finna go slow
I said
for you,
that
bro, 'cause
before
this
I
shit is
asked my
crazy,
question.
man.
You know that, right?
Get what we saying.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now you're talking about being a decent person, and you're saying, and you are basing that off of people coming into Africa, fucking them over, their minerals and shit like that, making them take bad deals. What I did was bring up the Jordans and how much the actual Jordans cost, and then we knowing that Nike is capitalizing off of the wants and needs of that little black boy in the hood wanting to be like Mike.
And you asked me, was it predatory? I said, yeah. Already.
No, we got the predatory, right? We got that part. We know it's predatory. Now we're saying, how do you square that? Well, I guess selective outrage. That's what you call it saying. He's saying that
Why would it be selective outrage if I'm acknowledging that the shit's predatory?
No, man. We got that. We passed that. Now the selective outrage is okay. I'm going to pay $2,000 for this phone, or I'm going to pay $1,000 for an iPhone, but I'm a bitch and complain about gas being $1 higher.
Hey, Corey, don't. It's just they sound like the niggas that tell rape victims. Why was you wearing that shirt?
Right.
This is victim shaming, bro. This is victim blaming. Y'all are really trying to blame the fucking consumer.
You niggas be, man. Nigga brought up a rape victim. Like, come on.
Yeah,
bro.
because we fucking blaming consumers. We blaming the victims in the scenario.
Extremism, bro. Stop, my nigga. Stop.
That's crazy, Betty. I mean, Truist.
That's nasty work, bro. That's crazy.
You can't lie about everything, Fetty. Come on.
That is nasty. That is nasty, Truist. Come on, bro.
What y'all doing is nasty. Y'all over here blaming the victims.
That ain't blame. We not blaming no what victim.
I really don't really give a damn about the African countries, to tell you the fucking truth. Like, I don't really wouldn't give a fuck what kind of deal they took. Right? It ain't gonna benefit me in no kind of way. Right?
Okay.
So like the whole you virtue signaling. I'm just talking about as being decent people. Like what? Like, why am I virtue signaling? I wouldn't give a fuck what kind of deal them niggas took.
Okay, good. Right? Those Jordans you buy affect you though. Or that laser screen that they charge $50,000 for.
They charge a $500,000. They charge a $500,000. They charge a $500,000.
What makes a society feel? What makes a society?
Those in China.
What makes a society feel like they got to spend hundreds of dollars on a sneaker?
What makes a society feel like that?
Yeah, what makes a society feel like they got to spend hundreds of dollars on a sneaker?
Marketing.
Oh, thank you. And who controls marketing?
Who controls marketing? Corporations. What you want me to say? Corporations.
Corporations.
Okay.
So you don't see how it's a full circle exchange? How it's the corporation that is psychologically pushing a culture into believing and feeling they need to spend.
So here go the victim right here. So
y'all are blaming the victor. You're blaming the consumer.
Oh,
y'all are blaming the consumer.
Okay.
That's my point. Y'all are blaming
Listen,
consumers.
you don't let them take you down a rabbit hole.
We literally admitted yesterday it's accountability.
That's a rabbit. That's why I didn't go down there. I wouldn't have it.
I'm saying there's zero accountability.
Why are we taking 10 steps back in the
But you guys are ignoring.
We're not ignoring anything, bro. We acquiesced yesterday. There's accountability on both. Come on, bro. And you going back to these talking points, my nigga. Like, that's crazy.
It's not a focus point.
Like, y'all niggas, bro. That's why I say you niggas be disingenuous.
I don't think you like accountability.
We literally found middle ground yesterday, and you going back and you reverting back. to talk
I
about.
don't believe you like. I don't believe you. I don't believe you look at accountability the way
You
you
just
say
said
you do.
you just said that we're blaming the crow. Yesterday we admitted and we agreed
Who the
that
fuck
it's
is we? I
accountability.
ain't agree to that shit.
And this nigga, man. So
Who's
yesterday
we?
we won't talk
Agree.
about terms and
What did
conditions
we
and shit
agree
like
to?
that, Truist.
Who is we? Who
Truist.
is we?
I'm
Just be
talking
clear
to you.
about
I'm talking to you, Truist. We were
Okay.
talking about terms and conditions and how it's responsibility. We didn't all agree to that.
I didn't agree to it.
Man, this nigga, all right, bro, you got it.
I didn't agree to it. And
You said Fetty. You literally said Fetty. Fetty, I'm gonna repeat your words. You said Fetty. I 1,000% agree. When it comes to terms and conditions, there needs to be some consumer accountability. And I said, yeah, I agree, bro.
I said there needs to be some.
So why you bluffing? Why you bluffing? You just said you ain't say that.
Hold on.
This nigga bluffing, bro.
Hold on. Wait. I just let you ask your question. I just let you ask your question. Now let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a
I had to
question.
do all that for you to
Let me
admit
ask
that,
you
bro.
a question.
And you was about to play dumb. Nah.
I'm not about to play dumb. I'm not about to play dumb. Relax. We don't have to be contentious right now.
Hey, but our point.
I had to do all that. I had to do all that for you to admit that came up.
Fetty, listen, Fetty,
Corey, hold on, Corey.
No, let me tell him what the point is real quick. 2 seconds. The point was, Fetty, that about the God damn it, man! I forgot what I was about to say. Damn.
All right, let me just respond really quick. So you just asked me a question about my response to your question about terms and conditions. Let me ask you a question now.
Nah, I need you to admit.
Wait a second. Give me the same respect I just gave you. Give me the same respect I just gave you.
You
Give me the same respect I just gave you, because everyone just heard the question you said you asked me, and then I said yes to. Now let me ask you a question. In this conversation about Jordans, is there any terms and conditions that a young man has to read before buying some Jordans?
Oh my God, that's what you came up with? No, bro. I thought it was some more. I thought it was gonna be some more.
In the context of this conversation about Jordans, is there any terms and conditions that a young man
didn't say that? Why are you making no? But that doesn't negate. Let me answer your question. There's still accountability. There's still consumer accountability when it comes to Jordans and shit like that. So what do you say?
That's not what I said yesterday. I was talking about terms and conditions.
I'm talking about yesterday. Again, I was talking about overall
terms and conditions right now.
I was talking about overall. I'm not seeing it. Terms and condition wasn't my main talking point of me bringing it up. I'm saying consumer accountability, and I just use that as an example. So you're not about to trick me. You're not about to trick. You're not about to trick me. You can't get me, bro. Like, I'm on point, bro.
You can't get me. You just made it clear what you
yesterday. Hold on. You said yesterday you didn't agree to the fact that we were talking about consumer accountability. I didn't even bring up nothing with yours. I said yesterday we found middle ground in regards to these broad concepts we've been talking about regarding capitalism and who's at fault. So I was making a generalized broad point. So I said, didn't we kind of found some middle ground yesterday regarding, we're not more so trying to shit on the consumer, but there is some accountability there. So when it comes to this convo today,
the only time I said what you said I said is when I was responding to the question you just made clear to everybody. I was talking about, yes, there has to be some responsibility when it comes to consumers reading terms and conditions, when it comes to the click to cancel subscription we were talking about in context yesterday, because we were discussing the click to cancel legislation that Mamdani implemented. Right. So what we're talking about in that conversation is your responsibility to understand policy when it comes to canceling subscriptions.
It was a broader point, though, right? Again, like I was saying, terms and conditions.
But that's what I was specifically referring to. I wasn't talking about consumer responsibility in general, although I do think in general, even in the case of buying Jordans, there needs to be some consumer responsibility. But
I'm saying you made a point. Go ahead.
What I'm not hearing enough of is, besides the manufacturer responsibility that needs to be held on the corporation, is that there's another side corporations have to be responsible for, which is marketing. Because marketing is what psychologically manipulates a population in the first place to believe that they have to spend crazy amount of money as consumers on frivolous things. That's the part of the conversation that was not had yesterday.
Again,
let me
yeah,
finish.
I'm not tripping. I'm not tripping. You just, you've been talking for a minute. Let me get this one point
Go
in.
ahead.
I'm saying in regards to, again, what Thunder was talking about just now, and how we were talking about when it comes to, these philosophies and ideologies that we talk about. We just saying the everyday American who partakes in that, their idea of complaining about the sweatshops and all of that is just not really there, because we are consumers. And the claim you made is that you brought up a rape victim, and you the nigga who made the extreme claim, my nigga. And I'm like, whoa, you made that statement and forgot the convo we had yesterday. So you the nigga who came out the window,
Yeah, I'm coming out with an extreme claim for a reason, because I feel like there's victim blaming going on. And although there is some responsibility on the consumer, I'm not saying there's none. I'm saying the part of responsibility on corporations that y'all are leaving out, because you guys are being clear when it comes to the manufacturing process. We all get that. We're all clear on that. But what's been left out of the conversation, even yesterday, is the role that corporations play in psychologically manipulating a population into believing what they need, which is not really a necessity. They put out propaganda and marketing to make a population lean into the idea that, yeah, I need to go buy these 500 pair of Jordans. I need to have the latest iPhone. I need to have Christian Dior. I need to have these things that ultimately is just feeding into their profits, right? So on the manufacturer tip, we're all clear about that. But what we haven't been talking about enough is the psychological manipulation that goes into the marketing aspect that corporations play a role into.
We can bring that up. And that's fine. But just because we're bringing up the moral compass of consumers don't mean that we're synonymous with blaming rape victims. That's all I'm saying, bro. Just give us time in the convo and we can get to that. But just because we making one point don't mean we negating the other, bro. But I got you. I see what you're saying.
Well, I guess the fucking conversation's done then. Unless you got more to say, Thunder. Yes, not.
I think it's been clear, man, about y'all, hold on.
I wanted to listen a little bit more before I commented, but I do want to ask though on this question of what's good on this question of quote unquote responsibility of the consumer. Is it, or from the perspective of the panel, is it that this conversation of responsibility is like neutral? Like it's that, because the reason why I asked it, I guess I'll say the reason why I asked that is because there's a particular power dynamic associated with corporations, access and control of resources, and how that's then made available to who we call consumers. And so what the conversation of the responsibility of the consumer is, if y'all could clarify for me, is situated on what grounds? What are we saying is the responsibility of the consumer in the context of the corporate consumer relationship? And what does that responsibility entail? Because I didn't get I missed the earlier part of the conversation.
Yeah, so with what some individuals are saying, it's twofold. So the first fold would be just off the idea that, people are willing to spend hundreds of dollars on a product that may have only cost, $50 to make, right? That is said by some to be something consumers should have a responsibility of being, I guess, aware of or being anti to, right? And then the second fold would be the idea that on top of these manufacturers overpricing their goods, they're also making them by means that are immoral via sweatshops and child labor, etc. So
Right.
the idea from certain people on the panel are twofold. One, you're paying for an overpriced product. And I guess the assumption is that most people that buy Jordans know this, which I think is ridiculous. And then second, it's the idea that you're buying a product that you are aware of is involving child labor and immoral business practices to even produce it.
Right, but I guess I go back to the question of, in the context of responsibility, how is that the responsibility of the consumer? Because
What if they're in
if
a particular socioeconomic status and they decide to splurge all their money on materialistic shit, not because of necessity, but because of brand, luxury, etc. Consumer responsibility. Can you blame the corporation if you live in check? And I'm not saying that they be living beyond the livable wage already, but isn't it consumer responsibility if they're in a certain circumstance and yet they still decide to overly indulge into the latest fashion or whatever based off materialism and not necessity?
Well, I mean, so two things. I think the first thing is the question of the morality of sweatshops and overcharging. It that inherently is a question of corporations taking advantage of control of manufacturing and resources, and them putting themselves in a position to benefit from that. I mean, consumers, we can say, well, people shouldn't buy or whatever else, but before we even get to that conversation, it is the greed of corporations that push them in a position to use sweatshops and to overcharge for things. So it's like the responsibility or calling out the moral shortcomings could never be placed on the consumer, because the conditions for the sweatshops and the overcharging is a condition that is uniquely created by the corporations. Second, I think that
But it's not a
bigger
monopoly.
issue.
It's no monopoly though. It ain't no monopoly, so you don't have
I don't
to
see how that's
buy.
relevant. I don't see how
No,
that's
no, no.
relevant.
I'm
The
not.
reason
Again,
has
let me
monopoly
make a
doesn't
point.
change the moral question.
No, I got you. I'm just saying we're talking as if the things that consumers buy is out of necessity versus just wanting to stun on everybody else, right? So
Now, the
there
comments
is
that I
a
was just
consumer.
making was specifically talking about the use of sweatshops and the
But
over.
look, this is where the moral part comes in, though. This is where the moral part comes in, because I'm saying, right, we could act like, if we hear a person say, them working in the sweatshops, that's wrong. Those same people, though, when they buying those Jordans, that vision of those Asians working in the sweatshop, that's not even occurring in their head. That's all I was saying.
Does that outweigh the action of actually creating sweatshops?
I mean, two things can be true. It's like you can give it 70-30, 80-20, whatever, but we still have to acknowledge something that consumers can own, which I brought up yesterday, reading terms and conditions to certain apps.
But when we talk about power, though, like specifically the power to either not use sweatshops or for sweatshops to not exist lies in the hand of the corporations, right? Because you could, for example, those same factories can exist in the United States. Even though it'll be more expensive for them to do it, it'll actually contribute to the United States in a way that more people can be employed. You got more money going into the hands of the back into the economy are, plenty of benefits for bringing manufacturing here. And so it's like even if there is an argument to say, well, people shouldn't buy things from sweatshops, that does not abdicate the responsibility that is on manufacturers if we're having a conversation about morality. I wouldn't say that they on the same level to any degree. I mean, you didn't say they was on the same level. You said it could be 70-30. I mean, even though I think that's still, it's 90-95 to 5. Like whether or not somebody choose to buy something from a sweatshop in a car.
Yeah, if you talk about power dynamics, and things like that, which I brought up earlier, I'm like, we really essentially talking about certain people who are in positions of power to yield and do certain things to their liking or whatever. So I'm not even disagreeing with that. But if I was to have the mindset that it's 100% their fault, that kind of negates things that we can do. Because like whether we like it or not, a lot of these products is high in demand. Super high in demand. So I can't be mad at a company.
But we're ignoring, but that's why I keep bringing it in. We're ignoring the fact that the corporation plays a role in the marketing aspect as well as the manufacturer. So when you're talking about the demand, you got to realize where the demand is coming from. Yes, it's coming from the culture, but the culture isn't taking a liking to these things out of nowhere or for no reason. There's millions and billions of dollars going into the marketing to psychologically train you into feeling like this is something you need out of necessity when you absolutely don't.
But that's why it's a give and take, because those influences we saw to wear what we wear came from our communities and people who look like us, not a commercial. You sitting in the living
but
room.
where do you think those people got that?
I said it's a give and take. I said, like I said, it's a give and take. It's an interplay to where
it doesn't come out of nowhere. You don't all of a sudden start feeling like your community needs fucking Louis Vuitton and Christian Dior out of nowhere.
I think that gives us I'm not saying you're doing it, but it gives us an indicator that we're powerless. Because like even that's like the whole talk about, I heard motherfuckers say black drug dealers can't be whatever because white people are the ones who drop the drug. It's like I see what you're saying, but I don't know.
I'm not saying the consumer has no responsibility, but I keep saying it's very little. It's some. Like the bulk of the share, 2/3 of it is the corporations. They're involved in the marketing and they're involved in the manufacturing process. All the consumer does is consume.
No, man. Do you know what supply and demand is? You could market anything you want. If the customers don't want to buy it, they ain't gonna buy it, man. You can't keep blaming. It's like Beyonce. You could have a concert in New York City. As a matter of fact, Jay-Z. Jay-Z can charge whatever he wants to charge for a concert.
Nipsey sold the album for $100.
He can't overcharge nothing. He could charge $1,000 per ticket, and guess what people gonna do? They gonna go. Now, should it cost $1,000? No, it shouldn't cost $1,000. Matter of fact, you in New York, the New York Knicks, all the niggas was bitching about the ticket prices up there. Did that stop the Knicks from charging what the hell they wanted to charge? That's one. And two, did the Knicks give a damn about what you said about them charge? No, they did it. And guess what? People paid it, and they loved it. So no, man, that's my point. So you bring it back to Africa. If the people in Africa wanna give away all their shit or whatever, I mean, that's on them, bro. That don't make France and all them places bad people because Africa is on the short end of the stick. So you saying neo-colonialism? No, bro, I don't agree with that. That's just, to me, that's anti-capitalist bullshit. What you saying?
So you think neo-colonialism isn't a real thing?
No, I do. I'm saying when you're talking about, I think it's an excuse, in other words, or something along those lines, right? It's something to vilify companies.
instead of saying, you know, if Jay-Z charge $1,000 for a ticket, guess what? I ain't going. But guess you see what I'm saying? So what if the tickets didn't sell? Then what? Jay-Z had to cut off them prices, or he's going to set up for not having people at this thing.
You're breaking up.
The consumer has the choice. They have the choice to go or the choice to stay at home.
Yeah, I mean, a corporation's decisions aren't always we have to lower prices or stop selling things if they're not selling to the amount they would have liked to. Sometimes they say we need to market harder, right? Sometimes they'll say we need to advertise and market harder. Don't change the prices at all. The marketing campaign we ran just was a bad one. So even when you present those two options you just gave, that's not always the case in business.
Matter of fact, Chef right there. I remember I was alive when haircuts cost $5, right? And I think he was too, and I think all y'all was. Haircuts used to cost me $5, and that was too much for me, bro. I couldn't afford it because I had to cut grass. So what I did was buy me a pair of clippers when I was in 7th grade and cut all my hair off, like Corliss Williams, right? And then my hair been bald ever since. So you can look at that.
Nigga said Corliss
So
Williams,
you can.
and
So
that's
guess
NBA
what?
player, ain't it?
Yeah. Okay, good. So it's something in there. So Chef had the opportunity to do what? He could say, "Hey man, I'm gonna charge these people $20 and I'm gonna go out of business," or he gonna charge them people $60 and he gonna stay in business. So does that mean that Chef is a bad person? He's not a decent person because he's trying to stay in business and take care of his family, and he got to overcharge, unfortunately? No,
He's not a bad
that ain't
person
right.
for doing what he did, because the scale of what he's doing, even down to the net profits he's making, it's not to the same scale of the entities we're discussing. They're not.
Okay, good. So
Allow
teach
me
your
to respond. They're not doing what they're doing to feed their family, simply, as you put it. They're doing what they're doing in many instances to buy another fucking yacht. They're not doing things they're doing just to put food on the table, as you just characterized.
Even with buying that yacht, they still are ensuring that some of the people have jobs. Even with buying those yachts.
Wow.
Even with buying those yacht makers got a job. So is it bad?
I don't even know how to, man. Okay, so this shit is great. Okay, so it was in his best interest to buy a yacht so he could pay even more people wages below a livable wage, as opposed to trying to figure out ways he can raise the wages of the people he's already employing to be more relative to the cost of living wherever they reside. That somehow was a better option.
Not about
So what if he's paying his
it's
employer
about
the bare minimum of the threshold, Truth? What if he's paying the bare minimum? What if he's meeting the criteria you asked, like, which is say 60 bands a year, right? But yet that nigga's a billionaire, and he's multiplying or he's tripling whatever his income. Are you satisfied with that scale, even if the needs is met regarding livable wage? Or what if it's just the bare minimum?
Yeah, so I think we have to first start at, like I said, everyone being afforded a livable wage, right? That has to be the base starting point, and then from there we can discuss people making these ridiculous profits after that, right? I don't think we should have situations where corporations are making, tens of billions of profits, or individuals and corporations are making tens of billions of profits and they have all these employees that are well below the cost of living wherever they reside. Now,
But
from
would
that
you?
point, from there, to answer your question, from that starting point, I'm not an economist. I'm not exactly sure what the threshold should be beyond that. But what I can say definitively is that everyone should be able to have an affordable wage as a base to cover.
I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. I just think a lot of, say, billionaires, right, in these convos, I think even if they were the ones who were to pay their workers a livable wage, even though it's at the lower end, I think they still fall into the broader category of greed, even though they may be meeting certain requirements y'all asking. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Like,
because on top of that, because like the greater issue with the billionaire ain't even really the question of what they pay. It's more so what's required, like the levels of exploitation that are necessary in order to get $1 billion. Like in order to reach that peak, it's people that got to be stepped on. It's shit that's got to be taken from people that's in need. It's all types of like, scandalous shit that got to be done in order to get to that level. Now we may call it business, but like literally stepping on the necks of people is considered business. Like fucking over people is considered doing business. So it's regardless of whether or not they choose to pay people a livable wage to get to that point, somebody already fucked over. Somebody's already being exploited. But I think though, because it's interesting, we can kind of justify somebody raising prices the way that they want to or whatever, but then we don't look at people, the consumer, engaging in capitalism in the type of materialism that maybe they quote unquote can't afford, but that's not justifiable. I mean,
I just gave you the example.
I'm talking about the consumer. You was talking about you. Hold on.
Okay,
You were talking about the business owner. I'm talking about the consumer. So if a consumer spends like a $200, $300 on a pair of Jordans, like that's something that's worthy of criticism. But charging $300, $400 for a pair of Jordans isn't worthy of criticism. But it's like that's the same system. Yeah, I mean, like it's the same logic on the other side of it, because it's like if we can look at corporations and manufacturers and say, well, if they want to charge that much, then they should be able to charge that much. So if somebody wants to pay that, they should. It shouldn't be a you deserve to be criticized because you're willing to pay this obscene amount of money, or obscene for shoes, or obscene for clothes or whatever materialistic shit, when literally the consumer culture is materialism. So that means that capitalism and consumer culture has created a particular intrinsic value that's associated with that type of ownership. Like if you it was this one book that I read back in the day called "Look Out, Whitey, Black Power's Gonna Get Your Mama," where they talked about Julius Lester, I think his name was, and he talked about the value of a share, like what it meant for a sharecropper to have a Cadillac in his driveway. Like the consumer culture, like you a sharecropper, you don't own the land, you work the land for pennies or whatever else, but you got you a Cadillac in the driveway. That creates an intrinsic value. Does that Cadillac improve your life materially? No. Right? Can you really, as a sharecropper, can you afford a Cadillac? No. But at the same time, the culture that you exist in puts that Cadillac in front of you and tells you this is meaningful for you to have. So if somebody in a condition like a sharecropper goes out and put everything they got into getting a Cadillac, go into debt, getting a Cadillac, you know what I'm saying? Like, dump out their savings to get a Cadillac. Well, that's their role in the consumer society. So it's like, why would you then criticize? I don't think you understand the argument I'm making to ask is if it's the Cadillac fault, because that question doesn't make sense in the context of the point I'm making. Because the point that I'm making is critiquing consumers for quote unquote spending money that they maybe don't have, or things that they can't afford, or whatever else. Like that's literally what corporations and marketing and media incentivizes. So it's like they're playing
we making
their
the same
role.
argument. We on the same team, bro.
Well, again, the conversation that I mean, we may be.
No,
I
that's
don't
not
think
true. That's not true. Y'all ain't on the. Hey, what they hearing is you so smart right now and putting it down so much. They saying, "Oh no, no." He is talking the same thing the Truist and them been talking. Don't try to get on his side because he intellectually laughing y'all niggas.
Let me ask you a
Go
question.
ahead, brother.
Is
Shut the hell up,
Truist
Howard.
point?
Shut your ass up.
Is Truist point? Let me ask you this, Howard. Is Truist point that the consumer is the problem or the company is the problem? Which one?
Truist said 2/3 the company, 1/3 the consumer, and he brought
Good.
up three specific parts that he was talking about. 2 were for the company, 1 for the consumer, which is actually a 66-33 split.
Okay, now am I saying?
Now don't
am I
ask me.
saying the
Don't
consumer?
ask me 5 and 6, 7
Am I
questions. I'm
saying the
done. I'm at work.
consumer? Am I saying the consumer is the problem or the company is the problem? Which one? Oh, now he at work. I've been saying the consumer is the problem. Don't blame the damn company. The company is going. You can't blame Chef. You can't blame Chef for charging $60. You can't blame him.
Well, so that's my point though. So then, if you
I
can't
know that's
blame
a part. I just told you we're on the same team, my brother.
well, this is what I'm saying. Well, where we diverge though is if your logic is that we can't blame the corporation for charging what they want to charge, we can't blame the consumer for paying it. You can't look at somebody that's willing to pay $300 for some Jordans and be like, well, you're the problem. When
Oh yeah, I agree with that. I'm just saying
No,
if
we
you
agree
make
with that.
no, I'm saying
We
if you
agree with
another
that.
lap.
I'm saying if you're making a
yeah, so we
moral
on the same
argument, I'm
side.
saying if
Yeah.
you're making a moral
That would
argument
be
regarding
another lap
capitalism
he
and
doing.
you
This.
still
Don't try to get on
indulging
his
in the
side. That's
that's
another
what I
lap.
was.
Howard, okay, which one?
Howard
You
don't
gonna
know
be at
what
work,
the fuck.
Howard? Nah, which
Howard
one?
just yapping, bro. Howard don't know what the fuck going on. What's good,
Which
bro?
one?
I know exactly what's going
You're
on.
not gonna be at work.
Why do you
again,
think Truist? Why do you think Truist said you guys are blaming the victim? But he used another word. You guys are blaming the victim.
Why are you
Why did
not
he say
using
that?
common sense? Why are you
Yeah,
not
that's
using
Truist say that?
determining that if Truist is on one side and we arguing against Truist, then obviously, nigga, we got to be on the other side.
exactly.
And what I'm saying is that young brother that's talking is not on y'all side. He's saying what
Yes,
you
he is.
said.
Hey, Howard.
Oh my God.
You continue to let them agree with Domo because this is hilarious to me.
See what I'm saying? So true again,
Yeah,
Truist.
crazy.
Truist. Did we not
Crazy.
find common ground?
Let them continue to.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm niggas do whatever.
Yeah.
Niggas be doing whatever to win an argument. That shit corny.
Domo is the more
Yeah, it's crazy.
eloquent.
So corny, bro.
That's crazy.
I think he's
Niggas
more
be doing the most.
well-spoken than me.
Niggas gotta lie, make up these. Come on, bro. Like
No, it ain't a
That's
lie.
crazy.
it is a lie, bro. We literally admitted both of us found common ground, and you and Howard just he's creating a situation to where motherfuckers don't know what they talking about, and we misconfused. Like, bro, we found clarity just now.
But Howard is correct. He's making the point I just made, right? He was making the point that, in terms of the consumer, right? If we're saying it's okay for the manufacturer to go ahead and charge what the prices they charge, they're creating a culture of materialism that the consumer is just adhering to.
That it's a given
Yeah.
already. Niggas acquiesce to that already. Like
we agree.
Like, what?
So then you guys were agreeing with me.
Man, this nigga, bro. Oh my God, dog.
So then
I
you
cannot
guys
with you niggas. You niggas, man.
That's ridiculous.
I know I'm not
you
crazy.
niggas, boy.
All right.
You niggas be saying anything, bro.
You're not crazy, but you're being crazy right now. What the point was, we're saying that when you look at Nike, when you look at all these places, Apple, they're charging retarded ass prices, and you vilify the colonizer for coming in and being predatory against Africa. But when it comes to Nike and all these other niggas, y'all straight. They're not charging double. They're not charging triple. They are charging 40 to 50 times
Do you understand what I'm telling you? They ain't charging no 2 or 3 times, bro. They charging 50 times. So if it's a $20 sneaker and they charging $200 for the sneaker, how many X is that? Let's do a quick math lesson. You see what I'm saying? So, bro, that's crazy. That was you're saying that it is Nike's fault because they are marketing toward these people that want to spend the money. You're saying that it's Nike's fault that they're putting that price up there like that. I'm saying if you're gonna blame anybody, blame the consumer for paying that shit. Which brought me right back to Jay-Z. That nigga charged
And that,
$20,000 for a ticket. Guess who ain't gonna be there?
thank you for
Me.
making your,
Be there.
thank you for
But guess
making your
what? You're gonna
stance
have
clear,
a whole
Thunder.
bunch of people
Thank you for
that
making
is
your
there
stance
and they're
clear.
gonna be enjoying themselves and they're gonna have the time of their life at that $20,000 a ticket concert. That's what you're going to have. So you can't blame Jay-Z for charging $20,000 when you got consumers who's gonna pay for it.
Thank you for making your
vilify
point clear,
Jay-Z.
Thunder.
Jay-Z is price
Thank you for
gouging
making your
and
point clear.
overcharging, and he taking money out of the hood and blah blah blah. I say, nigga, if you gonna pay for it, pay for it. If don't,
We hear
shut the
you.
fuck up and stay at home.
And we hear you, and that's exactly what Domo was not saying. So thank you for clarifying.
You know what? All right, Howard. So Howard, listen, we gonna act like you gonna be here from now on.
That nigga
You
Howard
don't.
fucked up the whole
Since you
convo.
don't, yeah, he is. Since you don't want to mute out, we done gave you 2 or 3 times to mute your ass out and get the hell on. But you keep on poking your goddamn nose in folks' business. So stay on the line. Don't mute out no more. Don't mute out no more. Now, based on what I'm saying, I'm thinking that Fetty agrees with it, damn near everything I say. You don't have to agree with everything, but most of it. And I think Truist would be disagreeing. So we not on the same page. Domo is a grown ass man. He could agree or disagree, but I'm saying in that case, and what he's saying compared to what I'm saying, when he was talking, we was in agreement. We not blaming the consumer. I mean, we not blaming the consumer. No, we're not blaming the company.
That's called, hey, ladies and gentlemen, that is called a Freudian slip.
No, it's not Freudian slip.
What in the world are you talking about, man? You've been just rambling on for about the last good 10 minutes.
Logic. Let me ask you a question. Is Nike wrong for charging $200 for a product that costs $20? Yes or no?
So hold on. I thought about it, right? And for the colonization, right? Colonization do require too much exploitation, right? So
Thank you, Chef.
I think the word I think what I'm saying overall is that Africa needs the help of their former colonial power, right, in order to advance forward. That's what I'm saying. So I don't expect it to be in a colonial manner,
Because
but
I know it ain't nothing but
I was taking colonial to mean
Western influence, like Fetty said,
yeah.
Western influence.
I could totally
Like
agree with you on that one,
they
Sam.
still supposed to be okay.
I could
Are
totally
y'all-
agree
Yeah,
with you on
I'm
that.
with you. I don't have a problem with that.
Well,
Yeah,
you
I don't have a
agree?
problem.
You agree that it needs Western influence, that it can't do it on its own.
Hell yeah.
In today's economy, in today's political and
I agree
geopolitical
with that,
economy,
too.
I
I
think
agree with
I don't think
Okay.
no African country can independently and autonomously
Because
develop.
nobody else in the world do. Everybody else traded
Yeah,
information
everybody
in the world with each
traded
other.
exactly.
So let me
So-
but okay. So then let me ask this. So then, how do you support Ibrahim and also say that?
What you mean?
How in this Discord?
Maybe not you, Mujasi, but in this
Okay, because I was
Discord,
gonna say, because I support
I
Ibrahim.
don't even know about. I
Ah,
don't even know that much about Ibrahim to support
no,
him.
well, I mean, because I kept saying Ibrahim Traore in Burkina Faso and that collection of Sahel states has completely, they threw out the French and then said they was going to do a vote similar to Western democracy. Then they said, fuck that, because it's too much. It would be too dangerous and whatever excuses they made up. And he locked up the country. He won't, he dismantled the press, won't allow Western press, all of that. And he's being celebrated because we keep saying that the colonial powers, when they get involved with African countries, they start doing coups and this, that, and the other. But now I'm hearing that they're saying they want the Western influence. You can't have it both ways.
When the United States,
Go ahead,
let me
Shaq.
just say this: when the
Yep.
United States threw off of England as their colonial master, they did not stop dealing with France and Spain and other Europe. You dig what I'm saying? They went into agreements with their former colonial power. It doesn't mean that you completely separate from
Absolutely.
all of Europe just because you're getting rid of your colonial the colonial hegemony over you. You're not separated from all of Europe and all of trade and commerce and all of that. So I think they painting him wrong.
Absolutely.
No,
And I think there's another.
they may be painting them wrong, but they're celebrating. They don't want Western influence.
Don't worry about them. Don't listen to them.
You breaking up.
You know better than that, Brad.
Yeah,
No, I
and I
do.
think
No, I get.
think-
Maybe I'm not talking to people that's in this room, but when I hear Ibrahim being celebrated, and my only question is, how are they supposed to compete on a world stage with no Western influence whatsoever, no Western communication, no nothing, and all I hear is when the United States and Western influences get involved, it goes bad.
No, well, we're talking about colonization. When they come in and it's presumed like complete like takeover in political influence and control. So last year when me and you was having that conversation, and I had to own at that time, I didn't have full geopolitical understanding of what Burkina Faso was dealing with in terms of what the narrative that we was experiencing, receiving. But one of the key things that I was critical on that I said they have to be careful with is that as soon as he really made the declaration that he was going to oust France and get France up out of Burkina Faso, he went and started having conversations with Russia. And I said, he has to be, I said, from what I know, and Russia wanted to make sure they had access to those mines over there. He has to be delicate with that relationship, but there needs to be a relationship because if he makes the wrong moves and mistake, Russia will end up having a neo-colonized influence and control over Burkina Faso. Now, I don't think him and his administration is going to fall for that. But I said he needs to have that relationship, the same relationship that he's developing with China and Korea. And so that has to happen. They can't do this by themselves, but they can't turn around and allow them to come in and control the infrastructure of that country. And that's what we're seeing with some of these Chinese corporations and ambassadors into Ghana.
Isn't that kind of oxymoronic?
I'm moving in is creating some strong economic stronghold with some of the things that they're getting set up there, and that's been going on for like almost 10 years.
I want to say I'm gonna say a sentence, and I want to see if you're comfortable with me saying this sentence. Hold on. So, in order for the African countries to survive and thrive in 2026, they need the United States of America.
I'm thinking how they gonna be able to be the dictator?
I just need to know if you're comfortable with that sentence.
If they not the ones doing it,
why you guys say the United States?
Well, because Western, but it's the most dominant. It's the most dominant. No, I'm not okay. Western influence, but when we talk about West,
I think they just need to make other alliances in the world, partnerships in the world, whether it be United States or whoever.
But we know you're not doing. We know that the way the United States operates, as far as the dominant culture and Western influence, the United States is gonna be involved. So
Please
I'm gonna
add
say it
or
again.
decline the Home Depot protection plan.
I don't know who's
Yeah,
getting a
absolutely.
protection
Like,
plan.
yeah, they should make deals,
Oh, my
but
bad.
again, like I said, when I talked about negotiation, right? In a negotiation, everybody should be able to compromise in a way where we not fucking each other over. So you know what I'm saying? So like, I
I
think they
don't
should
understand
make dealings.
the hawking on the United States part.
It's the dominant culture in
That's
the
the
West.
part that
It's the
But even
dominant
if they
culture.
deal with
You
the
saying
United
Western
States, I think
influence? That's the
it
United
should be.
States also.
Yeah,
But
because if you want to do
if the
business,
United States
you're gonna be
involved, that's
wanting to do
dominant.
business with somebody who doing business, right? You know what I mean? I think yeah, I don't see a contradiction there. I just see that, I mean, because everybody in the world participates with everybody in the world, right? I mean, you gotta fuck with this person because they got that. You gotta fuck with this person because they got access to this.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
So they need their so they need the capitalism to move forward.
Oh,
Is
hello.
capitalism. They need to do trade and commerce. Yeah, nobody's
That would be
going
capitalism, correct?
through the world. Let's just explain this, right?
Is that
Nobody's
capitalism
moving
for
through
it?
the world without doing
Hey, beat
business,
the brakes
trade,
off
and
of.
commerce.
Is whatever
Y'all
you're
gotta
about
get
to
that.
say
Let's start
capitalism?
there as
Go
a
ahead.
baseline.
Go ahead,
That's where
Brad.
the
Nobody
power.
can
That's
do
where the power
anything.
Listen,
dynamic. That's where
y'all
the
can
power
talk
dynamic
around
comes
it.
in, though.
Y'all can talk through. I'm asking
Go
a
ahead,
question. Does Africa need capitalism in order to survive and thrive in 2026?
Yes.
Yeah, they
Yes.
do need. They
I'm
need
gonna put
some
that in my
form
mental notebook.
capitalism. I
I'm gonna
mean,
go ahead and
I
write
don't
that
know,
down. Y'all go ahead. I'm gonna go back
again,
on
like,
mute.
is capitalism gonna end all their problems or something? Is that what we saying?
Y'all could change it.
No, you asked your question about capitalism, and I
The
answered
road
it.
to better
I'm not saying
That's the
this.
infrastructure
I
fair
never
part. That's the
said. Hold
fair
on.
part.
I'm
You
gonna answer
asked
your
your
question. I'm
question
gonna
about
answer your question.
capitalism, and I
I'm gonna
answered it. I didn't change it.
I'm
I
going
answered
to
it. Go
answer
ahead.
your question. I'm not saying no. That's what I'm gonna answer your question first and then proceed.
Okay, fine.
No.
Then we good.
But I'm not. But my point in this is not to say whether it's gonna solve their problems completely. And this might not be directed at you, Corey. The conversations on capitalism in here is just interesting to know that Africa needs it in order to progress and move forward.
Well,
I think
whoever was
everybody.
against capitalism,
Nobody said they were against. I never heard not one person.
Said this
Not
ain't got
one
nothing to
person in
do
this
with
Discord,
you,
Brad.
Corey.
I never heard one person
This
in this
ain't got
Discord
nothing
say
to
that.
do with you, Corey. I done said it
to say
3 times. I'll say it a 4th time. This ain't got nothing to do with you, Corey.
Why is you making that point, though, bro?
I think so because there's a couple people in here. Wait a second. Because there's a couple people in here.
You made the United States
Why y'all
point.
doing? Why when I start talking? I ain't said nothing in
and then you
hour.
make the capitalism
I haven't
point.
said anything in 2 hours, and y'all can't let me talk. Y'all been in here just cutting up.
You're creating you're trying to pin something to create an argument like somebody got to be on.
I'm trying to go back on mute. You just keep talking.
No, you for the first one you tried to pit people against the United States. Then the second one is to pit people against capitalism.
Do you know the title of hey chef, do you know the title of this show? How the hell can you tell me I'm pitting anybody against anybody when the title? Wait a second. When the title of the show is you saying Africa needs recolonization. You just now 4 hours later realize they don't need recolonization. But the show started with you pitting, and I ain't say a word. Why is you so hurt?
You're the one who motherfucking titled it that. Now we're talking about
it's what you said. The title is what you said to us.
Asked me. That was something that y'all asked me.
The title is what you said to the title. We asked you, does Africa need recolonization? Right. You said yes.
And I explained it.
So, but you still said it. I just made it up.
I didn't explain it that black and white, how you just
it's a title. I can't put the context in a title.
Okay, right. So I further explained it. The same way now you're framing something too black and white. Again, you just framed it. Do Africa need the United States? When we were talking about Western
Western
influence,
influence.
right? And you
Yeah.
framed it as the United States. And then the second framing was, do they need capitalism? Like it's just these. You're narrowing it down for some crazy, like you beating
To
your
make
chest.
it make sense to me. I'm needing it because when you're talking about framing, y'all was talking about recolonization the entire show, and then somehow it moved to Western influence. Am I wrong? Y'all wasn't saying Western influence when we started. It was recolonization, and y'all know everything. Wait a second. Y'all know everything that comes with. Well, to be quite honest, we was discussing white people. I just didn't put that in the title. At least I don't think I
To be
did.
fair though, I heard Chef say globalization yesterday. He was like, I meant globalization. That's why I was like, y'all know what he meant. But yeah, the title supposed to be controversial like that. And then you supposed to get
So I didn't say white people, just as because I don't do the black and white thing. I don't think it needs to be framed as everything would be by white. But what I'm saying is, based on the conversations, and it might not be you, Chef, and it might not be you, Corey, but the way
capitalism.
Logic is I guess you're going first for me to say. I guess you're going first because now you want me to argue.
It's a spectrum, like I was saying earlier. It's a spectrum.
Logic is not logic. Hold on. Logic in no way, shape, or form, or Cuban in no way, shape, or form. I'll tell you who I was. Now I'm gonna go ahead and say who I was talking to. Logic and Cuban in no way, shape, or form believe, and Truist, but in no way, shape, or form believe that that capitalism would necessarily be a good thing to cause Africa to survive, thrive, and progress. Now you making us fight. I didn't want to fight. Y'all not here. No, I didn't. I didn't.
Why would you say that like that? Why would you say, okay, so y'all saying Africa needs capitalism? So you angled that at my.
I know. I said that's a direct. It's an indirect shot across the bow of Logic, Cuban, and Truist. I said it wasn't a shot at you. I didn't say it wasn't a shot.
I know it wasn't a shot at me. I'm doing what you do. I'm putting that shit out there so niggas can know what the fuck is going on.
You think Logic don't know I'm talking directly to him? You think Logic somewhere like, I wonder who Bryce is talking about.
Logic
the way these niggas in here, the way these niggas
ain't said nothing on show.
Yeah, he probably don't care about the conversation. That's what some conversations this ain't even interested in him probably. Because he probably don't even take it serious. The fact that you moved off recolonization means it was a successful show. I'm just trying to figure out how we moved from colonization to Western influence. Okay, now that we at Western influence, we can't kid ourselves that with all of these materials and mines and what the United States and white America did to Africa in the first place, we can't act like they wouldn't be involved in a major way. They would be getting involved with these African countries to steal their resources. That I don't see how they survive, thrive, and progress under that. Any infrastructure they brought to them,
steal Africa's resources.
I'm sure of it. If the United States got involved in developing infrastructure in in Africa, trust and believe more than half of that goal would be to steal resources and take advantage. I don't see Western influence just throwing a hand out and saying, let's make sure Africa is okay. That's a bad state. I would think I'm in the majority saying that. Y'all think the United States would not take advantage of Africa trying to help?
It's very flavorful coming from you. You know what I'm saying? Being pro America and then admitting that America is somehow
that it has flaws and it's not perfect.
You didn't say that as a flaw. That
is a flaw. That is definitely a flaw. Anytime we get involved with countries, we do coups. How many times do I say to be an American is to be a contradiction sometimes? To say you proud to be an American is a contradiction sometimes with some of the shit we do all
Do
over
you,
the
do, you
world.
do you understand the things that you're saying will happen if America gets involved? That's neo-colonialism. We're saying
Y'all doing the neo-colonialism. I don't even know what that means.
we're saying we don't want colonialism. You can have influence without neo-colonialism. So if you're saying you're going to start
fair
doing
trade,
Hey,
global
Truist.
trade.
Hey, Truist and Mujasi, I want to get y'all on record. If the United States began to help Africa, just saying, hey, we want to make sure Africa is straight. We want to help them with infrastructure, build some, whatever it is that they want to do over there. Do you think within good conscience that we would not be in that to steal resources? I'm going to start with you, Mujasi.
As is right now,
Mujasi,
absolutely.
I would start with you, Mujasi. Hold on, Truist.
America, like they're doing in Kenya, will move in to exploit.
Okay, go ahead, Truist.
As they are now, absolutely, they would absolutely exploit, Africa for its resources.
Okay. So I don't see why everybody's trying to act like what I'm saying don't make sense.
Yeah, because we're trying to have a hypothetical conversation where if we were to have the positives of Western influence and involvement without neocolonialism, because everyone was very clear we're against neocolonialism. Unless, is there anyone on the
tell me
panel
what
that
neocolonialism is?
Okay,
But let's be honest. Let's be honest. The United States have lost African race to China. China don't want America. Africa don't want America in there. China has
We're
one.
not talking about what they want. We're saying if it happened, hypothetically.
No.
Okay, Stu Peas, I throw the question to you. If the United States got involved in Africa to help it with its infrastructure and move it forward, cause it to, I can't even say that with a straight face, but to survive and thrive and progress the continent of Africa. Do you think that they would be there to exploit, or do you think that they would be there to help per se?
That word help, especially the first time they use it, in open and close quotation.
Well, I mean, I don't know why what I'm saying is so crazy.
What you're saying is not crazy, Brass. What is coming off the backdrop of Chef saying, I have to shift a little bit because how we were defining the original conversation was around colonization. But we're not defining it and saying something is wrong with different African countries building economic trade systems with other countries. So America, as for one, would not be able to move in and do anything. They haven't. In Tanzania, Liberia, Kenya, they're not good with anywhere. And that's beyond Africa. Whether we're talking about the Caribbean, South America, they can't go in anywhere and create a balanced, healthy trade deal without it being exploitive, predatory in some way. Whether they're influencing the politics, trying to dethrone somebody, assassinate, fund military coups, proxy wars. That's what America does. And they don't do it as much over in Europe when they be having trade systems there. But when it comes to Africa, South America, parts of Asia, they do that. And so I'm saying that as an example that we're saying with Burkina Faso, there's nothing wrong with Traore having conversation with Russia. I thought that was a good move.
Russia's taking advantage of him right now.
Huh?
No.
And Russia is, if they not, they're gonna try.
They're gonna try. I believe it. I believe it.
I'm gonna tell you this.
I
Now, here's
believe
the
so.
second part. Here's the second thing about Burkina Faso. If the United States gets involved with Burkina Faso, I wish Haskell was here. If the United States gets involved with Burkina Faso or any of the other Sahel states in any meaningful way, those leaders are going to be dead shortly thereafter.
That's what this man has got assassination attempts on his life almost every week.
I'm saying we'll get it done.
We know the U.S., but we think France and U.S. has been working together to try to take the man out.
No, but I'm saying, that's without a partnership and not locking down the country. I'm saying if he opens up his country, if he opens up like Chappelle do when he got the Rick James wig with the hand, wait, when there's another, and he invites the United States of America into Burkina Faso, he will be dead within 30 days.
Yeah, but this is it, Brass. Let me add this.
We don't work with leaders unless we put them there.
Yeah, let me add this. Let me add this, Brass. Let me add.
Ain't nobody stopping you.
Go ahead, Stu.
Oh, his connection fucked him up.
Yeah,
Come on,
the
Stu Pease.
conversation we were having.
Hold on right quick. Stu Pease, go ahead.
Yeah, the Americans have been like an unfaithful girlfriend. Why would I go back to an unfaithful girlfriend who has proved time and time again that her own intention is to come into my house, steal my goods, and then burn me? So China hasn't done it yet. Russia hasn't done it yet. So I don't blame Burkina Faso to go to that new girl who has not burn up him clothes, bleach it out, destroy him plasma TV, fuck him up, and then smile and say, I'm the victim. So you can't wrong them because it has happened over and over again with the United States, right? So that's why they're going to China and that's why they're going to Russia. It's the new girl. Let she get a chance to fuck me up. But you who fucked me up already not fucking me up again. I'd be retarded, right? Because that's the definition of retarded. Expecting different results from the same situation. And that's what America do.
Hey, Stu Pease, I'm going to read this from Posterius in the chat. Historically, Western nations leveraged trade deals with African nations through coups, sanctions, and puppet political leaders. These are remedial facts, and y'all saying that they needed to somehow move forward.
Yeah, who's saying that? Chef saying that.
Chef
saying
that. I mean, I thought that was pretty much where the panel had gotten to. Mujasi even.
Yeah.
I was surprised when I heard Mujasi say it. You know what's going to come with that Western
Y'all are
influence?
not putting the conversation in context.
No, because I'm saying that African countries need to be able to trade with other countries, not that it has to be with America. They can't develop themselves autonomously by closing their borders and not having some trade relationship with materials and goods and resources. They have to. No country has developed and moved into any industrial or even like corporate age, information age, without it being connected tangibly to somebody else. And so, but America is the problematic variable that we put on the table. But even if we're talking about Russia, like I said last year, that's complicated. He has to be careful if he's going to engage that. Any other bigger country, because they're not coming in out of some humanitarian effort. They want something. Every country, China, they want something. So it depends on the negotiation of the trade, the deal, how for example, Burkina Faso can benefit from it, and how they can pull some their GPA to gross product what is that GPA to come back to them to be able to make sure that it benefits their economy. That's what we're talking about here. That's what we're talking about here. We're not talking about that they kind of just do it all by themselves and figure this. No, they have to be able to work with other countries to build their infrastructure up. Every country, every global power has done that, whether it was through trade or through military.
But I've seen Russia, when it was the USSR, work with other countries. And it wasn't as the American, where the businessmen went in and basically become predatory. Right? It wasn't that. It was a better trading partner, a better deal.
But the USSR was being predatory on its own fucking people now. So like at the same time, they may not have done what you're saying.
How were they being predatory on their own people? The system might not have been good, but they weren't being predatory on their own people.
Are we sitting?
What assumption they make that? Why make that assumption?
An assumption?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
That's an assumption.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Right?
I don't know, Mujasi. I don't
argue the same thing that America has been predatory.
It's going to take me a minute to agree to that one.
Because I know that America has been predatory on poor people. Poor people have always financed through their taxes rich people. That's predatory. Right?
I could be wrong. I'm just going off of historical understandings of how other countries have moved into development. Like America didn't do it by itself. As soon as it beat the crown off of them, they went back and established factory relationships between England and here. They kept those contracts in place. Corporations got stronger. The South was able to still be able to manufacture their cotton and everything up north and send and export that stuff across the seas. Like none of that changed. And if we look at how cash crop economy still remained a powerful vessel that developed America, it was through their international trade systems. It wasn't entirely at the core of that was the African labor, but the international trade is what kept a lot of their exportation a powerful vehicle for creating this global power that we live in. And every country that has developed has had some type of system like that.
Yeah, but what you don't take into consideration, Majesty, is that countries that supply pure raw material, those are the ones that have always been exploited. Right? So like the raw material countries, like those who produce bauxite, those who produce the uranium, those who produce the lithium.
Yeah, so stupid. You said the USSR. How were they predatory? Right.
No, to their own people.
We just talked. Yeah, I'm saying to their own people. We just talked about animal farm, brother. That is literally an encapsulation. Major is literally Stalin. Do I have to go into like how Stalin killed millions of his own and deported millions more?
Yeah, but the question is, we'll look at it at a range. Is America predatory against its own people? So you saying a country is predatory to its own people is a non-argument. It's when you export your predator from your country to other country. That's what I have a problem with, right? I don't have a problem with what you do to your own people. Your people need to fix that within internally. But when you export your very nature to other countries, that's what I have a problem with. So you jumping up and saying, "Oh, I just figured it out. Russia is bad because it was bad to its own people." But the English was bad to their own people when they had them living on the land as what you call those people, almost slave-like, didn't own anything, right? Countries have always suppressed their own people in one way or the other. So you saying that now is not this big, bright Einstein eureka moment for the conversation.
To the tunes of millions dying.
We were talking about the exportation of unfair practices, not the internal unfair practices. We were talking about the exportation of unfair practices.
Yeah, no, but I was making sure we're not characterizing USSR as if they're the bastion of morality. And here's the thing: I'm someone that is, I lean toward more socialism. I lean toward socialism. But even socialists criticize Stalinism because Stalin is responsible for millions of deaths within his own lifetime.
That wasn't the conversation. The conversation was the exportation of oppression. It wasn't internal oppression. Because every country have internal.
The way a nation treats its own people is very telling of what their intentions are when they're going to go to interact.
Sidebar. So Burkina Faso already had France, right?
Yeah.
Right, and they kicked France out.
Mm-hmm.
Did they kick France out because of their influence or because France was colonizing them?
Probably both. More than likely both.
Mm-hmm.
To a degree, they go hand in hand sometimes.
Yeah, because I think this goes back all the way to Thomas Sankara and his fight against the French. Yeah. And so I think this is a long history of pushing back. And some of this stuff is not won through military fight. Some of it is this diplomacy that was happening inside, the halls and stuff like that, and trying to create more independency of Burkina Faso against the French. But eventually it became kind of like coups and military takeovers and funding. So France, because it still has an economic stronghold over Burkina Faso, that's what some of this current struggle that we're seeing is looking like as well too.
So what? By the way, Spain just beat France to go to its third straight World Cup final. Or they stopped France from going to their third. So I'm still in the running on some serious. If Spain win, I might retire. If France, So, what are y'all calling Western influence versus colonialization? Was France? I don't know. Who. Anybody familiar with what France was doing to Burkina Faso? Were they
No,
colonizing them, or was it influence? Because my question would be to you, Mujasi and True, is how would they know? And Stu, how are they going to be able to tell the difference between a Western influence and colonizing them?
no, colonization and influence is two different things.
I understand that, but what was France doing?
And guess what? Colonization not happening as always see. No, you have monetary colonization.
Neo-colonialism.
You have different kind of colonization. You don't actually have a lack of independence. Your base was granted independence, but yet still your factors of production, especially in countries like Burkina Faso, who has natural resources, are still under the ownership of those persons or the control of those persons, because I can sell you your house, right? You own that shit. But yet still, I tell you that in order for your house to work, you require me to supply you with electricity, internet, light, water, all the infrastructure necessary for your house to function properly. And you need to pay me for that shit. And sometimes it can be an imbalance, and I can charge you HOA. So at the end of the day, do you actually own your house? When you have that big HOA to pay, and if you don't pay that HOA after a couple of months, I can come in and say, listen, is either I take your house or I take these resources or I cut off your light or I cut off your water. But somewhere, somehow, you still have control over me. And that's what the modern colonization is that you appear to own the country, but to access all of the things that you require.
Neo-colonialism.
Right. But the control, the factors, what make it necessary for you to live. Just like Cuba. Cuba need oil. And Trump just cut off and embargoed access to oil for Cuba. So although Cuba is a sovereign nation, how sovereign can you be when you no longer have electricity?
So how do you have influence? How does a Western power have influence over an African country without it being neo-colonialism?
Wait,
exactly. Exactly. That's a good point.
Wait, ask that question again.
How does a Western power have influence over an African country without it being neo-colonialism?
It would have to be some sort of mutually beneficial relationship, right? There would have to be exchange of ideas, trade, economic resources, etc. That is mutually beneficial. It can't be beneficial to one party. It can't be predatory. And unfortunately, we don't have too many examples of that to point to, but that would be the idea of Western influence or involvement in Africa that is not neo-colonial. The main aspect of it being neo-colonial would be, it being predatory.
I'm trying to think, what would that be?
I'm trying to understand your question a little bit more, Brass, because
I'm trying to think of what do y'all think is plausible.
Here's my question. Here's
for
why.
a group that can't extract their own resources.
Right. So I'm watching. So I'm that's why I kept asking y'all about France, because they just kicked France out. So Burkina Faso gained their independence in 1960, but that was because France was literally colonizing Burkina Faso.
Right. It was
called Upper Volta at the time.
Yeah.
But then after they kicked France out in 1960, they no longer ruled it as a colony, but they developed military agreements, foreign aid, French companies, French language and educational system, French monetary system, and their relationships with the political and military leaders. So much so that the influence actually became a partnership called Franc-Afrique.
Yeah.
So they called it influence at that time. But then I asked, why would you kick them out if it's influence? And then it said because the influence was confused with neo-colonialism and became unwanted, unequal, and politically costly. So stay right here real quick. So it says that French forces were helping them in regional counterterrorism, but the jihadist groups and eventually Burkina Faso felt that France should not be involved in their personal crisis and were unable or unwilling to solve it. Then they said, we want the influence, but we want our sovereignty. France, in order to protect their own citizens, had foreign troops stationed in the country, and but the look of it made the government look dependent on its former colonizer. And then Ibrahim himself came in, and I think that's the Sankara, I'm assuming, and said, we don't want your military at all. And once they ended the military, that ended pretty much everything in regards to influence. We don't want anything.
Right. Because you got to think.
That's my question. How do you influence? What does influence on them look like?
What they were calling influence was too imbalanced. And it came to a point where they're like, we cannot trust you. Like, we can't even trust you to have any kind of influence here. Because we've already seen what you'll do with that. You're not trying to be equitable. So this is where they get to the...
Do you think if the influence is too strong,
I gotta
even
say
on
this.
good
I gotta
intentions?
respond to Brad's question before. Hold on, Fetty. Hold that, because I want to hear your question for sure. This is what we're learning about most independent African countries once they gain independence. That independence became almost nominal. It became like synonymous with kind of like paper form. But what became the clear interest is that they left the economic stakes on the table. They left the foreign aid and support on the table. They left the educational infrastructure on the table. And they said that in order for you to continue to survive, we should keep plugged in. And the African leadership that came in at the time all was convinced that this relationship, what we will be able to stand on this for a certain amount of terminal time until we can gain independence to break off from this. But the corporations out of these big countries did not want to break off because this was part of their livelihood. Like, they needed these resources. They needed the coal, the cacao, all of the different resources that they needed that. So they wasn't going to let that go. And so what Thomas Sankara, when he came in the 1980s, he started to advocate for more independency, not only for his country, but for Africa. He wanted to open up the borders even then to have more local mobility and economic conversations with surrounding border countries. And he wanted to fight against the debt resistance because what France did is said, okay, we're going to leave, but you owe us this much. And if we're going to stay in here, you got to pay this debt. And so they was already economically in debt to France. Same thing that happened to Haiti, to the extent that they could not break free from some of the dynamics that they were dealing with.
The chat has a question for you, Mujasi, and I'm assuming maybe Chef or anybody that's on the other side of what I'm saying. The chat says, can y'all give one example of Western civilization not occupying and controlling the host nation through influence?
I guess they didn't hear when I said we don't have too many examples of that.
Right.
Yeah, that's too many. That means there is one. So they're asking for one. They're not asking for a whole bunch. They're saying give an example of Western influence not leading to controlling and hosting that nation.
Kenya might be one. Liberia might be another one. I mean, the thing is that do they influence their politics? They do. But in terms of like occupational control, no. You know, we can't say that America has control entirely over Kenya and their ambassadors, their president. They don't have that much control, but they have a deep economic influence that influence their politics.
Are we limited to African nations or just?
Yeah, maybe we need to not limit to them.
Let's keep it. Let's on our own keep it to African nations because that's what we're talking about. But
okay,
so saying the question is just Western civilization.
Liberia.
Now you know Traore don't mess with them for that exact reason, right?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Like Traore, Ibrahim in the Sahel states, they don't mess with any country in Africa that has connections to Western influence because they believe that they're bought and paid for.
Yeah, I mean, they have every reason that way due to their experience. Like, it's their experience trying that way that makes them feel that way.
Yep. Now, here's the thing. I want to make sure I say this because, You know, my brother came in and he only heard like 1/3 of the 1/4 of the conversation and felt like we was attacking white people and he got all defensive.
Who,
Look,
Thunder?
the black elite in Africa, the African elite is in corroboration with these neo-colonial interests. So it's not entirely on the French. They play a major part in this, but there's an elitism within certain African societies that's deeply embedded in the politics of these polities, these countries, that has a deep interest in maintaining this neo-colonial relationship. So there's accountability on both sides. And this is what Chef was talking about. From a Pan-African point of view, there's small Pan-Africanists who will say, well, it's all about the French and the Belgians and this and that. But no, true Pan-Africans will hold the African elite amongst them accountable as well for the bullshit that they're keeping orchestrated in their country. And this is one of the reasons why Traore and what's the other two name? I'll never remember the name, but this is why they're so problematic and hated amongst other countries, because they're holding them accountable to their commitment to the people that they're serving in the country that they're serving in face of the French that they're trying to beat out. And so the African elites, which has been a century-long complication when it comes to Europeans' relationship to different parts of Africa, has always been problematic to the polities and the development of the nations. And they became a big factor when independency came about from the 1950s moving forward, and how they shifted some of those African leaderships out and established the African elites that they wanted to place in to keep their relationship strong and tidy, and that keeping that economic influence. And that's what we're dealing with today with Africa.
Yeah, and I do think, like you said, they need to be careful that China and Russia don't have ulterior motives for the support
I'm sure they got ulterior motives.
You know what I mean?
It just ain't came out yet.
Right. They need to be very careful with that as well. So
I'm not saying that China and Russia don't have ulterior motive. But historically, if we look at China, what China does, that's why they had no problem going into Brazil and Argentina lately, is that China give you a bigger share of the pie, right? Unlike the American thing, when they was in Iran in 1958, when Iran kicked them out and they destabilized Iran, is that they was giving Iran 15% of what they were harvesting. When they were in Jamaica in the bauxite in the 70s, when Manley kicked them out, Alcoa and these big companies, is that they were mining all of this bauxite and he was getting pennies on the dollars. It's like a record company. You see the record company model where they split up the record into 100 different pieces and the artists get 5.5% per album, 10 cents per album that he's selling for $10.99. It's something that they do internationally. It's the American approach to business. What China do is China gives them a bigger piece of the pie. And they realize that, listen, I cannot extract this resource. I don't have the technique, the technical ability to extract it. I know that there's money in the ground. But what proportion am I going to get? If I go with the Americans, I'm going to get nothing. But if I go with China, I'm going to get a little bit more than nothing. Who are you going to go with? You're getting fucked both ways. But guess what? It's a different kind of fucking. The Americans have always done that.
So
But let's not
the United
focus solely on
States,
America. Let's not focus solely on America.
no, you mentioned the United States, right?
Yeah.
And so now the United States got to get it, right? You brought the United States into it.
Right, but I'm actually following what you saying by saying let's do. That's why I've been saying China and Russia. I agree. It should be more Western influence, no matter what I think the United States would do. So I think China's taking advantage of them right now.
Yes,
So
but it's less advantage. Yeah.
Hold on. So when you look at it, you say the United States was going since 1948, been going around the world talking about they're spreading democracy and freedom, right?
You said that stupid shit.
What?
I ain't say that.
I said it. No,
I ain't
that's what
never
it
said
is.
sprinkling freedom. You said that.
I didn't say sprinkling freedom.
Have you lost your fucking mind?
Steph, you don't remember the conversation last year?
No, I said that you. What the? How did y'all just fuck up what I was just trying to say right now with some old wild shit?
It sounded
That's
like you just said your
crazy.
name wasn't Chef, and I just
No,
responded. But
I'm
go
saying
ahead.
the United States been going around since 1948 screaming that they was spreading democracy and
Democracy,
freedom.
right. Right.
Y'all never heard of that.
Oh, yes.
That's
Okay,
true.
right.
We're on now.
So,
We're on now. Yeah.
right. So, in turn, they have been spreading their form of capitalism of exploitation. That's basically what they were fighting for.
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yes, you're correct.
Oh, okay. So
Oh,
how could I say? Of course you would. See, that's what I'm saying.
No, because I don't know where you're going. I don't know what you're
it
saying.
ain't
I
What
know
I
where
know
I'm
where
going.
you're
I
going.
know where I'm going, man. Already.
Is where we're at. Is where we're
No,
at.
hold on. Once you tell me where you're going, then I'll decide if I agree or not. Because you're too
No,
slick.
is where you put it at. Because you already said that any influence that America will have, it would be exploitive.
Yes, I agree with that. Yes.
Right. So the whole time, since 1940, the whole time we was growing up, and all of the shit that you was taught about America, right, being this bastion of freedom and democracy, when they were only being exploitive to the rest of the fucking world.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's insane. So how do we say that's a good thing in any way, shape, or form, unless we are just as corrupt as our fucking government?
I said it earlier. I'll say it again. I've said it
Dude.
on numerous shows. In order to say you're a proud American, you almost feel like you're a hypocrite. I've said that 1,000 times, bro. I've said, matter of fact, yesterday I even said the shit that we allow and look past just to have pineapples. If you go look
banana,
at
banana.
use
banana.
Go look what Dole did to Grenada. Was that Grenada?
No,
Go look at
Dole to South America, Venezuela, Colombia.
just to have a fresh supply. But like I understand to be an American, you just so no missiles go over our head, we gotta damn near be okay with whatever the United States does. So yeah, I know that. I know that there's a hypocrisy. I know there's a contradiction. I know all of that. I've never run from that.
Because missiles don't go. What?
You may not understand. You may not understand the not. You may not understand the. I know you have a problem. I'm challenged. I know you have a challenge with that. But here's my concern. When we go to war, Americans would treat war a lot different if when they were going to the local grocery store and a drone flew over their head and a missile would be dropped, we would be way less war hungry matter of fact, we pay more attention to the wars that the politicians get us into. We pay way more attention than if we didn't. The fact that when the United States we're at war right now. We've been at war with Iran for however many months, whatever they want to call that bullshit. And I swear my life has not changed in the least. And I know for a fact they've changed at least 10, 15 different leaders and bombs have dropped on the ground. Protests and all kind of shit. We're on Discord talking about it. We've been talking about it like it's, oh yeah, we're at war again.
So where does pride come from then? Where does being a proud American come from if you against? Well, I don't know if you're against it. I don't know what you're saying.
Well, no, I'm not. I think I'm probably the only person that would admit that I have that for that level of safety, for that level of I don't know. I just leave it as safety.
I don't think we need to be as aggressive as we are in order to feel as safe as we do. China and Russia. China and Russia don't have to worry about these kind of issues you're bringing up.
Yeah, man.
Here.
And I'm gonna say
I
this.
think
Hold on.
I think also a lot of the reasons we don't get attacked as aggressive as we are is because of location, how far we are from the people that would.
I would say this.
I think if we were closer to the Middle East, as aggressive as we are, we would absolutely be getting attacked. But I think it's because of. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I listen, be the only person that just says whatever my truth is. All of y'all could just enjoy it. I don't really give a fuck what they got to do to keep this shit going.
See, that's insane. That's
okay.
Oh,
so I mean, I don't know. I guess to cut through all of the whatever to maintain the life that I've had. Like y'all, I mean, I know we 9/11 was a very long time ago.
That's the problem with America.
Well, maybe it is.
Say something like that.
Because I just said it. Because the word came out my mouth.
Say Africa needs Western powers. I am a villain.
You didn't say Western power. See that it moved to hold on. It moved to Western powers. You said colonization. When this conversation started, you said in order for Africa to survive and thrive, you didn't give a fuck if they had You said y'all can hold on. Y'all could vilify me for whatever I'm saying. But understand that this conversation started with you saying there's some shit that I would never say. You said Africa, in order to survive, thrive, and progress, had to be recolonized. Nigga, if I can say what I just said, and you say what you just said, I think we even.
No, we not. No, we not.
Recolonize Africa?
No, at least, listen, at least after argumentation, right, I can recalibrate and fix that shit. Man, you didn't have this conversation.
I don't give a damn about you auto mechanic fixing your shit.
You didn't have this conversation.
And I'm not backing down. I'm not backing down. And I don't got nothing to fix.
I'll let you talk.
Fixing a thing. Okay, yeah. No, you didn't. Right. Okay, you go ahead. Go ahead.
So again, right? After everybody talk to you, you will double and triple down on it. You don't give a fuck what America got to do to whoever, just so you can have the comfortability that it's not even threatened. You just made this imaginary threat up again. And I said this before.
I don't think it's an imaginary threat.
It's an imaginary threat. You have pointed out a real threat to you, but whatever it is, this phantom.
It's terrifying.
You are with America going with to whoever. As long as it's making you comfortable in your current state, fuck the rest of the world. That's crazy to me.
I wouldn't quite say fuck the rest of the world, but it's close.
What you saying?
No, but it's close. No, it's close. It ain't fuck the rest of the world. Don't get me wrong. It ain't fuck them. I ain't saying nuclear weapons and all of that. And I'm going to say this. You keep saying an imaginary threat. Yeah. I'm saying that don't nobody in this Discord
even if it was fuck the rest of the world, that's not sustainable.
I ain't about to get jumped by the Carnivorous podcast. So I've got only one at a time.
I'm not on either side. What my point is, it's not sustainable. So whether you are with it or not, it don't matter whether you like it or not, right? The way America, we can already see the remnant what's going on now, like how the rest of the globe is moving on. Meanwhile, we don't even manufacture because capitalism then kind of cannibalized itself, right? The way America does business globally, right, and its foreign affairs is unsustainable, right? So I don't give a damn whether who like it or not, right? Eventually, America's is going to be real uncomfortable. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know if it's unsustainable because there was a. I don't know if I don't know.
This motherfucker is
we're only 250. We're only 250 years old.
Right. So I don't know. I don't know if it's. Hey, let's Chef go ahead. Chef doing the virtue thing. Go ahead.
Type shit. And everybody
I
is
know,
just
man.
y'all so
I know,
comfortable
man.
with it.
I
But
know,
if I
man.
say any motherfucking thing, oh Chef, there go crazy Chef again.
Well, you are crazy. That's a fact.
No,
But
it's just a note. I'm just showing y'all that's just a note. I charge all you motherfuckers in here for not coming off mute, motherfucking.
so you start to sound as crazy as I do, bro. No, you don't want to sound that crazy.
Calling me fucking crazy, right? But that none of that shit, everybody stay on mute and it's fine with it. That's just a note.
No, I got notes. I took a couple notes today. So yeah, that's cool with your notes. But here's the other part.
My bad, Jeff.
We could say that it's hold on. We could say that it's unsustainable, Corey. But I think we've had a number of times in our history, at least in my lifetime, I don't maybe before this or whatever, where we
I don't
said
want nobody here to critique none of my points ever again. Y'all just deemed yourselves as being biased as fuck.
Oh, you
Don't do that shit. Don't do that, Chef. Don't do that,
I want to
Chef.
use the word docile.
Oh, you dumb.
I want to use the word docile, Chef.
I call that shit out, Chef. Don't do that.
The fact that you're trying to weaponize the entire discourse
against me.
This is more this is appalling, Chef, what you're doing right now. You're trying to a nigga told you exactly what they think and feel, and you trying to weaponize it because you don't like it. There has been many times in this country, in my own lifetime.
Nobody in here
Go
like
ahead,
it.
keep going.
I hope
Keep going.
nobody in here like what the hell
you having a breakdown. You're having a breakdown. So, once again, I think there's been many times, numerous times, that the United States of America has been seen exactly how we look now. This unsustainable, it's all over, it's all about to end, this, that, and the other. And then it works. I think go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just saying. I think I don't think we've been in this circumstances before. I mean, we've had economic depressions, but I don't think the circumstances have been in the way that they are today.
I think when we were at a made up war of weapons of mass destruction with Saddam Hussein, somehow we were in Iraq looking for a nigga in Afghanistan, and then also going through a recession that was threatening to be the Great Depression Part 2. And then we got Obama. He righted the ship. That shout out to you, Logic. He got everything in order. Shout out to you, Logic. Gave us 8 years where everybody was none of this was going. You know, we stayed the course. We figured out Iraq to an extent after 10 years. It took a long time, but it took 10 years. We figured out the recession. We figured out the bailout, and then we moved on. And then we hit COVID. I think that's pretty comparable.
At that point, economists started to realize, like back in 2008, particularly during Obama's administration, it was a lot of research done, right? Mm-hmm. And they talked about how the course that America is going is unsustainable, right? And even Obama, instead of putting his foot down or being radical, I mean, to me, I would call it radical because of certain things. But instead of being radical, he just kept the course because it's easier to keep the course, right? But I mean, you don't feel again when you in the situation, right? It's hard to see it. You know what I'm saying? But again, I'm just. No one has to agree with my opinion, but the way that we can already see like the dependency on fossil fuels instead of being leading and innovating on different ways to get energy, right? you already see how that caused us. That's a jam, right? Now we just lost because they got the fucking upper hand here. You see what I'm saying? Like that's just one example of how during Desert Storm, like China was not finna be the new superpower and innovating in the world. You know what I'm saying? They weren't exploring new ways of energy and perfecting, renewable energies and batteries and all the rest of the shit that they doing these days, right? It's a different day. We wasn't at peak oil and all of the rest of the shit, right? We still had smart people, right? We were still living off of those people who, when we were investing in our education system and in our population, right? Those people were still smart, right? But when you don't do that, right? When you allow only the few to profit for so long, right? You're gonna cannibalize yourself. Because now look at where we at now. The only thing we do is collect data and sell missiles. That's
And
it. That's the only thing that the United States do. That we don't do anything else.
and we do more, but in
Like
1930.
what? Tell me one more thing that we do. I just need one. Just one more thing.
I want to stay on one. I want to stay on one point, Corey. That's a separate conversation. I shouldn't even have said what I said. It's a separate conversation. In 1930, we had the Great Depression. The banks collapsed, unemployment exploded. Communist and fascist systems were gaining nationwide. America didn't abandon. We eventually made it back. In the 70s, Vietnam, Watergate, oil shocks, stagflation, urban decline, Japan, Germany, public trust collapsed from 92% to 13% in 1964 to roughly 25% in the 70s, and then we got back. Bush to Obama.
I believe in my statements that you believe that I didn't consider all of that already.
I didn't, but I don't think I'm not.
I believe
Corey,
that you
I'm not
believe
only talking.
that I already knew all that.
Hey, Corey, I'm not only talking to you. It's a we
Wasn't
live.
it the fascists and the communists that helped
I
form
told
the
you
New
I ain't
Deal?
fighting both of y'all.
Hold on. Wasn't it the fascists and the communists that helped form the New Deal?
What's your point?
That motherfucking capitalism.
Your microphone's breaking up.
My point is, I'm not saying we ain't never recovered from an injury, Brass. My point is the way that capitalism, it cannibalizes itself to the point where we already don't even make nothing anymore. We sell missiles and we collect data. That's it. That's it. We don't have our kids ain't smart. Our kids can't read.
My child is smart. My child can read.
Listen, our kids can't read. They fat and they stupid. All of them. All of our
child
kids.
is none of those.
I hear you. I know it's me,
I gotta
me,
say
me,
it
me.
because you know my son.
I know it's me, but you're an American. You're an American. You're an American, and I said our kids, right? Our kids is fat, stupid, and unmotivated. Right? There's no future for America because of the way we only chose for the few to be able to galvanize all the wealth. And again, it's unsustainable, and we're seeing the end results of it. Look at our education system.
I think 100 years from now.
Look at the health. Look at the health of America.
I think 100 years from now.
I'm with you on that.
100 years from now.
Everybody, I'm talking about the population. I'm not talking about
population is
26.
So we got
first generation.
And as far as our infrastructure,
infrastructure,
you do understand that our infrastructure is crumbling while everybody.
Our internet might not be doing too well, but in 2126, our kids may be having the same conversation about how the world is over.
Say it again. You broke up, or that was me. One of the two.
That was you. That was you that broke up. I only started talking because you broke up.
Maybe I'm all the way out. Maybe I went all the way out.
Oh, you can't hear us, I don't think. in 1930, I'm pretty sure they thought that the world was over and the United States was done. In 2026, we believe the world is over, the United States is done. And I think in 21,
I hope
26,
we would
we'll
have
be
got
having the
smarter
same
by then.
conversation.
I
But I
hope we
think we'll
wouldn't
still have, but I'm just
fall in the same
saying,
fucking
in the Great Depression, when there was a run on
You
banks,
guys are only focusing. You guys are only focusing
that would
on
be.
the state of America. When you add in,
No, I heard you. I heard you. Maybe
when you guys
just
add
can't hear me.
in,
Maybe
the
I'm.
connection is
when you,
bad.
Maybe
We
my
can't all
fault.
hear each other right now.
when you add in the state of America, plus how powerful the nations we consider to be enemies are, both militarily and economically at this point, right? That is what makes now especially dangerous.
I think when we were doing a run on banks and in bread lines, it was especially dangerous. I think in the 70s when there were gas lines, Watergate, and all of that, and civil rights, it was especially dangerous. I think in COVID, when they shut the world down, it was especially in the United States of America specifically, it was especially dangerous. It's a crisis. It's cyclical. We're having issues. And 100 years from now, our kids will probably be having the same conversation, bro. That sky is falling bullshit don't work with me.
Yeah,
It
but
just doesn't.
are we going to ignore the international threats that are currently like unique to 2026 as
Every
opposed to
time that
arguing
I
like
every
what you call those people?
every
Yo,
time that I talked before that,
what's those
there
people
were
called?
international threats to us.
Yeah, but it was never to the degree the influence and power Russia and
Of
China
course,
has
because it's
now.
a different time. We're in a different time.
Right,
We'll
things
figure it out.
compile. Like what you're ignoring.
But I'm not
global warming
ignoring
denier.
anything.
You sound like a global warming denier right now, Brass. You know that?
I don't know. No.
Right, but it's like all of the evidence can be pointing to something, and you'll explain it away, and then at the end of explaining it away, you'll say people are just being paranoid.
I'm not
right?
explaining it away. What I'm saying is I'm
You
having
are.
faith
You
that
are,
the
and then
United.
you're
No, I'm
making
not. I'm
excuses
having
for
the
the
same
data.
faith. I'm having the same faith after the Great Depression. I'm having the same faith that those people
You said
that were in the
after the
bread
depression.
lines
What
that were
about the
doing.
depression?
You know why every time? Like why? I don't. You. I won't. I'll mute out. You go ahead.
What about the depression?
What?
You said after the depression. What about?
I'm saying during it. I'm saying during it when they would go to banks and their money wasn't there. When I'm saying, hold on. When I'm saying they were going to the bank and they were doing a run on banks, when they were in bread lines, and when people were in gas lines at the bank, when we were in the Russian missile crisis, there's been so many times when supposedly the United States is all over and it's unsustainable, but yet we're still here, bro.
No, not the
I'm not
United
saying,
States is
damn, hold on. I'm not saying,
That's
hold
not
on,
even.
bro. I'm not
Bryce,
saying
I
ignore.
think
I'm
you
not
heard me
saying.
wrong. I never said the United States wasn't sustainable, bro. The way we conduct the capitalism and the way we conduct business is unsustainable. I don't know that somehow we're gonna be wiped off the map or no shit like that. But what I'm saying is the way capitalism is run today, how we do capitalism is unsustainable to not just to America, Brass, but to the environment. Right? You cannot sustain the way things are the way things is going. You cannot sustain that, bro. That's unsustainable. You have to admit that. That's just a reality. That ain't even how nobody feel. That's not a political party. That's not red or blue or Democrat or Republican. That's just reality, bro. You can't go trampling over. You
I'm not
can't
scared.
you
I'm not
can't go
afraid of.
trampling over anything and everything and expect there to be no repercussions, right? You can't be tapping into the aqueducts that's not been tapped into for millions of years, bro. You can't go tapping into that, right? And then think, oh, that's not gonna have an impact in any kind of way. You know what I'm saying? Like
So,
for
do you believe that capitalism? Do you believe that capitalism can change?
Yeah, I think we can do it. We can do business better.
So maybe
I
this
think
form.
we can do
So this
business
form
better.
that we're doing now. Hold on. So this form that we're doing now, that you feel is unsustainable, there may be a change to capitalism that will be sustainable for a new era. Correct?
I guess it would be a change in the way we do economics. I don't know if
Okay,
we
then
just got
then,
to
then
worry
why
about.
not? Then instead of saying, then if we're saying that, I don't.
I'm
Then saying
saying,
that
I'm
our
saying
current
what we're
system.
doing is unsustainable, bro. We
Okay,
just
then I
agreed
have
to
no.
that.
Then I won't argue with you there. But the reason why I won't, but saying this version of capitalism that we have is unsustainable. Now, Corey, you may be talking about capitalism. The other people are talking about the United States. So I'm having this is why I didn't want to have multiple conversations.
Yeah, no.
Who
I'm
ain't
talking
talking
about
about
the
the
United
United States, Brad?
I can't even hear so many niggas talking.
Yeah, it all goes hand in hand,
Go
though,
ahead,
Brad.
Corey.
You understand?
Or Lewis or whoever else want to talk.
Yeah, no, I was
I'm having
talking
three
about.
separate conversations, and y'all saying, "Well, this one you ain't talking about this because I'm talking about this." I
You making
can't
shit up.
agree.
Oh,
You're
my
making
bad. I
shit up.
came back in. My phone dropped, and then I came back
No,
in.
you
So
had a bad connection. You good?
Now it was hand in hand. It ain't separate. Now it's all up together. That's what Brad's been saying the whole time.
Yeah, I was talking about
I never thought
the military aggression is not sustainable. I was talking about the
You're
military
saying the
aggression.
military aggression is not sustainable.
What you mean the military unsustainable?
money or
He
whatever.
said the
I don't-
military aggression isn't sustainable. That's what he said.
Military aggression?
He said our military aggression is not
Now this
sustainable.
nigga Thunder don't speak English.
Our military.
No,
What military
that's
aggression? How is it?
unsustainable too. The way we do our
Come on.
foreign affairs is unsustainable too.
Who gonna
You
stop us from
can't
doing it?
practice foreign affairs in that way.
Who gonna stop us from doing it?
I agree, IBM. We all might be on the short bus right now. All of us,
Hey,
including
who
me.
gonna stop us from doing it? Since it's unsustainable, who gonna stop us?
The thing is, it doesn't have to take any entity to stop us, right?
Where you been, boy,
So
boy?
a group of people, right, for you to run your fucking self into the ground. You understand that, right?
Go. Outside.
Yeah, militarily aggressive. Who gonna stop
Corey,
it?
You put that perfectly, because that sentiment that Thunder's is like espousing. Every empire had that same attitude, right? The British, they said the sun never sets on the British Empire. The Romans said who can forgot whatever it is they said is basically equal to who could fuck with us,
And
right?
you know what?
And what you said, Thunder, hold on,
Okay.
Corey, hold on, Thunder, hold on. What Corey said is absolutely right. You gonna punch you got background. That's you, Thunder? Or are you trying to talk?
No, nigga, I was saying whoever Rome.
Discord ain't acting right today.
Yeah, Discord. I
Yeah,
think the connection is bad. I blame it on Chef.
You
Rome
kind
ain't had Raytheon behind him though. Rome ain't had Northrop and Lockheed Martin and Boeing
Hey,
and all
you
the
breaking
other
up, Thunder.
contracts.
You
Okay.
you chopping up. You chopping up.
All right.
Check this
All
out, right? Check this out, right? It's funny because we were talking about Milton Friedman and Jack Welch and the whole shareholder value system and blah blah blah, and how the United States basically de-industrialized, right? Because they got greedy, they started creating money out of nothing, and it's just all about creating shareholder values. You know, selling shares back on the market, the company buying it back, and
Importing and smart
that
people.
shit. That shit leaked. What Thunder doesn't understand is that shit leaked into the military industrial complex also, to
Absolutely.
where Lockheed companies like Lockheed Martin and Raytheon, etc., instead of making the best weapons to defend the country or project power worldwide, what became the priority was making money. So the greed has do you know the United States can only produce like 700 Tomahawk missiles a year? Right, and those things are like $4 million a piece. Right now in Iran, all Iran is doing is just waiting y'all out. Like if I spend $20,000 to make this drone or this missile, and you spend $4 million on your interceptors or whatever, the math ain't gonna math, bro.
Are you looking at what we do?
That's the unsustainable. That's what makes the greed and the way we practice capitalism unsustainable, right? You in a backfiring. You understand, like when you look up look at how Amazon is ran, right? Amazon don't make money off of bringing you packages. Y'all do know that, right?
They're unsustainable to me.
That's not profitable for Amazon. Y'all, do you understand that? Thunder.
You said
They don't make. They're not making billions of dollars, right, off of bringing you packages. Do you know that?
How they? Okay, good.
They're actually losing money. They actually losing money on that. They use the what they do. How they make money is off of advertisement.
Oh,
they sell space. They sell space for advertisement. Look it up.
Oh, you serious, bro?
Look it up.
Are you serious? Do you
because
understand
the
how
thing
many
is,
jobs?
you understand that they try to automate, right? They spend all this money on automation, right? Trying to get rid of humans, right? But they realize that the shit's lackluster and it don't work in the same way that humans work, right? And so they still find themselves, after they done spent all this money on mechanizing this whole goddamn thing, right? They still need human beings in the end of it.
So
right?
you finna vilify Amazon too, man?
No, I'm not vilifying. I'm telling you what reality is. I don't give a damn what's good and what's bad. I just told you that earlier. I don't give a fuck about the good or the fucking bad. I give a fuck about what is actual. Right? So I'm not giving a damn about. I'm not giving a damn about Amazon being villain or a good
in
guy.
the world. And if you think
Yes,
that
and they
Amazon
make
making all
all
that
their
money, goddamn
off of advertisement. Yes, because you know, I'm just gonna go on. Actually,
which was the last time you looked at Prime Video?
Most of the time, I'm talking a foreign language. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Go ahead, y'all. Somebody else take it away.
They make money hand over fist. They ain't doing that shit no damn negative. They ain't in the red. You think Amazon do something in the red? You really think that?
Hey, Thunder. Hey, Thunder. Thunder. Do you agree with Brass that you don't care what America got to do, right, around the world just to keep you comfortable right now?
Yeah. You don't agree with that?
No.
Oh, you think we need to have morality and stuff like that?
Fuck yeah. The fuck is wrong with you?
Hey, that's why, you know what? That's why we was in Iraq war for damn 100 years, because of morality. That's why.
Yo, so y'all niggas is actually sitting there saying y'all don't care about the people of this fucking earth.
No, we don't.
It don't. The thing is, Sheffrin, right?
Hey,
it don't matter if
look,
they care.
Here's the thing.
They're gonna care real shortly. Here, they're gonna start caring real shortly.
I said in the moment, I said this. The idea that we have to be as aggressive as we are. The idea that we have to be as aggressive as we are in order to feel safe, I don't believe that. China does not need to be as aggressive as we are. Russia does not need to be. Can you let me finish?
Sheffrin. I want y'all to know everybody's grandkids on here is fat. They fat. Low motivation. They got low motivation.
Can't read.
Can't do math. Just Navy in the world. Listen, they can enjoy all of the fuckery that they want to enjoy, that they think they enjoying, right? They just because they're not aware, Sheffrin, because they're not aware that they're getting the repercussions that they getting. Don't mean they ain't getting the repercussions.
I just want to finish what I was saying
in a minute.
I want to finish what I was saying. There's multiple other superpowers that don't need to be as aggressive as we are in order to not worry about these things, right? And we also, as aggressive as we are, I feel what's more so the case is location, because if we kept the same level of aggression and we were located geographically closer to our enemies, I feel like we would be attacked more. right? And I
China
actually believe our aggression is creating more enemies and more threats every time we act more
Man, we
aggressive.
ain't got no
Every act of aggression is compiling more and more enemies. It's damn sure not creating less enemies, but it's absolutely creating more enemies.
We
So
don't
the
have any
idea we have to keep being as aggressive as we are to feel safe, I don't see that.
And I'm just
on
gonna
this
bring it
paradigm.
out. I'm just gonna bring it out because this is what's be the underlying thing, right? America, we got a nuclear weapon, right? But
Why are you
listen,
saying we
a
aggressive?
nuclear weapon has been demonstrated, right? A nuclear weapon don't stop you losing a fucking war.
Hey, Truist, why
Why
are
we
you
talking
saying
about
we
nuclear weapons?
military aggressive? Well, we at
I just
war
wanted
with
to put that out
Iran.
there because I think a lot of Americans feel safe because we got a nuke, or we feel like we
We
can.
feel safe because
Not
we have a
particularly
military that
you
keeps
guys.
us safe.
I'm just saying a
That's
lot
why
of
we feel
Americans,
safe.
right?
He's
I
talking
think a
about
lot of
Americans. He's talking
Americans,
about Americans.
a lot of
He's talking about us.
Americans feel
We got
safe,
the
right?
military.
Because we got nukes. But I just want you guys to know that it's been made evident that you can get fucked over with a nuke.
Snatching Maduro out of his bed would be what you consider going too far. And you believe that we're safe because of our location. But when we snatched Maduro out of his bed, there was 1.2 million Venezuelans living in the United States of America. So our location in a global sense, that shit don't matter because we got 1 million of them living here.
China was over there in Cuba. China was in
the location. That shit, they could have mobilized. They could have done anything they wanted.
A million
to do.
military-age men. Do we got a million military-age men over here?
You need military-age men to do aggression.
Absolutely.
No, you don't. There are boys. There are kids that motherfucking carry bombs. There are 16-year-old boys who can shoot a fucking AR-15 and kill however many people till they die. You don't need the military to do aggression on another country.
Well, you do if you want to.
Thank God the Venezuelan people are not jihadist Muslims.
I'm not going.
Yeah,
I agree with that. I'm just going to leave that.
That the Venezuelan people are not jihadist Muslims.
I agree with that. But y'all keep talking about location. These countries where y'all saying that we're being too aggressive, they live here too. Those people live here too.
They live in
the United States of America. If they wanted to do something, they most certainly could.
So you're acknowledging that America's aggression actually makes us more unsafe.
What I'm addressing is Truist's point about location. The fact that the United States is not located next to a place.
That's a non-military fact.
I'm saying if we pull the Venezuelan president out of his bed, there's 1.2 million Venezuelans living in the United States. If there was an issue.
Not every Venezuelan.
You have to admit that's a known fact.
Linda, look it. All I'm telling you is my point. Y'all can argue all the other shit. I'm just telling you, location ain't necessarily the only thing that would stop another country from doing
location is very important when it comes to military.
Geography is very key. Absolutely.
It is it is, but it's also usually not.
As you know, just as well as we all know that's a well-known fact that our geographic location is to the benefit of us.
No question. I mean, y'all making up arguments. Y'all make up arguments to get a nigga to say yes so that we can, that's silly.
You need to go on
the same way, Corey. The same way, Corey, you say I should know that you understand certain shit. You should do the same with me.
Hey,
if you think that I'm somehow saying that it don't, then that don't even make sense.
Hey, Brad. All right.
How is it making us more safe?
You know as well as I do.
Just 30 seconds, bro. Just 30 seconds, man. I promise you. So
we ain't trying to
I'm done with Chef.
Cut it down to 16.
In 30 seconds, bro.
16.
Okay,
that racial jungle, bruh. That racial jungle.
Here we go, this nigga. So you brought up Maduro, right? Standing about his bed, and we got 1.2 over here, right? So we just killed all the Iranian leader. How many Iranians you think over here right now in America? We just killed them niggas. Hell,
So does that make us more safe or less safe?
We ain't no safer or no safer.
Right. So I'm the aggression that America exhibits on the rest of the world, does that make us safe or more safe or less safe?
Safer.
Insane.
No, you're insane. Because
that is insane, bro.
If the Iranians were so upset, we got probably 500,000 to 1 million of them niggas right here, right now. They was in the streets to celebrate. They were doing parades and everything.
So you fine with them bombing Iran the way that they are? It's because you feel as though that's making you safer.
Say it again.
So you're fine with America bombing Iran the way that they are bombing them because you believe that it's making you safer.
Yes. I don't give a fuck about Iran. Fuck Iran.
I just want to say.
Hey, hold on, bro.
I just want to say. Hold on, because I already know Haskell. No, 1 second.
I had lost my battery earlier when I was trying to school.
Haskell, hold on. I just want to say 10 seconds. I know what's gonna happen. Y'all gonna put my argument with his. I do not agree with that. Go ahead, Haskell.
You agree with it? So now Thunder say something. Now you try to pull away from your original.
Agree that,
that's
for
insane.
y'all safety, y'all don't really care. Yeah, that was the point being stated.
Hold on, y'all. So before my phone had cut off, I was trying to explain to Thunder that empires lose, empires dissolve in many ways, right? It doesn't have to be military. Like Corey pointed out, what's going to happen to the United States and what is happening is you're overextended, right? And because of the hubris, because so much of American identity is built on arrogance and hubris, instead of pulling out of a war where you clearly don't have the military, you don't have the military with wherewithal to accomplish what you want to accomplish in Iran. It's just not going to happen, right? If in 40 days, if in 40, like for example, right?
Now you just fucking the country up because you can't really go in there and do. So now you just destroying the fucking country.
Hold on, Chef. Hold on, Chef. Hold on. So you hear if you watch Fox News, right? And I know you do, Thunder.
Oh, here we go with Fox. Here we go with that.
If you go on Fox News, they'll tell you, "Oh, we're going to take control of the Strait." There's no way to take control of the Strait because the Iranians don't quote unquote control the Strait. What they're doing is disrupt. No. What they're doing, the only way to take control of the Strait, you would have to push inland, and literally subdue that country. No, you gotta stop.
All I'm gonna tell you is,
hey, update over me though. Thunder. Just wait your turn. Just wait your turn, bro.
Let me say this 5 seconds. Hey, just update your Google Maps.
Seconds. I'm speaking, bro. Just give me a couple. Give me a minute, and then you go after me, bro. No, Thunder,
update your Google Maps for a few minutes, bro.
Thunder. You can't be you cannot be hoggish greedily, my nigga. See, that's that American shit where you just bully everybody, right? So what I'm explaining to you is Thunder, right? If what you felt in your heart is true, that the United States is this invisible juggernaut, right? It wouldn't be over there struggling and fighting with these people right now, right? It would be over. They done hit 17,000 targets, right? From what they said. And it changed nothing. It didn't change the metrics. For them to get quote unquote control of the Strait of Hormuz, they would have to overtake that country because guess what? The Iranians don't need to be on the coast to fire a missile or a drone or a cruise missile, into a cargo ship or a tanker. They can do that from way inland. So you're gonna have to run up. You're gonna have to run up. What is a radar? Radars are cheap. See, you don't even go ahead, man.
Okay, you put it up. So, what you think? What you think we hitting?
What's that? We hitting, Haskell? I said, what you think we hitting right now, bro?
You talking about the
What you
radar?
doing over there?
You talking about the radars on the coastline?
Haskell, are you familiar with what our targets are? Are you familiar? Do you think we just hitting up Walmart's and Piccadilly's? What you think we hitting over there, man?
Yeah, but Thunder, you do understand that, like, if an Iranian has a radar
girl schools and shit like that.
If you got, well, yeah,
and civilian infrastructure.
And civilian, yeah, I feel one. Go ahead. What you saying, Haskell?
They haven't really started hitting civilian infrastructure yet. It's eventually going to get there because they're getting more and more. They're getting more and more desperate, right? But the thing is, if they hit civilian infrastructure, then all of those Gulf states, their shit is gone. Like, it's over for them. It's over for Israel. You know what I mean? And that's what's keeping the. Yeah, it's over for Israel.
You know what? Have you noticed that they haven't fired? Have you noticed they haven't fired on Israel yet? Have you noticed that? And you know why that is?
They have fired on Israel. Is you tripping?
No, they have not, my man.
You're talking about in these latest rounds, they really have. In these latest rounds, no.
Yeah,
I don't know. I guess.
So what's your point, Thunder, in saying that?
Because Israel don't give a fuck about no rules. They don't care about no civilians. They gon' bomb the fuck out of Iran. They don't want to do that. So they already showed they gonna do. They gonna get a shopping mall.
Listen.
You think they already bombed Iran? Like, what can they do? What are they gonna do now? Like that they ain't done.
Oh, it's always more.
You talking about nuclear is the only option left to ramp it up. There's nowhere else to go.
Now it ain't now your missions. Now that's a loss. Like your mission, you didn't complete your mission.
I'm sure y'all know that Israel, they definitely don't have no nuclear weapons. Do they, Haskell? They ain't got no nuclear weapons.
They got nukes. I don't know. Listen,
most recently, during the 2026 conflict, Iran launched several waves of ballistic missiles and drones at Israel in response to Israeli military strikes.
Yeah,
some missiles were intercepted by Israeli and allied air defenses, while others struck targets in and around
that's what you know.
including the Tel Aviv area, causing casualties and damage.
When niggas don't know about what we talking about.
Will somebody moderate this nigga Thunder? Like, this nigga don't got no manners, bro. He just talk over
you just got through telling me that they haven't fired on Israel, which was wild to me. But
man,
that's
I'm talking about right now. The man just told you during the latest rounds, man. They had that war already.
So what are they scared now, or what? What is you saying, Thunder?
Well, I'm saying you ain't seen a firearm yet.
When y'all done, take a second and let Haskell get his point out. And Wayne, y'all can moderate what I'm hearing.
No.
I'm done. Go ahead, Haskell. I ain't even. It's on Haskell anyway. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Haskell.
Yeah. I mean, the reason why they're not firing on Israel right now is because there's really no point to it. Like, Hezbollah is whooping their ass right now. They're giving them a hell of a time in southern. Yeah, they're giving them a hell of a time in southern Lebanon, fucking up those tanks with those FPV drones, right? Somebody hit the little drum because they don't know, they don't follow geopolitics, they don't follow military analysts, right? But brother, you gotta stop. You can't talk while another person talking. Like, I keep asking you.
Oh, you dumb! I'm calling you. Man, shut the fuck up!
I'm talking, bro.
Thunder, do me a favor. Just mute out till Haskell done, bro. For y'all go into another tangent, please. Just mute out.
I'm just laughing at him. I ain't even talking.
I know, brother, but y'all got a particular level of me and Chef. We already had me and Chef. Like, you and him would be.
Yeah, just mute out, bro. Just mute out, bro.
Dumb. I'm calling you. Man, shut the fuck up!
And then, is it a way to know who's hitting the drops?
No, I can see it. I can see it on the.
You can't stop the drops, man.
Yeah, I can't. The drops that's out of my control.
That's illegal.
I know who do. I can see it on the internet who's doing it. I can't see on my phone, but yeah. Go ahead.
Because it ain't, if you talking and a person just doing drops all, you can't
But
even.
now, one thing you do is mute it though. You can mute it on your end so it don't fuck up your train of thought. You can mute it. Y'all don't have to hear them. Y'all don't have to hear them drops. Just look up how to mute it. You don't have to hear that shit.
You gotta mute it by each person on the panel.
No, you can just go to your you can go to your overall settings and you won't hear it at all.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I don't hear it. I can't. That's why I tell you I don't know who's doing it. I turned the shit off. That last one was Chef. That fucking can you shut the fuck up? That shit so goddamn loud. It's ridiculous.
Somebody going nuts right now on the goddamn soundboard. So hold on. So yeah. So Israel, they getting their ass whooped right now in southern Lebanon. I mean, they're fucking up a lot of civilian shit, flattening people's houses. But in terms of militarily, they don't know how to prosecute wars. They gotta always go get Big Bro, And Big Bro got a hell of a fight on his hands. So if the U.S. do go to, like hitting civilian infrastructure, bye bye Israel, bye bye Bahrain, bye bye Qatar, bye bye UAE. Right, so all you niggas that love going to Dubai, that's over with, right? If that happens, and they're gonna have to vacate those countries because it's hot as shit over there. It's a desert, right? And if they hit the water desalination plants in those Gulf states, those people cannot stay there. They're gonna have to leave. You know what I mean? So that's why the United States is holding off, and also, Trump and a lot of those neocons, they have a lot of investment in those Gulf states. A lot of their assets, how they make their money, is over there. So they don't want to go that route, at least right now. I think they eventually will, because they're psychotic. But by then it'll be too late. Like, the United States is going to end up punching itself out because of its ego, its collective and an institutional ego.
I'm trying to figure out if they were to nuke Iran, then what we think, we can live off the United States oil reserves or something. Is that what we think?
Hey Corey, I think some people believe like a nuke.
My answer remains the same. My answer remains the same for every one of them. That's why I said I don't. In regards to Iran, I don't agree. When the top advisor of Donald Trump says that we shouldn't be at war with Iran, I tend to agree with him over Donald Trump. So that's why I said I don't agree with Thunder's point. Just for clear. But for your question, Truist, and you know what I'm gonna say, and you don't like this answer. But I don't think anybody in this Discord is qualified to know what level of aggression the United States needs to use militarily. No, that was a separate question to Chef. Then I said I was going to answer your question. Chef believed that I agreed with Thunder on Iran, and when I said I didn't, he said, yes, you do. I was just addressing that point. But once again, Truist, it was a separate question that I was answering. I answered your question. My answer to your question is no one in this room knows what level of military aggression we need to use in order to keep things going the way that they're going. So I don't know. Y'all seem to know. Wait.
In order to keep the thing going, we got to do some real aggression.
Y'all seem to think that y'all the question actually should be to y'all, because y'all are the niggas on the Discord that believe y'all know what the United States needs to do militarily to keep things going. So y'all answer that question. That ain't a question for us.
They need to keep killing as much as they do. As a matter of fact, they need to keep things going. As a matter of fact, they need to ramp up the killing.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a question for y'all. I just don't claim to know.
That's my answer to
I don't know. I don't know what threats.
If they want to maintain, right, they need to ramp up the killing.
I don't know what threats we got. The reason why I say that, Truist, in all honesty, I don't know what threats we have.
using
I
nukes
don't know
though.
what they see. I don't know what they forecast. I don't claim to know. That's something that's what they get paid to do. That's what they get paid to follow, and then that's that.
Let me ask you a question.
Why you keep talking about a question I answered the chef? That had nothing to do with you. But go ahead. I'll participate. Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question though.
I don't think we should have attacked Iran. That is not a threshold. I don't think I watched other presidents go. This isn't just a threshold. I've watched Obama, Biden, Trump,
Everybody.
before. I've watched them and their military advisors say you could do everything up and until you do it. But the up and until actually attacking Iran, that is not a good idea. But in this particular case, Truist, I answer you this. In this particular case with Iran, similar to what his top advisor resigned for, I believe that we are only at Iran because we're only fighting Iran because we're following Israel. And his top advisor with the top security clearance in the United States said the same thing in his resignation letter. That has a lot more to do with it than my threshold. We should never just go into a war with somebody simply because we're just following behind somebody. I don't think we should do that.
So, but I read the question as a moral question. Was that a truest? Was it a moral question or
How can
more
you
of
ask
a
about
strategic?
threshold and add morals into that?
Hold on. Well, there's such a thing as a moral threshold, right? So you could say, okay, I have no issues with them hitting military targets, killing men who are fighters or whatever. But my threshold is those women and children and hitting civilian infrastructure. So I don't know if he was saying a threshold is purely from. Right.
So morally,
I think we should
and
have
ethically. Wait. So now that changes the question to me, because I thought we was having a military question. So you're saying in war. So in war.
Your morals will get tested, Louis.
Yeah. In war, I don't know how you would test my morals, but in war, if a country when they attack us would kill whoever is in a building at any given time, when we respond, I don't think morals and ethics. I know there's the Geneva Convention. I guess whatever the Geneva Convention says we can't do. But outside of that, do everything up and until that.
For the
Like I didn't
record,
agree.
right?
Hold on. Like Truist, I didn't agree with.
most of the time, we're not abiding by the Geneva.
Well, but you asked me what my standard would be. Anything up and into what that was, and like
To
so.
sustain
Truist, to
what
give you an
you got,
example,
you can't abide by to sustain the way America has been going and doing foreign affairs and shit.
this is what I mean when y'all be asking multiple questions and be like take one answer and try to apply it to a whole bunch of.
You can't follow the Geneva Convention. You can't follow the Geneva.
So that would be my threshold. The second part too is to give you an idea of my morals in regards to it. Since we're testing them, I agreed with what I knew about Iraq, but I did not agree to what they were doing to the terrorists in Guantanamo Bay. Once I found out what they were doing, I didn't agree. I knew we attacked them. I knew that we attacked them.
What did you know about Iraq, Brass?
I said that we knew that we attacked them. That's it. I don't know none of the particulars of church buildings or kids or none of that. But I know they did an extensive investigation that I did know about what they did at Guantanamo Bay, and I didn't agree with that.
Well, according to international law, America committed war crimes. Bush is a war criminal.
Who cares?
Bush up there chilling with Obama
I'm
right
just
now.
saying, y'all talking about all of the laws that we're supposed to be abiding by, but you want to sustain. You're saying the thing is, you're saying two things, right? We want to sustain what we got going on, right? But in order to have what we got going on, you can't be abiding by any fucking laws, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, fuck them laws. Fuck the conventions. Nigga, you can't stop us from doing nothing that we doing. We gonna fuck up Iran and we coming to Cuba next. We ain't to the island of Cuba. I don't know Cuba here.
What's all this weed? What's all this weed talk?
Listen, you told me to shut the fuck up.
Your microphone is terrible.
You tell me something.
Yeah, you gotta go out and come back. Your shit is not good.
Me? Oh.
Yeah, it's not good. And George W. Bush is not a war criminal, by the way.
I mean, he's committed war crimes. I mean, I
He's
don't know
not a
what to
war
call it.
criminal.
Fine.
I want to speak on that
He's
real
committed
quick.
war crimes. I will say that.
I want to speak on that real quick. So, Corey, I want to address the war crimes thing. I said this yesterday.
I like fucking with
Protocol one.
Let me finish. No, let me finish it before you do that.
Go ahead, finish up.
To answer, what's it called? Finish answer it. I just think y'all know my feelings about power, right? Power and military might. They should trump all the bullshit we talking, and y'all don't care about the morals and stuff. You see, Russia don't give a fuck. Iran don't give a fuck. I think it's a couple of other who that Rwanda, the Congo, them niggas don't get, man, I don't care about all that shit. It's about power and military might. And if y'all want to be the moral police and fly your little rainbow flags and all that shit, right? If that's what y'all want to do, y'all can do that, right? But for us, real Americans that are proud to be American and support the military and tired of countries that talking about some death to America and death to Israel and all that. They talking about killing y'all niggas right now. And you sitting up there sympathizing for the niggas. Fuck Iran. And I hope the military sticks with the military.
I'm really being a patriot and telling you, and telling you that, Thunder, what America's doing, the foreign affairs, and the way that America treats its population, right, is unsustainable, right? So what I'm saying is we need to do something about that to maintain America. I'm being a patriot. I'm not saying go down, pop the bottle of champagne while the fucking Titanic is sinking, right? I'm not saying, listen, I enjoyed my ride. You know, I don't give a fuck about the next motherfucker who got to ride this American boat. You know what I'm saying? Listen, we all on this ship together. We all on this ship together, and we need to want the best for the ship, right? And selling death and collecting data from the American people, right, is not the way to sustain a good future for America. That's what patriotism is. Patriotism ain't saying, oh, I don't give a fuck. That's never been America. America's always been looking towards the future for what America can be. That's what America's about. It's about an idea. It's not about a fucking missile or a dollar you can make, right? That's what Americans. That's how Americans look at America.
I want to say something real quick regarding the war crimes thing, and I spoke on this yesterday. So the Geneva Conventions, I believe it was in 1977. Pretty sure they added what they call Protocol 1, right? Which is where it says you're not supposed to attack civilian infrastructure, like vital civilian infrastructure that sustains life. And the United States signed that, but they didn't ratify it, right? So just so everyone knows, the United States can attack civilian infrastructure and all of that stuff, and it is not a war crime. They are not subject to the jurisdiction of that particular article of the Geneva Convention. Also, the Rome Statute. I forgot when they added the Rome Statute, but it formed the international what is it called? International Criminal Court or whatever it is. That's another one where the U.S. signed and didn't ratify it. So they're not subject to that either. So I just wanted to put that out there.
And that's what I was saying. Actually, you can't get to where we got to, right? Or at least you can't do the foreign affairs and shit that we do across the world, right? You can't do that by abiding by any laws.
Yeah. And you know what? I actually agree more with Thunder than you on this, in that the identity of America is we don't give a fuck. You know,
of the population.
Wait.
That's the government.
Okay. You know what? Me and American Dream was having that conversation yesterday, and I was saying I don't think the greater population of the U.S. is like that. But then he said something that made me think, and I'm like, I don't know, because because we black folks and we tend to be concentrated like in the cities and down south, we don't understand that the United States is a very big place, right? And the Bible Belt, the Rust Belt, places like that make up the vast majority of Americans. When I go on Fox News and I watch the videos on there and I go into the comments almost without, well, I know that's Fox, but almost without variation, it's finish the job, kill them all, and so I don't know.
I think those people are very loud, but I don't think they make up the majority of I think no, don't try to what I'm saying. Like, because most Americans, we can look at the polling. Like most Americans don't like these foreign wars, and you know what I'm saying. Like that's like 90% of Americans don't agree with
I
half the
did not
shit we
say
do.
kill all Iranians, and I don't appreciate you even saying that's what I didn't say that. I said fuck Iran. That's what I said. And if Iran was a if Iran if it's like I can say fuck you, right? But I don't mean I'm gonna go over there and kill you. No, if I say fuck you, does that mean I want to kill you? No, that be the same thing, man. Don't do that. I never would
You
say
never
go
said
kill
you
a
wanted
person
to
for
kill them, but
Iranian.
you said you didn't care. Hey, Truist, do you really hold
Yeah,
on? Hey, Truist, do you believe he mean fuck every person in Iran?
Well, no.
that's what he
Oh,
thought.
go ahead, Troy.
So I mean, you're saying this, but I don't think you believe when he says "fuck Iran," he means fuck every person in Iran, women, children. I don't think you don't believe that.
Well, can I say,
No, we
since
talking
Truth
about
is
Thunder
tied
here.
up,
I wouldn't jump
Truth is
out there
tied
too
up,
fast now.
yeah, since Truth is tied up, I'd like to answer the question. I think
About
what Thunder,
Thunder
and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but what I'm getting from Thunder is, whatever it takes to achieve, our military aims, whatever collateral damage, oh well. That's what I'm getting from it.
That is not true. Whoa.
Hey, Truist, you in public talking about this shit? Oh no, chill out, Truist. You're in Mom Donnie's New York, man. Yeah. But no, I'm just saying. I'm only point yours and half joking.
Well, you ain't.
I don't think he mean 100. I don't think he means No, I get you. I get you. I get you. When you have
You don't
that
have to
lady,
get
that's
for that. You already know.
So
I'm
Thunder
talking
is
about the
denying.
military of Iran. I'm talking about them niggas fucking with the straight. I'm talking about them niggas fucking up our economy. And then behind all that shit, they saying fuck us. Give to us. That's what them niggas saying over there.
They
Now you can
actually
say
wrote
it
you a
ain't
letter.
in
The
Iran.
government of
It
Iran
ain't.
actually wrote you a
Nah,
heartfelt letter. Did you read
okay,
it?
good. So you know what that is? They saying they want the American government to die. That's what you saying? Come on, man. That's what you saying, bro? Damn to America, nigga. What you mean? I hope the government fails. That's what you think it means? No, I don't think that's what that means,
Did you
bro.
read the letter, Thunder? Did you read the letter
I don't know what letter you're referencing, bro.
the regime wrote to you?
I'm not sure what letter you're referencing.
Yeah, they wrote you a letter. You didn't even read it.
Why would I need to read a letter from
I'm
them?
sending you a 4-page letter.
They actually did that. They
And
did.
listen, bro. I don't give a fuck about Iran. I ain't talking about the people, man. I don't give a fuck.
Oh,
I'm talking
by the
about
way, real quick, real quick, Thunder. I don't want to get sidetracked.
Hold on. I don't want our government or military to be killing innocent civilians. No, I don't want no stupid shit like that. I'm talking about the niggas who up here bombing these damn ships. That's who I'm talking about. The
You know,
government.
the Iran government wrote you a letter that said just the same thing you just said.
What they said?
They said, bro, we don't got no problem with the American people. It's a problem with these fuckers doing all of the bullshit the TV's named up.
So we both agree then. No problem.
Right. But your government ain't saying that. Your government saying fuck the American people.
Our government. Hey, Corey.
We gonna ride out with
Here we
we gonna
go.
ride out
Our
with what
government,
Israel
Corey.
say.
Here we go.
We gonna
Hey,
we
Corey.
gonna
Here we go.
benefit. We gonna
Our
do it what
government.
Israel say do. Right?
Government. I know y'all niggas don't want it. I know y'all don't want to claim it, and I know y'all don't want whatever. It's our government, nigga.
Oh yeah, our government. Yeah, our
Yeah.
government.
Okay. Okay.
Our government. I was specifically talking about though Thunder in that case. But yeah,
Yeah.
our government
That was
is not. They saying fuck everybody. Fuck the Iranians. Fuck the Americans. We gonna go over and do what Netanyahu say we should do.
Yeah. Bro, fuck Gaza. What you want me to do with Gaza? I ain't gonna do with no Gaza. That ain't my war. I don't. I ain't got no problem with that.
Well, you just
I was
see, you talking out right. You just going all over
No, that's not America doing that, bro.
It's
America
just the
ain't doing
people in
that. That's
Gaza you
Israel.
don't give a fuck about.
No,
You
that's
actually care
Israel.
about the Iranian people.
No, bro. I said as long as our military or our government is not over there killing civilians, I don't want that.
Remember you in
No,
public,
bro.
Truth.
Bro,
Hey, did you see
like you talking about?
Did you see JD Vance Thunder when he went on that interview and he said when they were doing the fake good cop bad cop thing and he was like, "Hey, y'all need to back up." Talking to Israel, we give you 2/3 of your weapons and shit comes from us. And did you see that?
After that, we got a question from the panel. after y'all answer that, we
All
got a
right, what is
question from the panel. It's from a good brother that
so let
we
me
all know and love.
finish up with this, right? And then we go to the question.
It's from Brendan, Corey.
Oh, what up, Brendan? As far as Israel and Palestine go, Hamas got a lot to do with that. Hezbollah got a lot to do with that, and they just like Muhammad Ali, bro. They don't know what snake to let in, so they finna get rid of all of them. So, in that case, I don't have nothing to do with Palestine. I never gave a fuck about Palestine. So you got to
Well, why do you care about Israel? Iran. Why you care about Iran?
I don't care about Iran. I said I don't want our government bombing or killing Iran. That's what I said.
Well, what about the bombs? What about the bombs that's going over there killing the Palestinians? How do you feel about it? You saying you don't give a damn about
our
the
military is doing that, bro.
So
That's
what if they're using
a question.
So what if they're using American armaments to bomb those civilians in Gaza?
Do you know?
And your taxpayer dollars. It's the same. It's the same result as if the America was bombed behind them. So they're using your taxpayer dollars to do it.
Do you know how many American armaments are being used to kill innocent people? Do you really know?
Absolutely, that's a big problem.
Yeah,
But specifically, your
there's a way
taxpayer
to.
dollars are going to.
Well, let me answer his question,
pay for this.
Corey. So like a JASM missile. Let me answer your question.
Go to Ukraine.
Let me answer your question.
So I know, but hold on one second. You go to Ukraine and see how many civilians them niggas done killed, right? So y'all don't give a fuck about them Russian civilians that's getting their ass.
I do care about that.
I do.
Y'all,
and Ukraine,
you ain't even worried about the Russian civilians that's getting their ass.
We are.
Giving my taxpayer money to them too.
Listen. All over the world, people are dying. There's no way to keep up with every single conflict. The Iranian conflict just happens to be the Iranian conflict just happens to be the most prominent right now and has the most immediate consequences for Americans. So therefore, that's where the majority of our attention naturally will be. Now, insofar as Ukraine, Russia, it's the same thing, right? The United States, right? The CIA overthrew the democratically elected government in the Ukraine and basically took over that country, made it a vassal state, and them, along with the European Union, is using Ukraine as a proxy to attack. Well, they were setting up to attack Russia, and Russia didn't sit around and wait to get attacked. But yes, the funding that Ukraine is getting, they're getting a ton of funding from the United States, weapons, training, all type of shit. So it's the same thing. It's just the empire doing what empires do, right? And right now, the age that no, but what you got to understand, Thunder, the age that the world is going into, the empire was supposed to be. Say that again.
I said, so we agree then.
That Ukraine is similar to Israel?
You're damn right.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Zelensky and the
Hey,
people
let me
who
get
are
to that
running.
question in the chat before y'all get too far, bro.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Brent.
All right, so it's a good question. I think it's a good question, right? Made me think. If the population, and this Corey, I guess he might have been talking to me and you in the conversation we was having. Can the population and its representative government be considered separate?
Absolutely.
Yes. Hell yeah. You know how many people hate Trump right now? They don't want nothing to do with that thing. So they don't want to be lumped in with what he's doing.
So we could technically have people in the United States that don't believe it's our government and will say it's your government.
Oh, that's a different. I mean,
that's a fact.
So I think because he said it right after we said that. So I'm assuming he was addressing that.
I ain't gonna.
Matter of fact,
hold on, Corey. Let Corey get his thought out. What'd you say, Corey?
Hold on. What you
kinda,
president too?
I think Brendan was kind of just poking at us or whatever, but it's more of a semantic thing than anything. I think the way he and and the way we were kind of using it is kind of like different or whatever, right? Because I know what you meant by our government, but then again, I know what he mean by somebody could, you know what I mean?
He just explained
Say
it.
your government.
He said I asked the question. Hold on. He said I asked the question because Russia said this about the Germans in World War II. They claimed that the German people cannot be separated from the acts of the Third Reich.
Mm-hmm.
You said that was I tend to agree. Yeah, I tend to agree. It was the things that were happening were so atrocious. They couldn't even understand that the people
The
didn't.
famous
They should have rose up.
wheelbarrow of money going to get the loaf of bread. You know what I mean?
Essentially. Essentially. I think I'm doing a show tomorrow on the different forms of capitalism since 1850.
Hey, by the way,
I'm gonna get this goddamn Discord in order about capitalism.
Find me a good one that ain't
I'm about
predatory.
sick of y'all.
Find me a good one that ain't predatory, and I'm on board.
I'm
Oh, boy, here we
gonna
go.
go from 1850 to 2026 in an hour. I like the outfit. That's nice.
I like that. Yeah, I like that. Hey, did Sunshine pull up and show some evidence for Dr. Ben
Man,
working
why
at
the fuck you
Amazon?
bringing up Dr. Ben on a good conversation?
Now, did he though? We could go back to the convo, but did he pull
No,
up
I
or
don't
no?
want to talk about him not being an architect and lying all the time. We already know
That was a wild conversation.
that was a crazy.
Now I'm talking about Sunshine though. He came on here today or no?
He was in here, but the only history he knows is John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben, so he can't even participate in what we talking about.
No, but I'm saying though, did he provide? Because I want to have a conversation at some point, but I just wanted to know if he provided some evidence for if Ben worked there or not. But let's move. Let's get back to what we talking about. Right. Yeah. But yeah, with Russia, it's the same deal. And that's another area where the United States is stretching itself thin, right? Because you're giving these people money, you're giving these people munitions, right? I don't know if you noticed in that, Thunder, but the reason why the United States had that ceasefire back in April, right, was the first ceasefire was because they were running low on munitions, right? And the production is not keeping up with the expenditure of the munitions. So they don't have, like, now you're seeing 150 bombs here, or 80 bombs here, or 70 bombs. You see that the amount of attacks has trailed off like exponentially. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, and the production ain't there to sustain it. So, and then when you factor in the Strait of Hormuz, and if them motherfuckers down there in Yemen cut off the Dead Sea Strait, the Bab el Mandeb, that's another 12% of the world's supply of oil and natural gas and other goods cut off, right? The reserves in America is almost depleted, right? So, and then you have so much internal strife within the country. That's another thing that will cause an empire to fall, right? Nobody, the glue that holds this country together is dissolving as we speak, right? And instead of being what he advertised himself to be, right, the MAGA candidate who says no more new wars, America first, I'm concentrated on domestic issues. We have a ton of issues in our country, and that's what I'm going to be about and resolving. All their attention is on maintaining their empire and expanding their power and projecting their power over the world. So they're not taking care of home.
And they're doing it for people who's not even really United States citizens, right? It's for the billionaire class to keep on being billionaires and trillionaires. You do gotta understand that is the fucking bottom line. If we don't understand nothing else, right? The power begets the money, right? And who got the money, right? The billionaire class. You see what I'm saying?
Here we go with conspiracy theories.
No, it's not a conspiracy. Do the billionaires not have all the money concentrated? Right? And then what do we, when we go to war to get these spoils, right? Who's the beneficiary of those spoils?
What spoils are we getting in our range? You got
We're not getting any. We're not getting. The point is, this time we ain't getting no fucking spoils. But I'm saying the point in going over there is to get the spoils, right? That's the mission, is to get the spoils, right?
What spoils are we?
And then if the spoils is gotten,
oil. No,
whatever the spoils may be, whatever the spoils may be, in any case. I understand oil. I understand that. My point is not.
Thunder. I don't know how Thunder doesn't know that.
We don't want them.
We're not even talking. We're talking about in any particular war of aggression.
And we don't want them to be funding Hezbollah, and we don't want them to fund with the strength.
Well, they actually done ramped up their nuclear program. But anyway, Thunder.
We'll see how long later.
Listen.
We'll see how long that B-52.
The problem is they're in the middle of the oil. We can see that clearly. If we can't see that, if we're in denial of them being in the middle of the oil and us, right, then we got way bigger problems than I even imagined we had. Right. But what I'm saying
understand that we understand
even if we get the oil, it's not my point about whether it's the oil or if it's not the oil. Whatever spoils of war that we get, right? When we do get those spoils, the beneficiaries are not you. You do understand that, right?
What do you mean they are not me?
The money and the spoils will continue to be concentrated amongst the ones who already got the money.
Man, we talking about oil, man.
That's just a 2 plus thing. That ain't even a thing that an elementary kid would have a problem with. That's just 2
I'm asking you a question. Is Elon Musk gonna get? You think we're gonna get the oil and then Elon Musk gonna buy it and then put it in the backyard?
I don't know that. I don't know. Maybe I'm not naming particular corporations. I don't know particularly if Elon Musk himself particularly. I'm sure he may or may not. I'm not totally sure, but I'm thinking about people like Exxon Mobil and British Petroleum and those things like that, right? Raytheon Corporation, right? And those people like that. Those are the people. Those who are the people who have in the past been the beneficiaries of the concentration of the spoils of war that we go around and loot the planet.
That's what we're doing in Venezuela right now, right? So you may have some validity on that. So we're doing that right now in Venezuela.
It's historic validity. When have they gave you something off of something? When they got the oil in Kuwait, did they drop off a barrel to your house or what? Or did Exxon Mobil?
I guarantee you that oil probably $1 a gallon.
Or did Exxon Mobil get even more billions of dollars? They gave you a nickel off. They gave you a nickel off gas, and Exxon Mobil concentrated more billions of dollars.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, Thunder, let me read this for everybody real quick, because you mentioned something about B-52s, and I think because the B-52 is a plane, I think what you were getting at is the ordinances that the B-52 deliver. Specifically, I think you're referring to Hold on. This is for everybody.
Okay, go ahead.
So I think you were intimating specifically about the bunker busting bombs, right? Was that where you kind of were going with that? And the other ordinances too.
B-52, and you got the MOAB. Since you're Googling so fast, do MOAB bomb. Google that and then see who delivered that.
MOAB, I'm gonna read this real quick because it's very short.
Mother of all bombs. MOAB.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to MOAB. I just want to say this real quick about the MOAB. You know, it's not a guided munition. It's what they call a stupid bomb, right? So
Huh?
See, I hope it ain't got it.
You hope they don't what?
I hope it's not got it. Why does it need to be got it?
Oh, because the whole point of deploying a bomb that size in a conflict like this conflict is because of Iran's topology, specifically all those mountains, right? And the granite, and they have all those missile silos and all of their stuff underground. The purpose of hitting those sites and
the Moab is GPS guided. I just looked it up.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
Right,
but why does it need to be guided in the first place? I don't want it to be guided. Drop that bitch wherever you think that mountain at. Just drop it on top of
that
that
ain't
mountain.
guided, it makes more casualties and has less
Oh
less
no, they know where the hell they dropping that bomb. They have what they call coordinates.
Right? Not just that, right? Because
they have
not just that, Thunder. Not just that, right? From a strategic standpoint, I'm leaving the morality
How
aside.
y'all
for
don't
now.
realize when a nigga just talking stupid?
Hold on. Hold on, Chef. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Hold on, dog. So, I'm talking about from a strategic standpoint. You don't want to deploy a bomb that size to just waste on, I guess, this killing a bunch of civilians. You want to hit something that's really critical. Hold on, bro. Thunder. You want to hit something that's really critical. That's really gonna.
I mean, Thunder, at some point, you got to let him get his point. At some point.
Yeah. So let me read this. Let me read this
Don't
right.
let that nigga get it out, Thunder. Don't let him get it
you
out.
ain't talking, Corey. No,
so let me read this real quick. Let me read this real quick, Thunder.
Not nigga. No.
Let me read this right quick, Thunder. And God damn it, man, Joe Biden was right, man. All right. So it says the U.S. military has dropped at least 30 bunker busting bombs in the Iran conflict. So they 14 GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrators. Those are dropped by B-2 stealth bombers and underground nuclear facilities at Fordo and Natanz. That was the ones that they did in June of last year when Trump was saying, we've destroyed all of their nuclear. It's all gone. It's obliterated. Remember that? Now suddenly, I guess it's reappeared again. Anyway, it goes on to say over a dozen 2,000-pound bombs used on hardened Iranian ammo sites, hidden missile operational centers in strikes throughout early 2026. Multiple GBU-72 deep penetrators deployed by the U.S. Central Command on heavily fortified Iranian missile sites. I'm gonna look up the Moab. So the point that I'm driving home here is Thunder, because of all those granite, because all the granite mountains that Iran has, those weapons that I just listed off, they haven't been able to hit those targets. At best, they can cave in. No, they hit them, but it's not enough to penetrate and actually destroy those facilities. The best they can. Yeah, the best they can, because it can't penetrate deep. It can't penetrate deep enough to actually get to the underground facilities. The best they have been able to do is cave in those facilities. And during the ceasefires, what the Iranians have done is they've cleared those the blockages of those places. But so those ordinances in essence,
and it wasn't no damage to it was just straight up pristine when they got down there, right?
Well, I mean, I'm not on the ground in Iran. I've never been to an Iranian underground.
You just talking a bunch of shit you don't know about.
Thunder, you got to give me a chance to answer your question, though. But you can't answer a question and then give me a chance to answer your question. Based on what all the military experts are saying, they're saying that those penetrating bombs have done no damage whatsoever to the actual underground facilities. And the most it's done. Huh?
Which one said that? Which one of the military? Andrew Cuomo?
I've seen Colonel Douglas McGregor say it. I've even seen Jack Keane say it. I'm going to say, I think you respect Jack Keane. I've seen Scott Ritter say it, former advisor to the president.
How they know?
What? Huh?
How they know?
Well, you know, like in international relations, you know, these people are interrelated. You know, with the UN, these countries communicate with each other. Like if you work in intelligence, Larry Johnson is another guy, former CIA, right? You do know that the UN, when these countries meet up, people form relationships. So people know, like a guy like Larry Johnson or Colonel Douglas McGregor, they can call people in Iran that they know that are in the military. You get what I'm saying?